Thanks for tuning in to Let's Talk About It Media 21, where we talk hot topics, trending topics, what's going on in the news, and what's being talked about. We're going to talk Cash Patel, we're going to talk Donald Trump, and we may do another round of quick hot topics, trending topics. But thanks for being here. Like the videos you guys come in. Let me go ahead and do my disclaimer. That way, when people come in, they are not like, what's going on? So let me go ahead and do my disclaimer. Like the video as soon as you come in. Please subscribe to the page. Thanks for being here, everyone. Good morning, too. Let's talk about it. Please. Oh, wait. Let me go back. Comments are allegedly. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is used by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. All comments are alleged in our opinion and for entertainment purposes only. He looked nervous, don't he? I saw this clip a while ago and I was hoping I'd be able to find it and save it. Hold on. I'm almost done. Thanks for being here, everyone. Good morning. Okay, we're all set. All right, thanks for being here, everyone. I'm going to go ahead and play these clips. Cash Patel looks extremely nervous about what he's reading. If you guys did not know, it's been talked about when he was asked about several things regarding these files. It made it seem like there was a lot that he did not know. So let's get to these video clips of what's going on. Good morning, everyone. Like the videos you guys come in.
As director of the FBI to go party with the U.S. men's hockey team would actually be the least damaging scandal he'd contend with this week. According to some explosive new reporting from MS Now, formerly...
Hold on, I don't want to start there. Hold on one second. Like the videos you guys come in.
Democrats pointing to concerns about the...
Vice President J.D. Vance says the Trump administration will temporarily halt some Medicaid funding to the state of Minnesota over fraud concerns. President Trump's point man on his war against fraud says he wants to restore public faith in taxpayer-funded programs and bring justice to those who defrauded them. Fraud czar nominee Colin McDonald testified before the Senate Judiciary Committee today. Correspondent David Spunt shows us tonight from Capitol Hill.
Fraudsters should never be allowed to rip off the United States of America.
The man handpicked by President Trump to lead a new anti-fraud office inside the Justice Department came to Congress with a message.
No fraud is too big for the Department of Justice, and no fraud is too small for the Department of Justice.
Some Democrats questioning whether the new position should even be established.
The worst examples of waste, fraud, and abuse in recent years are coming from inside the Trump administration. Want to root out fraud? Start at the top.
If confirmed, Colin McDonald will focus on Minnesota, where Republicans allege fraud is rampant. He also put a spotlight on elder fraud cases across the country.
And it's not just the grandmothers and the grandfathers, it's also their family members who bear the weight of these scams and the fraud that's perpetrated.
Cash Patel is reading something that has him shook. Look at his face. Do they see me? Look at his face. Then he looks down, he reads some more. He turns the page. Something has him shook. Deep breath. Then he decides to take his glasses off. What the heck is he reading? This has been trending, I want to say, for the last several days. Maybe even the last week. Whatever he read has him shook. Look at how he looks up. Look at his face. He is stunned. Whatever he's reading, he's stunned. Then he looks down again. Then he turns the page. Whatever he's reading has him shook. Deep breath. Let's continue.
Against them.
Democrats pointing to concerns about the independence of the new position after this in January.
Right. It will be out of the White House under the supervision of me and the President of the United States.
And this last night at the State of the Union.
The war on fraud to be led by our great Vice President J.D. Vance.
But McDonald, if confirmed, will report directly to the attorney and deputy attorney general, who both shut down other anti-fraud units like the Consumer Protection Branch and Tax Division.
Nancy, money laundering violations are down.
That's a good question if it's about him, or is this when he had to go in front of them in regards to the Epstein files?
54%. Investigations into tax fraud schemes are down 63%.
And you actually could be right. Maybe it is about him and the flights he's taken and how much alleged money was spent. Maybe it could be. Maybe it could be. Maybe it could be showing the prices of what it all tallies up to. It could be.
As you mentioned late this afternoon, Vice President Vance said that the administration would be pausing some Medicaid funding to Minnesota, but he did not give specifics there. Speaking of Minnesota, Governor Tim Walz and State Attorney General Keith Ellison will be here on Capitol Hill, Brett, next week to answer questions before Congress on TV about this alleged fraud in that state, Brett.
David, another topic. The FBI Director KASH Patel out with an allegation that the prior FBI obtained his phone records, and not only his. What can you tell us about that?
Brett, this has been breaking in the last hour or so. We are told that, according to KASH Patel, the FBI director, the prior bureau leadership obtained his phone records and phone records to current White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles back.
Maybe that's what it is. They got his phone records. Let's continue.
In 2022 and 2023. This eventually led into the Jack Smith special counsel investigation into then former President Donald Trump. We're told that some of these records are just toll records, which don't have specific information other than times and dates. They don't have the actual content of calls. But two sources in the FBI say that Susie Wiles' attorney agreed to be recorded by FBI agents in 2023. She did not agree. We've reached out to her for comment. FBI Director Patel, in a statement to Fox News, calls this outrageous and deeply disturbing. And I will add, Brett, that we are told at least 10 Bureau employees have been fired just today over this incident, with more potentially to come. Brett?
Okay, we'll continue to dig into it. David Spun on Cap.
Like the video. As you come in, more clips in regards to possibly what's going on with him. Like the video as you guys come in. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button, you guys. It's free to hit the subscribe. It's free to hit the like button. Let's continue.
About dozens of records that appear to be missing from the Epstein files. According to a CNN review, those records in question are FBI witness interviews, and 3 of the missing interviews are related to a woman who accused both Jeffrey Epstein and President Trump of sexually assaulting her decades ago. The top Democrat on the Oversight Committee is among those expressing concern.
I went to the DOJ file search room yesterday to look for these documents that are in the manifest document, and they should be in there, and they're not there. These documents relate to a survivor that has made serious allegations about the president. What's important now is the DOJ explain to us why were those documents removed.
CNN's Kara Scannell joins us now. So, Kara, what more do we know about the specifics of these documents?
Well, Erica, the CNN investigative team have taken a look into these records, and they found that there are dozens of files that are missing. And the way that they were able to do this is they looked at the serial numbers that were on an evidence log provided to Epstein's accomplice, Ghislaine Maxwell. And looking at those serial numbers, discovered that there were dozens of them missing. And these all relate to 302s. That's the FBI form for witness interviews. And there are 325 included on that list, but there are 90 of them missing. And with 90 that are missing includes 3 from a woman who said that she was sexually assaulted by Jeffrey Epstein going back to when she was as young as 13 years old, and she also made an allegation that she was sexually assaulted by Donald Trump in the 1980s. Now, we went to the White House with this. They said that these are false allegations and it's just sensationalist. The Justice Department said that they have not deleted any documents, and that they said that if there are documents that are not on the public website, that's either because they were duplicate privileged or part of an ongoing investigation. We have seen with the release of these records on the public website that sometimes documents are there, they're taken down, then they're put back up. It's unclear if there is any process that is underway related to these specific documents and these allegations against Donald Trump. Donald Trump, though, has not been accused of any wrongdoing. He's not been investigated for any wrongdoing. And it's unclear what happened to these specific allegations by this woman who spoke with investigators in 2019. There was another record in the files, a summary from the FBI about a number of these salacious allegations, and it said that one person claimed abuse by Trump but refused to cooperate. So if that is that same person, it could be that they just reached a dead end. But of course, Democrats are calling foul, as they have repeatedly, about the Justice Department's process of publicizing the records that are required under the law and redactions that they have taken.
Hours after this story broke today, the Justice Department responded to questions of where these documents are.
saying, as with all documents flagged by the public, the department is currently reviewing files within that category of production. Should any document be found to have been improperly tagged in the review process and is responsive to the act, meaning the law that forced them to publish all of this, the department will, of course, publish it consistent with that law. My source tonight is California Congressman Dave Min, who is a Democrat on the House Oversight Committee. And thank you for being here. When you hear that response from the Justice Department, do you believe that's sufficient?
Thanks so much for having me, Caitlin. And the answer is no, it's not. They are not responding to the law. And at this point, I think it appears clearer and clearer every day that they are knowingly violating and willfully violating the law that we passed, that Donald Trump signed into law, requiring them to turn over every responsive document. And I want to be clear, just to clarify two things that I think you alluded to. One, Donald Trump is accused of sexually assaulting a child in those memos that you mentioned. Two, that it's not just a few dozen documents that are not being turned over. Fully half of the documents that we're aware of, some 3 million documents, have not been turned over by the DOJ. They claim they fully
3 million.
and yet we've found over and over again, and I can tell you that oversight Democratic staff have confirmed what you have found, that these documents are missing. They were not turned over, even though they're very clearly responsive to the questions that we asked. And this appears to be part of a very broad cover-up. And you may remember back last May when Pam Bondi reportedly told Donald Trump he was in the Epstein files. After that, there were a lot of reports that DOJ attorneys were being asked to go redact documents, to hide documents, to remove documents from the files that had Donald Trump's name. So we're definitely continuing to look at this, but it appears that the DOJ is willfully violating the law.
Yeah, and of course, an interview or a witness statement, it doesn't mean that it happened. I mean, you can read through these documents. Yep. There's a lot in there. But in terms of what should be published in accordance with the law that you passed, and these haven't been, I mean, do you believe that they're intentionally breaking that law, or do you think it's because, which is what we've heard from DOJ, they had so much to publish, such a compressed time frame? That's the issue here.
Yeah. And so just to give you a quick heads up on my background, I was a federal enforcement attorney to start my career at the SEC. I have spent many hours doing this type of document review and management and looking things through. And at this point, I do not believe that this is just a delay in turning the documents over. The fact that so many Donald Trump-related documents have not been turned over, that his name's been repeatedly redacted, matches a lot of the reports that we heard that they were trying to cover this up. And at this point, I think, look, everybody's entitled to their day in court, whether that's Donald Trump, Elon Musk, Les Waxner, anybody else. But the fact is that everything here looks like the DOJ is, again, under the direction of Pam Bondi, the AG, willfully trying to hide a lot of what's happening right now.
Starting us off, Republican member of the House Oversight Committee, Congresswoman Ana Paulina Luna. Thank you for joining me this evening. I mean, you have heard likely the Department of Justice saying that they are looking into whether the files mentioning President Trump were improperly removed.
First off, be kind in the comments. No one over here is a loser. You don't know what people have going on. Be respectful in the comments. You want to be rude, go on your page and talk your ish.
Do you trust them to be transparent in that inquiry?
I have followed up on a number of occasions similar, and they have been very forthcoming. I've actually talked directly to Todd Blanche, and so I will personally be ensuring that that's followed through on. But I would like to also state that I think that the files that we have currently under this administration are likely not the full files. I do believe that some were destroyed previously. And I say that because in January of last year, when I was the only member of Congress that was pushing for the release of these files, we actually had a whistleblower come forward. I actually introduced legislation because of that. I even forwarded this finding to the FBI for investigation that there was destruction of evidence. And so it'll probably require a longer segment, but I will say that there have been redactions that we've come across. I've looked at the files for a number of hours. Whenever we flag those files, they are immediately then unredacted. But there has, and it does seem to be kind of an internal war going on even at the Department of Justice, where they have the order, and then you have some of the attorneys that have been in charge of the redactions. And so we're doing everything that we can to deliver on transparency. But as you can see, Epstein and his involved network is quite extensive and involves a lot of people.
Well, Congresswoman, that does not really inspire confidence if you believe files have been destroyed, that transparency is not complete, if it's not been thorough. How can the American public, who are not privy to what you say you've seen...
Yes, we're live. Yes, we're live.
How can they be confident that the Attorney General, Bondi, leading this charge, or others who are in charge of providing documents, that they really will do so in the interest of justice?
Well, I think that, for starters, you have a bipartisan oversight committee actually working to not cover up, but actually go into all of this, right? We're interviewing the Clintons tomorrow. But to be clear, I mean, the destruction of evidence occurred under previous administrations. And that in itself, if you look at the network that was involved with Jeffrey Epstein, I mean, to think that there aren't shady things happening in your government, I think would just be a lie to the American people.
Good morning. Good
The
morning.
fact is that we did have someone come forward. They did say that there was destruction of evidence under the former deputy director of the FBI. And even if you're looking at the original plea deals that Jeffrey Epstein was given, you know, when he was first charged, and then also more recently when he then committed suicide in New York, he should have never gotten off. He should have never had his sentences dropped down to the way that he did. And there are marks of intelligence surrounding this as well, whether it was foreign or, you know, our own. But I don't think that we're ever going to get the full picture. And so I think that when you're talking about this story as a whole, these things, we try to be transparent, and I'm telling the American people directly on my social media is what I'm finding out as we learn them. But I think the Jeffrey Epstein case in itself will kind of go down in history as one of those things that we might not fully ever get the answers on.
Like the video. And if he was able to sometimes come and go as he wanted, why would he do that there? Has anyone ever asked that? If it even happened. There's so many different stories about Epstein.
MS Now reporting on FBI Director KASH Patel and a whistleblower's allegations about how he's using FBI planes. Joining us, MS Now senior investigative reporter Carol Lennox. So, Carol, what do you got?
A whistleblower has reported to the Senate Judiciary Committee Democratic ranking member Dick Durbin that FBI Director KASH Patel's use of his jet, the government jet, the FBI jet, has harmed actual investigations. Katie, I want to separate one thing, which is to say one of the allegations here is something that we at MS Now, my colleague Ken Delaney and I, have been reporting on for a while, working on this behind the scenes, and then the whistleblower comes forward to Congress and basically affirms a lot of our reporting, although there are new details here. The whistleblower says that in December of 2025, when there was a mass shooting at Brown University, KASH Patel was on his FBI director jet in Florida, we are told, and that there was only one other available jet. But Patel had ordered it to be put on standby for another team. And that meant that during this mass shooting, an evidence review team based in the Washington, Virginia area that would normally immediately respond to a major crisis, a major crime scene like this, was delayed. They could not use the plane. And instead, they drove through the night of the 13th and the early morning of the 14th to get to Providence, Rhode Island from Virginia. They happened to also drive through a snowstorm to get there, but they were significantly delayed, according to this whistleblower's account. And by the way, also according to multiple sources that spoke to Ken and to me.
Allegedly. Wasn't there a slight delay also in regards to what happened to Kirk? That he was seeking a jacket, but then he didn't want the female jacket. He wanted the male jacket. It had to have certain badges on the jacket. So if this is true, this is almost the second delay.
You guys have also been reporting on
allegedly
the various trips that he's taken. There's the Olympics just the other day where he was seen shotgunning a beer with the U.S. men's hockey team. But there's also been a number of trips to Nashville to see his girlfriend and the like. How has this agency responded to that? Especially, as you very well know, Carol, KASH Patel himself was critical of Christopher Wray for using an FBI jet when he was FBI director.
Yes, he was.
That's right. When he was basically just a Trump ally, hoping Trump would be reelected for a second term, KASH Patel gave an interview in which he said they should ground Chris Wray's director jet and said that it cost $15,000 every time it took off, which is not far off, actually, in dollar amount. The rules require the FBI director to travel on this jet so that in a time of crisis, he can quickly be returned to secure communications or to Washington to manage said crisis. The issue inside, and this goes to your first question, Katie, the issue is that inside the FBI, agents and operatives are growing increasingly frustrated and frankly disdainful of how the director is choosing to use the jet. Whether it's for personal or for business reasons, his choices of where to fly, when, is having an impact in their view on the actual mission.
And the delays. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. There's about 174 in the building. Please hit subscribe. We're about 3,000 to 4,000 away from hitting 50K.
Senator Dick Durbin has released a letter, which we obtained a copy of today, in which he's asking the Inspector General for the Department of Justice and the Government Accountability Office to begin to investigate his use of the jet in ways that Durbin says are harming actual criminal investigations.
All right, Carol Lennox, thank you very much.
And when did they get there in regards to the Nancy situation? I'm not certain. Nancy Guthrie, Savannah Guthrie's mother. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
In the classified documents case, this is involving records Donald Trump kept at his club at Mar-a-Lago. Now, that is according to 3 people familiar with the matter. An FBI spokesperson did not immediately respond to a request for comment on the terminations. Well, MS Now senior investigative correspondent Carol Linnick, who just broke that story, joins us. Also with us is Christina Greer, associate professor of political science at Fordham University. She's the author of How to Build a Democracy, from Fannie Lou Hamer and Barbara Jordan to Stacey Abrams.
Carol, please talk us through your reporting and which questions still remain. Well, you know, Alicia, I thought we were done with FBI agents being fired en masse, but tonight we got a tip that, and it wasn't that hard to confirm, that multiple agents and some support staff, at least 7 agents, were fired in relationship to their role in the Mar-a-Lago, what's known as the Mar-a-Lago documents case. You'll remember the FBI opened an investigation after determining there was probable cause to believe that Donald Trump had top secret classified records at his club when he was no longer president, after he had left office in January of 2021. These individuals were fired, we are told by sources, were fired because they played some role in seeking investigative materials and specifically phone records, metadata about the phone calls of KASH Patel, who is now the FBI director, and Susie Wiles, who is now the chief of staff for the White House. The choice of these firings now is interesting because the FBI director fired, or his predecessor fired, many FBI agents immediately after Donald Trump's inauguration. So the question arises, why now are these individuals considered suspect or unprofessional or violating their oath of office?
How does this play out then? I mean, what is it, because there's some concern about looking at the metadata related to Susie Wiles and KASH Patel at that time? Help us understand what the thing is that relates to the firing of these individuals.
Great question, Michael. And you know, I know a thing or two about how KASH Patel and Susie Wiles were both being examined in this investigation back in the day when it started in February of 2022. The documents case took a lot of twists and turns during the Biden administration, but one of the things that the FBI was looking into was that KASH Patel made the claim famously in the summer, I believe it was May of 2022, that he had personally seen Donald Trump, when he was president, declassify a whole host of records. And the FBI was trying to figure out, was that a bogus claim, or was there any veracity to it? With regard to Susie Wiles, she was very prominently the head of Donald Trump's Political Action Committee when he was considering running for office again. And there was a tip the FBI was hunting down at the time of this classified documents probe, when Trump was out of office and Biden was in office. The tip was that Donald Trump had been on a private plane with Susie Wiles and had shown her a classified document, which would be illegal to both have a highly classified document and show it to someone who did not have clearance to review it. So these are 2 potential reasons. We don't know yet, Michael. All we know is that these people have been fired. And one more detail, they were fired the same day or within 24 hours of a story breaking that revealed that Patel and Wiles' phone records had been obtained. Just the metadata of who they called, when they called them, nothing about the content.
KASH Patel is obviously out right now, folks. He has a statement to Reuters noting, "It is outrageous and deeply alarming that the previous FBI leadership secretly subpoenaed my own phone records, along with those of now White House Chief of Staff Susie Wiles, using flimsy pretexts and burying the entire process in prohibited case files designed to evade all oversight." That is how Director Patel is responding to this news. We will say on it. Look, there's something that Carol said, Christina, about the fact that KASH Patel, years ago at this point, said that he saw Donald Trump declassify these files. I used to work at the White House. You don't see the president declassify something. There's a process that it goes through. That being said, I do think there's something about the fact that there seems to be, if you're just a regular person sitting at home, turning on the TV, like, well, what did KASH Patel do now? It seems that there's so much chaos, so many things happening, yet no accountability in any way, shape, or form. KASH Patel's name is in the news a lot. Yet we haven't heard from KASH Patel. He wasn't at the State of the Union last night. He's putting out statements to Reuters, and I believe has been on some conservative media, but he has yet to come before the American people, before Congress, and answer questions. I'm sure Carol Linnick has a call in and has yet to hear from him.
Well, first things first, fantastic reporting by Carol again. The way I see this as a political scientist and also as an American is that this is just part of the larger distraction tactic. When we're thinking about this mass firing in the U.S., why today, right? What we're not talking about is KASH Patel chugging a beer overseas on our dime. What we're not talking about is the Epstein debacle and missing files from supposed declassified files for Donald Trump, right? People who have said that they knew him and saw him and all this. And I will note, Reuters even said they couldn't independently verify Kash Patel's claims that he gave to them in their statement. Exactly. So all of the facts that we should be discussing, we're not talking about a disastrous State of the Union where the president just sort of skips over the fact that many Americans don't see cheaper prices for gas, for eggs, for home buying. How he said that we should pay more for your house, right? We're not talking about a State of the Union where it's the longest in history and he's rabbled and unhinged. And,
hey guys, am I free to go?
Absolutely disrespectful to a whole entire political party. What we are talking about is this sort of shocker of a mass firing. So it's this constant distraction with this administration that we've seen for the past year, where whenever we should be dissecting something that is in the moment, is incredibly important, they throw something else there. So now we can't talk about last night, which was incredibly important for the future of our democracy, where it's like, oh, I'll make a deal with Iran. Really? I think that we should actually spend more than 6 minutes talking about winning in hockey and maybe what this means for us internationally and domestically, fiscally, and also for our personal safety. But no, we can't even discuss that because now we have these mass firings that are coming on the heels of something that happened years ago that in of itself is incredibly important to discuss. So the exhaustion of it all, as Alicia sort of has laid out, is that the point of this administration is to keep us on our back heels constantly, so we can't see what is in front of us. And I think a lot of people want a little more clarity on these Epstein files. I think a lot of people want a little more clarity on what the future of our nation looks like financially. I think a lot of people want a little more clarity about what the president did, not just during his first term, but in those 4 years when he was not in office. I think a lot of people want a little more clarity about these false claims that he made all last night about election security, about how well we're doing as an economy. The list goes on and on. And now we have to talk about 7 people and their staff being fired.
Unfortunately for the president, we have walked and chewed gum at the same time. We're doing it all.
And that's why, Carol, I want you to just level set for us and remind us what things look like in normal times. Let's say there was a political vendetta inside a Department of Justice. These agents just get assigned to cases. Like these, of all the folks to hold responsible, holding the agents responsible, it doesn't even really make sense.
Together, come back.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Thanks for being here. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on your notification. Press 1 if you're new and where you're watching from. Press 2 if you've been here before, where you're watching from.
Based on reporting experience about the FBI and the Department of Justice, and specifically about this investigation that's allegedly at the core of why these individuals were fired, it didn't make sense when a host of DOJ employees who oversaw and were the premier experts on counterterrorism were fired, other than they played a role in investigations of Donald Trump, either on election interference or the classified documents case. And you're so right about FBI agents specifically, because they are assigned by their supervisors to take these cases. It's not like they're jumping up and down and saying what they want to do and what they want to investigate. On top of that, toll records are really the most basic kind of record that the FBI obtains on the regular in any investigation to basically determine who was calling who are they in contact with, who's their circle. If you're looking into someone who puts up their hand and says, I saw the president declassify all these records, this investigation is a waste of time. Or if you have a lead that a top political ally of the president's saw classified records and was shown them by a former president. I'm going to underline one thing Christina said, if I may. I really appreciated what she said about the reporting, but also about keeping us on our back heels. I'm a reporter. I just try to get the facts, but the facts here are a little odd. The timing of this firing comes after Kash Patel, we are told, was in a little bit of hot water with the White House. Because while Donald Trump doesn't really have any big concern about Patel maybe flying around on the jet 1 or 2 more times than he maybe can arguably say was a business trip, he does not like drunkenness and heavy-duty drinking, and that's an allergic reaction that he has to that. We heard from the administration that Patel was in a bit of trouble. So it's really interesting that now the White House Chief of Staff, who makes all the decisions about personnel, ultimately, she's the final word. It's now interesting to see people fired in her name in defense of her, allegedly.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Thanks for being here. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Please don't forget to hit the subscribe button and turn on your notification. What do you think is really going on?
I don't know what exactly the the director did. I would. If he spent $100,000 in taxpayer money to fly to celebrate our big win, then that's wrong. He says he didn't do that. I take him at his word. I assume further inquiries will be made. Looking back, though, I mean, the director's not the only one who's done something intentionally dumb.
Sorry about the noise. I'll go to the next clip. Sorry about the noise. There was people behind him. Like the videos, you guys come in. Like the videos, you guys come in.
Here with me now is Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. Thank you so much for joining me this morning. I want to start with the Epstein files. Elon Musk, who is mentioned in some of these files, wrote, quote,
"Don't forget, double tap the screen to hit the like button. If you're looking for the like button, you can't find it. You can also hit the exit, and then you'll find it below the video. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. It's free. Thanks for tuning in. Let's continue. Fair use."
What matters is not the release of some subset of Epstein files, but rather the prosecution of those who committed heinous crimes with Epstein.
Well, look, I can't talk about any investigations, but I will say the following, which is that in July, the Department of Justice said that we had reviewed the files, the quote, Epstein files, and there was nothing in there that allowed us to prosecute anybody. We then released over 3.5 million pieces of paper, which the entire world can look at now. And so it's not performative, and I respectfully disagree with that statement. We were ordered to do so by Congress and then by the President of the United States, and that's what we did. And let me, I said it on Friday, this Justice Department, the FBI, DHS, we have gone after more.
So I want to share this wild moment that everyone's buzzing about involving Kash Patel. Picture this scene in a courtroom where you can almost see a person's entire defense strategy just crumble right before your eyes. Prosecutors were laying out documents, immunity testimonies, and even internal FBI records, spreading it all out in front of Patel while he sat there trying to figure out how to respond. And here's...
So that's what the look is for. They gave him documents. He didn't know how to respond. He's panicking. Look at his face. Look at his face. He's looking at them like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's the kicker. This isn't just some random guy with a small role. This is Kash Patel, someone who's been at the heart of major controversies for Trump over the years and is now running the FBI in Trump's second term. He found himself face to face with his own words, his own testimony, and his own paper trail. There was literally nowhere for him to escape, because once you have immunity and are testifying under oath, everything you say gets turned into evidence. And now those words are coming back to bite him in the most public and embarrassing way imaginable. Now, shifting gears a bit.
Sex traffickers, more child pornographers, more men who have done harm to children and young women than any administration in history. And so we need to separate those two ideas, the fact that there's the Epstein files and whether there's anybody there that we can go after, and the work that we are doing every day, which is extraordinary, and we will continue to do that.
Among these new files is a list compiled by the FBI just in August of numerous salacious and, to be really clear, unverified allegations about President Trump. Why did the FBI create this list last year, and have all of these claims been investigated by the DOJ?
Now let's dive into Kash Patel's story. Back in 2022, during all the drama surrounding the classified documents investigation, prosecutors brought Patel in front of a federal grand jury. They were really keen to find out what he knew about Trump taking boxes of classified material to Mar-a-Lago. They were curious about Trump's assertion that he declassified everything. They wanted to know everything Patel saw, heard, and what Trump had directed him to do. But Patel, well, he kept saying the Fifth Amendment again and again. He wouldn't answer any of their questions and insisted that sharing what he knew could potentially incriminate him. That's pretty telling, right? Because if you're innocent, you wouldn't be all that concerned about incriminating yourself. It seemed like Patel was in a tough position.
Or look so panicked. He's panicking.
If he told the truth, it might point fingers at Trump, but lying could land him in serious trouble for perjury. So he opted for silence. But the prosecutors weren't about to just let him brush.
Nobody's making his eyes. They're making his eyes do that from the documents he's reading. This video has been trending for the last few days, if not the last week.
it off like that. They took a more dramatic route and went to a federal judge, U.S. District Judge Bar.
He's looking at documents. I think he's shocked about what they have in front of him, and he's trying to figure out how he's going to respond.
Howell asking for something significant, immunity for Patel. And you know what? Immunity is a pretty serious deal, because once you've got that, you can't keep hiding behind the fifth. Your answers can't be used against you in a criminal case, which means you have to be honest. If you don't, and you lie while under immunity, that's a whole new level of trouble. So Judge Howell granted Patel the immunity, and just like that, he was cornered and could no longer avoid.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Please hit the subscribe button. If all 260 hit the subscribe button, we'll meet our quota for today. Please hit subscribe and also turn on your notification. If all 260 subscribe, we'll meet our quota for today. Thanks for being here, everyone. Good morning.
Answering the tough questions. KASH Patel found himself in quite the predicament. He had to give testimony, answering every question laid out by the prosecutors, and now his statements are part of the official record regarding the classified documents case. Everything he said about Donald Trump, the documents, and the happenings at Mar-a-Lago is all there, serving as solid evidence. It's like a bomb went off in his face, because remember, he was the FBI director during Trump's administration, the one who's supposed to investigate crimes and uphold the law. But here's the kicker. He was forced to testify under immunity because he was worried about self-incrimination, all while being involved in a case that touches on his boss. Now, prosecutors and lawmakers are diving deep into that testimony, pulling out transcripts and literally reading his own words back to him. They're challenging him on inconsistencies between what he said back then and what he's claiming now. In some of those intense hearings, you could actually see him freeze up, a clear moment of realization hitting him. He's been cornered. His own words are being used against him, pointing to potential lies, cover-ups.
And then I don't often see guys act like they got hair behind their ear. Why is he act like he got hair like a girl? Why is he moving the hair like he got hair behind his ear or something? What is that? Watch him take his glasses off. And he moves his hand like he got hair behind his ear. So nervous, and pulling on the earlobe.
Or contradictions. And it's not only about those classified documents anymore. Now they're delving into Epstein files, raising questions about what the FBI might be hiding.
Exactly.
There are internal logs and sealed case files that are missing, and the lawmakers are relentless. One senator even led him through 17 mysteriously erased or sealed FBI files, showing him access logs that traced right back to his office, and basically asked him, where's the evidence? What happened to these files? And Patel just sat there totally stunned, because what could he say? That he doesn't know what happened to files that were accessed from...
First off, be kind in the comments. Who is stop hating? What? Be kind in the comments. Go to your page and be rude. Be kind in the comments.
His own office. That's either gross incompetence or a cover-up, neither of which is good news for him. It's wild to watch how this unfolds. KASH Patel, who was one of Trump's staunchest allies, is really being hit from all sides. His own testimony is biting back. His control over the FBI is under scrutiny, and his credibility has taken a nosedive. There's no way out of this mess. The reality is, when you're forced to testify under immunity, you have to tell the truth. And if that truth doesn't match what you're saying now, well, then you're in a serious jam. KASH Patel is really in a tight spot right now. He's facing a serious situation where he can't deny his past statements because the transcripts are there, clear as day. It's almost like being caught in a web of your own words. He can't claim that he doesn't remember what he said, nor can he say he was misunderstood. His testimony is straightforward.
Right.
Attacking the prosecutors or lawmakers isn't an option either, since they're simply quoting him back to himself. This whole mess shows how loyalty to Trump can clash with the demands of the law. When you try to shield someone, the courts often end up pushing you to reveal the truth, which can be wildly ironic when your own words turn into evidence that undermines your credibility. And here's KASH Patel experiencing all of this live, right before Congress, the media, and honestly, the whole country. It's tough to watch unfold. Now let's break down what led to this immunity testimony and why it's such a crucial issue. To really grasp why Patel's feeling the heat now, we have to rewind to 2022 when the FBI raided Mar-a-Lago in August.
Right now we're listening to Signal feed. Never seen or heard this before, but this is where we're getting this content from. Don't forget, hit the subscribe button, you guys. We're almost at our quota for today. I need all 217 to subscribe. We're about 3,000 to 4,000 away from hitting 50K. Thanks for being here. Continue to get the likes up, everybody. The likes should match the views. We should already be over 100 likes. Let's get the likes up so we can continue. 100 people, double tap that screen. If you're watching from a phone, press 1. If you're watching from a phone, press 1. If you're watching from a tablet, press 1. All you have to do is hit the thumbs up. Double tap the screen. Thank you. Thanks for being here. Leslie. Oh, one of my favorite friends were named Leslie. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thanks for being here. Let's get the likes up. Let's continue.
They found tons of classified documents, boxes and boxes of sensitive national security materials that Trump had taken from the White House and stashed away at his home. Naturally, prosecutors started digging into how those documents...
Yeah, double tap that screen to get the likes up, everyone. YouTube makes it so easy. Double tap the screen, but if you see an exit, the like button is on the other side of the page. So double tap the screen. If you can't double tap the screen, hit the exit. It won't exit you out the video. You'll see that the next page has the thumbs up. Thanks for being here.
Up there. They had questions about who was in the loop, who helped move them, and who was trying to hide them from investigators. KASH Patel's name popped up repeatedly because he was one of Trump's top aides on national security matters, with access to classified info and involvement in discussions about what Trump could and couldn't take when he left office. Plus, he publicly stated that Trump had declassified a bunch of materials before leaving office. So, the prosecutors wanted to hear from Patel to find out if Trump really had gone through the declassification process or if Patel was just covering for him. They needed to know what he observed and heard during those last days of the administration, and they were looking for any documentation, memos, paper trails, anything that would substantiate Trump's claims of having declassified those documents. However, when they brought Patel in front of the grand jury, he clammed up and kept taking the Fifth Amendment, refusing to answer question after question. So KASH Patel decided to invoke his right against self-incrimination, which pretty much signaled to the prosecutors that he was in hot water. I mean, when someone takes the Fifth, it usually means they're worried about what they might say.
Facts.
Innocent folks don't typically shy away from answering questions, right? He must have been sweating bullets, thinking his testimony could either throw Trump under the bus.
Yeah, he looks like he's sweating bullets right now. Like the video, like the video. Fair use reaction clip.
Implicate himself, or maybe both. For a moment, it seemed like he might just skate by, with the prosecutors potentially moving on to other witnesses since he wasn't budging. But then the Department of Justice stepped in with a game-changing move. They went to Judge...
Yes, you said it best. A deer in headlights. A deer in headlights. You see how... Let me go back. It's interesting how when he first realized, look how he looks up. Like, oh my goodness. Look how he looks up. That's nerves.
Barl Howell requesting an immunity order. Now that's what I call a bold strategy. Immunity
and a deep
is
breath.
Like the prosecutor's secret weapon. It means they're willing to give up their chance to prosecute you if you spill the beans. Essentially, it shows they're more interested in the truth than throwing you in jail, which says a lot about how crucial they think your testimony is to their case against someone else. In this instance, Trump. Okay, so Judge Howell granted that immunity.
He is nervous. Nervous. Well, you know what I realized too? This administration, whatever they're tied to, could affect them for years. I'm sure these people who are a part of this administration probably wish they would not be a part of this administration. You got to remember the other FBI agent, he left, what, a month ago, 2 months ago? He's now back on YouTube doing a podcast. Well, he's either doing his podcast or he's on YouTube. He left. He couldn't take the heat. Now he's sitting there talking about Candace Owen, the other FBI agent that left.
just like that, Patel's Fifth Amendment rights faded away. He could no longer refuse to answer questions because his testimony couldn't be used.
Ain't nobody desperate. It's okay for us to want to meet quotas for today. I'm doing my part. Everyone could do their part as well. Thanks for being here, though. If you don't like how I handle things, go do ish on your page. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Good morning, everyone.
Against him in a criminal case. If he did refuse to answer, he could face contempt of court and lying under oath would be perjury charges. Poor Patel found himself completely cornered with no other option but to testify.
Cornered.
Now, here comes the kicker. We don't have the inside scoop on exactly what he said during that grand jury testimony, since it's all sealed up nice and tight. But from what has trickled out in reports and court filings, we know he faced questions about Trump's claims on declassification, went down with the documents at Mar-a-Lago, and chats he had with Trump regarding classification and presidential records. Whatever he relayed became integral to the evidence in the classified documents case against Trump. His testimony was a significant building block for the prosecution, shedding light on Trump's mindset. Whether he knowingly kept classified info or genuinely thought he had declassified it. So that immunity deal turned Patel's scattered testimony into a vital piece of the whole puzzle. The situation for KASH Patel is really heating up now that he's found himself in the hot seat as the FBI director. He's currently testifying in front of Congress, facing all kinds of tough questions about sensitive subjects like the Epstein files and how the FBI has been operating under his watch. Lawmakers are digging into his previous testimony, comparing what he said back then to his current claims, and they're ready to pounce on any inconsistencies. One of the most talked about moments from these hearings involved a senator going through some internal FBI records with Patel, including case files that should have been sealed or deleted. They talked about access logs, which indicate who viewed those files and when, and wouldn't you know it, those logs lead straight to Patel's own office. So there he is, sitting in front of Congress, faced with the senator's questions. What's the deal with these files? Where's the evidence? Why were these cases sealed? And from what I've heard, Patel was left speechless, unable to give any answers about where those files went or why they were sealed, especially since they traced back to him. That's a pretty tough spot for him. If he truly doesn't know what's going on in his own agency, it raises major questions about his competence. On the flip side, if he does know and is trying to cover something up, it paints a picture of corruption. Either way, it doesn't look good. It's feeding into this broader narrative that he's using his role to protect Trump and hide evidence, which can be quite damaging. Now, whether that narrative is fair or accurate is up for debate, but the optics are undoubtedly awful. In the realm of politics, especially for someone at the helm of the nation's top law enforcement agency, how things look matters. The FBI director should ideally be beyond the political fray, independent and committed to following the evidence wherever it may lead. Yet Patel's loyalty to Trump has muddied the waters, leading many to question his ability to run the FBI impartially. And let's not forget about the Epstein case. Patel has faced extensive questioning about what the FBI knows regarding Jeffrey Epstein's operations and those involved. Lawmakers are pushing for clarity on why certain files remain sealed, why some investigations have been closed, and why the public hasn't been given more information about one of the largest sex trafficking scandals in American history. It's a tense situation, and there's clearly a lot of pressure on him to provide answers.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Don't forget, please hit the subscribe button. We're almost there for the quota for today. There's 186 in the building. Please hit subscribe. Help us hit 50K by next month. Let's continue. Hold on.
Pretty elusive in his responses recently. Why the public hasn't been given more information about one of the largest sex trafficking scandals in American history. It's a tense situation, and there's clearly a lot of pressure on him to provide answers. KASH Patel has been pretty elusive in his responses recently, often talking about ongoing investigations, the need to protect certain sources and methods, and legal restrictions on what he can reveal. Yet, lawmakers aren't taking it at face value. They suspect he's hiding something important. There's a belief among them that the FBI under his watch could be shielding some big players linked to Epstein. They're picking this up with internal documents. access logs and sealed case statistics, essentially showing Patel evidence of crucial files being buried. When they ask him to explain, he either can't or won't. This definitely puts him in a tough spot. His immunity testimony related to classified documents made it clear that he needed some pressure to tell the truth, and now his vague replies during congressional hearings are just reinforcing the idea that he's still trying to protect Trump and dodge accountability. Lawmakers and prosecutors are pulling out his own statements and the paper trail he left behind to corner him. They confront him with undeniable evidence, records he can't just wave away, and contradictions he can't smooth over. In those moments, it's almost palpable. He seems to freeze, the panic evident in his eyes as he realizes his carefully crafted narrative is crumbling since the hard evidence doesn't line up. This whole situation really shows the power of immunity testimony. When you testify under oath with immunity, every word can be turned against you later on, especially in the court of public opinion or congressional hearings, even if you're protected from it in a criminal trial. Your own words can undermine your credibility, and that's exactly what is unfolding.
Old clip, new clip, it's a clip. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
For Patel. His previous testimony pinpoints what he knew and when he knew it. Now, whenever he claims to not remember something or insists he doesn't know, lawmakers can simply pull out the transcripts where he seemed to remember just fine when he was under oath facing perjury charges. They can put him in a bind, questioning whether he's lying now or if he was lying back then. It's a wicked trap, and Patel walked right into it, thinking he could protect Trump by staying silent. That approach just fueled prosecutors' resolve to get to the truth from him. KASH Patel is really feeling the heat right now, and it's all tied to some choices he made a while back. When he decided to put his loyalty to Trump ahead of being open with investigators, he probably didn't expect it would lead to such a public spectacle. Now, in congressional hearings and viral clips, he's sitting there silent and uncomfortable as senators throw documents at him that he just can't explain. It's one thing to try to stand by a former president while also positioning yourself as a solid law enforcement officer, but eventually those contradictions catch up with you. What's interesting here is how the entire situation stemmed from his testimony under immunity. A lot of folks think that when you get immunity, you're in the clear. Sure, you can't be prosecuted for what you say, which seems like a deal, right? But here's the kicker. Your testimony doesn't just vanish. It gets officially documented, transcribed, and stored away, ready to be pulled out in various scenarios, whether it's congressional hearings, civil lawsuits, impeachment discussions, or even media investigations. Essentially, those words stick around for life. And if you ever say something different from what you testified about under immunity, it's game over for your credibility. You're either committing perjury or you're now lying. Either way, it's bad news. That's exactly what's happening with KASH.
Yep.
He talked about classified documents under immunity. And now, as FBI director, he finds himself facing questions about all those same issues. Document handling, Trump's declassification claims, you name it. It's honestly hard to believe he said that out loud. KASH Patel is really in a tough spot, and honestly, he dug this hole for himself.
Yep.
All his current answers he testified under immunity years ago, and that's a pretty risky game. Whenever there's a mismatch, because let's be real, human memory isn't perfect, and everyone's story tends to shift over time. It can make it look like he's lying, so he finds himself trapped by his own words. If there's any gap between his past statements and what he says now, accusations of perjury or cover-ups can pop up, and that's just a nightmare scenario. Immunity deals can seem like a safety net, but they can turn into your worst enemy. Sure, you might dodge criminal charges for a bit, but it leaves a permanent record that can be used against you forever, which really complicates things. So I can't help but wonder where this is all headed for him. One path could be resignation. He might see the writing on the wall and realize he's too much of a liability. Stepping down as FBI director could be a smart move, allowing him to slip back into being a MAGA media personality or a Trump advisor. But knowing Patel's dedication, that's probably not likely. He's all in on Trump and isn't the type to walk away easily. Another thought is impeachment or removal. If Republicans lose the House or enough of them decide to turn on him, Congress might just kick him out. It wouldn't be pretty, especially if more evidence surfaces showing he was covering things up or lying to.
Please hit the subscribe button. If you already hit subscribe, thank you. If you already hit the like, thank you. We have 197 in the building. Please hit subscribe. We're about 3,000 to 4,000 away from hitting 50K. Please hit subscribe. If all 186 subscribe, we'll meet the quota for today. Thanks for being here. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Your thoughts on KASH Patel?
Congress. Then again, he could also just ride this out. He might weather the storm, the hearings could wrap up, and the media will likely chase the next big story, leaving Patel battered but still in his position. After all, Trump's team has a way of outlasting their controversies. But one thing's for sure, his credibility, that's shot. The damage is already done, and he'll forever be known as the FBI director who needed immunity to testify, couldn't account for missing FBI files, and literally froze.
And with all this press that he's getting, do you think his girlfriend's going to stay with him or leave him soon?
When faced with his own documents. That's his legacy now. Even if he ends up being cleared of all accusations, the damage to his reputation has already set in. In politics, how people perceive you is often all that matters, and Patel serves as a cautionary tale, showing what can happen to those close to Trump when the heat is on. It's a tough situation when you choose loyalty over integrity, especially when that loyalty means protecting someone else instead of looking out for yourself. That's exactly where KASH Patel finds himself now. He traded away his credibility to shield Trump, and now he's facing the backlash while Trump stays silent. It's a risky game, one that has always seemed like a bad idea, yet people still take that leap, thinking they'll be the exception. They hold on to the hope that their loyalty will be rewarded, that Trump will have their back when things get rough. But history shows he rarely does. Right now, Patel is experiencing the consequences in a very public way. Right in front of Congress and all the cameras, he's learning just how harsh the truth can be. His own testimony, meant to protect him, is being used against him, turning into something of a weapon. The words he chose to speak are now throwing his credibility out the window, and his own records are proving he's not to be trusted. Once you testify under oath, that record sticks with you forever, and it'll come back to haunt you every time you try to spin a different tale.
Facts.
So there he is, KASH Patel caught in a hearing room, frozen as prosecutors confront him with his own statements. It's not just high drama, it's a real sense of justice and accountability. This is the outcome when you cover for someone and the truth finally catches up. It's somewhat satisfying to witness for the first time being loyal to Trump isn't enough to shield someone. The evidence is just too compelling, and the contradictions are glaring. Meanwhile, the eyes of the public are upon him. This story is definitely not done yet, and Patel's challenges are far from over.
Like the video. Fair use reaction clip. There's about 241 in the building. Please hit the subscribe button. Thanks for being here, everyone. Are you guys surprised at what's happening to KASH? Let me know in the comments. Are you surprised at what's happening to KASH? Like the video as you guys come in. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Very, very interesting, KASH. Have you gotten yourself into a pickle? Like the video. Fair use reaction clip. Hold on.
Overdoses. One person has been shot to death in this country and 3 people have been raped. The resources of the FBI will go to that mission set and that mission set alone because America deserves a better brand of justice, and I'm going to give it to them.
Fantastic. That is a lot of violence for a short period of time. A rape, shooting, members of the Trump administration. So think about it, extrapolated over a full year. Anyway, that's KASH Patel talking about how this is serious business. We need to take it seriously. Our time, our resources, it's life and death here. But that was all the way back in 2025. Now he wants to have fun, and he wants to drink a beer and be with celebrities. And so KASH Patel's partying at the Olympics. We'll get to that in just a sec. But first, when it was found out that he was going to be traveling to Italy when he barely makes time to do his work here in the United States, people thought that was a little bit weird. They wrote articles about it. And there was a response by Ben Williamson who said, this article is designed to mislead. CBS is just looking at public flight tracking, guessing, and then filling space with old info and quotes from Democrats, basically saying that he's going to use an FBI jet to go to the Olympic men's hockey games, which he did. Anyway, it's not a personal trip. Dr. Patel's on a trip that was planned months ago. He's going to do partner meetings with blah, 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 meeting with Ambassador Fertitta for blah, 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 and then also meetings with blah, blah, blah. It's super serious, everybody. So let's do a live shot of the important work that he's doing that we're paying for.
Like the video. That's a picture of him partying with the Olympic team. Like the video. Everyone saw it. I already posted about it. Him in a shirt, white shirt, jumping up and down.
Yeah, so right there you're seeing KASH Patel both not working and also not at all being as cool as I'm sure in his mind he thinks that he is. Look, it is, I guess he really likes hockey, I suppose. I remember from last year, he had us pay to use a jet to fly.
Good morning, good morning. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being here. Fair use reaction clip. Yeah, you really can't see the picture that good. Hold on one second. Like the video, like the video. Fair use reaction clip.
This article is designed to mislead. CBS is just looking at public flight tracking, guessing, and then filling space with old info and quotes from Democrats, basically saying that he's going to use an FBI jet to go to the Olympic men's hockey games, which he did. Anyway, it's not a personal trip. Dr. Patel's on a trip that was planned months ago. He's going to do partner meetings with blah, 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 meeting with Ambassador Fertitta for blah, 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 and then also meetings with blah, blah, blah. It's super serious, everybody. So let's do a live shot of the important work that he's doing that we're paying for.
Hold on. Okay. So this is him partying up with the U.S. team. Because some people might not have saw it. So I'm here to show you what he was doing.
Yeah, so right there you're seeing KASH Patel both not working and also not at all being as cool as I'm sure in his mind he thinks that he is. Look, it is, I guess he really likes hockey, I suppose. I remember from last year, he had us pay to use a jet to fly his girlfriend / possible Israeli spy to a hockey game so they could go on a date night or whatever. Now we're paying to send him internationally to watch actual men play sports, and for some reason, that's supposed to be cool, I guess. And look, he's a member of the Trump. It's not like he's going to like own up to this or whatever. Instead, he's going to posture, try to be cool and trollish about it. He said, for the very concerned media, yes, I love America, and was extremely humbled when my friends, the newly minted gold medal winners on Team USA, invited me in the locker room to celebrate this historic moment with the boys, because he's cool. So they're the boys. Did you know that? Because he's cool. Greatest country on earth and greatest sport on earth. Disagree about both of those things. No offense to hockey, some offense to the United States. But anyway, yeah, he was invited. Look, maybe it's possible there were some super conservative like people on the team or whatever, and he wants to support them because I guess they haven't said anything publicly that's critical of the United States. That would then they'd be dead to him at that point. But yeah, no, he needed to go for meeting with people that he totally knows the names of and super important work about the Olympics and everything. / he wanted to be there to party with them, and we need to pay for it. And I will just remind everyone that he has frequently criticized the use of resources back when he was a podcaster before he was in a position of authority. Now it's just private jet flights literally everywhere. And JR, I will point out, it's not just him wasting money frivolously. In addition to the many ways that Noam has wasted money on her own makeup and clothing, she also apparently was aggrieved at the suits Secret Service were wearing, so she wants us to pay for them to get all new tailored suits so that they can look cooler as they take her around for her little cosplay sessions. It is just money all over the place in this Trump administration, and we're paying for all of it. What do you think, JR?
Well, no wonder Donald Trump keeps saying that we've never been in a better place. America is thriving because the people he's surrounding himself with are the people he's empowered to abuse their power and steal more of our money and use it for their fun. They're having fun. They're spending like crazy. And man, Kristi Noem, does she not want you to have one little stitch out of place on her watch? It's how these folks all operate. But KASH Patel, apparently, he's now on board for all this. I was thinking, at first when I saw that video, I said, one of the players or some staff member snuck this video of KASH who didn't want it released about how he's partying back here and spending all this more money that he always vowed he was never going to do. But now that he is, I mean, maybe he's been exposed. This guy put his face in front of the camera to talk more and throw signs about how dope he is. These are the most pathetic group of people who never had friends, and now they have to purchase their way into some kind of friends, except they don't use their money for purchasing their way into getting around the boys. Todd Blanche also talked about partying with the boys, except one of those boys that he said it's not illegal to party with was, Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe they all have this in common. Partying with the boys, who cares how it's done, who cares how illegal it is, who cares how much you've abused your power to do so. It's not illegal for rich elites in this bubble of a swamp that Donald Trump said he's going to dismantle to, party with the boys. That's how this guy runs his life.
Yeah. By the way, I'm not one of those people that says athletes shouldn't talk about their politics or whatever, including if they don't agree with me. If those I literally don't know any of the politics of those hockey players. If they like Trump or that's fine. I will just also point out that partying with KASH Patel is a terrible, cringy look. It makes you look terrible. That's all I'll say. You're allowed to do it. I'm not going to say you should shut up and puck or whatever, but it does look really bad. Anyway, let's talk about other things that look really bad. Donald Trump didn't go to the Olympics, thank God, although it would have been funny to have them all boo him there. But no, he does still want to get involved in the fun, and as always, that involves making a video of him where he looks younger and in much better shape than he's ever been, weirdly. Take a look.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. Like the video as you guys come in. Thanks for being here.
Old Patches Patel. He's in some hot water too. Man, who knew? But let's start with one of the main ass kissers, the one who likes to carry water no matter what, as long as it's an auxiliary to Donald Trump. Ted Cruz.
A lot of people care because there's a lot going on in the world, and it seems like he is so focusing on traveling, spending alleged taxpayers' money. Where's Nancy? There's so much going on in the world. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
You know, KASH Patel, back in 2023, went after Chris Wray, who was the former FBI director, and said he, quote, doesn't need a government-funded G5 to go to vacations. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. Just a thought. And so I'm...
$15,000 every time it takes off? Taxpayers' money, allegedly.
Curious what your view is of KASH Patel's use of that plane, not just to the Olympics, but around the country, because there's been a lot of questions about it.
Well, listen, I'm a big fan of KASH Patel. I think he's doing a good job. I mentioned just a minute ago, murder rates across the country have dropped 20%. Violent crime is down. Terrorists are being arrested. Gang members are being arrested. Rapists are being arrested. Child molesters are being arrested.
What was that? What did he say?
Gang members are being arrested. Rapists are being arrested.
Child molesters are being molested, he says. Bro, like, apparently he's has a one-track mind. He's so into trying to protect Donald Trump and the rest of these, child molesters. He's like, the child molesters will be molested. Like, molestation is all they can think about. So in his defense of KASH Patel and his use of the jet to spend all of our money on his vacations and his party plans, Ted Cruz apparently is a fan of old Patches. Patches in his planes. Don't forget, the question was asked, bro, what about the hypocrisy of KASH Patel previously talking about the use of FBI jets and how other folks shouldn't use them?
And I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy.
Now listen to what he said about the previous FBI and how they handled and what they did regards to the plane. He said it. Now he's doing the same thing.
I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd.
And how it's so hypocritical now, because now he's defending his, KASH Patel and his use of the jet.
No. This is what he had to say about the ex-FBI agent. Now he's doing the same thing.
To spend all of our money on his vacations and his party plans. Ted Cruz apparently is a fan of old Patches. Patches in his planes. Don't forget, the question was asked, bro, what about the hypocrisy of KASH Patel previously talking about the use of FBI jets and how other folks shouldn't use them?
And I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd.
And how it's so hypocritical now, because now he's defending.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, everyone. There's about 437 in the building. Please hit the subscribe button. We are trying to get to 50K. Please hit the subscribe. Please turn on the notification. Help us get to 50K. We're about 3,000 to 4,000 away from that goal. If all 347 hit subscribe, we'll meet our goal for today. Thanks for being here. Good morning. Good morning. Hello. Good morning, Canada.
His, overuse of...
Or is that Britain? Sorry.
These planes for vacations and stuff. Let's see if Ted Cruz can ever give an answer.
And I got to say, it's interesting. You see Democrats right now who are paying focus groups saying, how do we connect with real...
Good morning, UK. Yeah, my eyes were playing tricks on me. I didn't have my glasses on. Good morning, UK. Thanks for being here.
People, how do we not seem like a bunch of poofta elitists? And then they turn around and get really mad. I can't believe KASH Patel was drinking a beer and celebrating with the American hockey team after winning the gold. You know what? I would have loved to have been in that locker room, and I don't know a guy on planet Earth that wouldn't have been thrilled to be celebrating. I got to say, the American hockey team, that was...
Thanks for subbing. Yes, please, everyone sub. We're almost at our goal for today. All 260, please sub. Thank you. To hit subscribe is free. To like the video is free. Super chats are welcome. $2, $3, $5. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
46 years after the Miracle on Ice, that was a great victory, and I was cheering along with KASH, and it was awesome. When KASH called President Trump, put him on the cell phone, the president congratulated that team. I hope they come tonight. He invited them to come tonight. And I think, KASH, congratulations on having the chance to celebrate with you. I'm jealous and wish I was there.
All right. Anchor, after asking a very direct question about KASH Patches Patel and his hypocrisy, allowing Ted Cruz to go on that stupid tirade about how Democrats, man, they're looking for some kind of connection to the American people. When in reality, what they did is they're calling out the guy wasting their money. That is the same guy in the administration that keeps talking about waste, fraud, and abuse, except when they've got waste, fraud, and abuse all over the place, from him to Kristi Noem to the Donald Trump to all of these people who are stealing your money. they have nothing to say except, I wish I was in the locker room partying and chugging off of the American people's dollar. This is a really easy campaign slogan for anybody that's in opposition to these people who are blatantly telling you.
Good morning, Phoenix, Arizona. Good morning, Arizona. Hello, hello, hello. Press 1 if you're new, where you're watching from. Press 2 if you've been here before, where you're watching from. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here. What do you think about KASH doing what he's doing? And he about the past administration, and he said ground that plane, but he's doing the same thing.
American people, yes, yeah, we're taking your money and we don't care. If you don't like it, you're like the Democrats. What a selling job for Democrats who don't do much of anything. If you're against the waste and the spending of KASH Patel, you're just like those Dems. How dare you?
Good morning, Arizona.
Law enforcement that they keep saying that they're nailing down. Maybe you might have more of a reason than just that to be upset at KASH and his use of his planes. Did you guys hear about this?
A whistleblower has reported to the Senate Judiciary Committee Democratic ranking member Dick Durbin that Patel, FBI Director KASH Patel's use of his jet, the government jet, the FBI jet, has harmed actual investigations. The whistleblower says that in December of 2025, when there was a mass shooting at Brown University, KASH Patel was on his government FBI director jet in Florida, we are told, and that there was only one other available jet. But Patel had ordered it to be put on standby for another team. And that meant that during this mass shooting, an evidence review team based in the Washington, Virginia area that would normally immediately respond to a major crisis, a major crime scene like this, was delayed. They could not use the plane. And instead, they drove through the night of the 13th and the early morning of the 14th to get to Providence, Rhode Island from Virginia. They happened to also drive through a snowstorm to get there, but they were significantly delayed, according to this whistleblower's account.
So whistleblowers are talking about KASH Patel and how he used these planes and delayed the response to that Brown University shooting that happened last year. You know, the one that went on for multiple days and people were questioning the competency of KASH Patel and his response to this. Little did we know, a big issue was that the response team was held up and had to drive through snowstorms up to Rhode Island to try and get there a day late because KASH was off gallivanting and also had the other plane in a holding situation, just in case maybe he needed another. Maybe he was going to put his girlfriend and her friends on the other plane. Who knows? But I want you guys to remember another instance. This is a regularity for this guy. I just want to point out, it's not about chugging a beer. It's about wasting our time and our money and doing nothing in front of our faces and saying, I'm going to keep doing it. Did you guys hear about this? This is from the Senate Judiciary Democrats post. And this is from a whistleblower, again. I've learned how the director's decisions related to the DOJ or FBI-controlled aircraft have negatively impacted high-profile criminal investigations. For example, maybe for all the MAGAs, they'll understand.
Thank you. I said the same thing. Where is the hair that he keeps tucking behind his ear? What is that all about? I said the same thing 15 to 20 minutes ago. What is that?
In the immediate aftermath of the murder of Charlie Kirk, the FBI shooting reconstruction team was asked to fly to Utah to aid the investigation and process the scene. However, the team's deployment was delayed by at least a day because of a Bureau plane and pilot shortage caused by the director's personal flights. FAA rules dictate the maximum flight duty, cumulative travel, and rest periods for pilots, and the FBI team could only travel after the pilots' mandated rest periods were completed. So he's holding up planes, he's using up all the pilots so that they can't use it for a real business, which I guess is going to respond to Charlie Kirk's murder, which this guy will show up there and go, see you in Valhalla, wherever the hell he said he was going to catch up with Charlie Kirk at. But
did y'all catch that when he said that about Charlie Kirk? Let me replay that. Please hit the subscribe button, you guys. There's 620 in the building. 620 in the building. Please hit subscribe. We're almost at our quota. If all 620 subscribe, we'll meet the quota. Did y'all hear what he said in regards to Charlie Kirk? I'm going to replay it. Hold on.
All the pilots, so that they can't use it for a real business, which I guess is going to...
Oh, yeah, he read something really bad. Look at his eyes. Look at how he's looking up. That's something.
Respond to Charlie Kirk's murder, which this guy will show up there and go, see you in Valhalla, wherever the hell he said he was going to catch up with Charlie Kirk at. He didn't mention, I'll see you there late because I got all the FBI planes all tied up. Like normal people, you would think they would be in defense mode. They'd be slinking back in their chairs. They wouldn't be talking so boisterously about these illegal activities that he keeps taking part in. Instead, this is how he talks about himself.
It's ironic that they're saying, oh, you're going on vacation or you're going to see
So let's listen to what his explanation is about how he talks.
your girlfriend perform. And if I was actually abusing it, I would go see every one of her shows. I think I get to like 15%.
Boo-hoo, Patches Patel. He's complaining that he only gets to 15% of his girlfriend's shows, as he's the director of the FBI. How dare you guys? If I was really abusing this, I wouldn't be doing anything. What's the proof that you're already doing something in the first place? Because what we keep seeing is you wasting money and time. And speaking of he and his girlfriend, did you guys remember this? This is the same guy who's using up planes. He's the same guy who's using up pilots' energies. He's the same guy who then goes to...
Yeah, that ear tug is something else too. Please hit subscribe. Please hit subscribe. If you already hit subscribe, thank you. If you already hit subscribe, thank you. There's 544 in the building. Hit subscribe, you guys. Thanks for tuning in.
Katie Miller's podcast for this teaser that you'll never guess. It's about him and his girlfriend.
We are so excited to be joined by KASH and his beautiful girlfriend, Alexis. So I just want to clarify, you're not Jewish. I'm not. You are not from Israel. No. So how did we get to, are you a Mossad agent? You know, that's a great question. Where's her ring? Just to clarify, how often has he traveled to see you since January 20th? Has there been one moment where you're like, you can't make this up?
Michigan auto law.
So he had an interview with the girlfriend. Is the girlfriend going to stay or break up with him because of all the heat he's getting? Let's let the commercial go past. Fair use reaction clip. Please hit subscribe. Please hit subscribe. Get me over 100 likes. Double tap the screen to get the likes up. To hit subscribe is free. To hit the like button is free. Let's continue. Fair use.
Has there been one moment where you're like, you can't make this up?
All these elitist laughter that's happening. They have some champagne and caviar. Where they're speaking with Katie Miller.
Morning, Canada.
Gallivanting. How he only gets to go to 15% of his girlfriend's shows, and how dare you try and hold me up from these whole things? How dare you? He doesn't like being called out. He really doesn't like being called out. If I was abusing my power and stealing all your money from my...
Yeah, if he gets fired, I think she's gone too. He'll have more time to go to her shows, though.
Personal vacations to hang out with my girlfriend. I would do it 85% of the time, a lot more. But instead, he wants to save a little bit of money. Just a little bit of money for his cars.
FBI Director KASH Patel's new vehicle is raising eyebrows in Washington. We're learning Patel had the FBI purchase a high-end, specially armored BMW to drive him around, and this is according to 4 sources familiar with the matter.
What? That's the first time I'm hearing that. Did y'all hear that before? That's the first time I'm hearing that.
Now, FBI directors are traditionally driven in a Chevrolet Suburban.
It's been kind of gobsmacking for FBI officials, both former and current, as they have described to us this purchase of a small fleet of armored BMWs.
What?
You know, armored BMWs have traditionally been used in really unusual places, green zones, like actual areas where war is close by in the front line, usually internationally. There is no precedent for an FBI director to have an armored...
KASH is something else, y'all. He's spending money like crazy. Thank you for the gifted. Thank you for the gifted. That's the first time I'm hearing that. KASH is something else.
BMW, much like fleet of them.
But have you thought about Carol Leonnig? Have you thought about it? It is useful. I mean, you can impress your girlfriend and her friends with your armored fleet of BMWs. What's with with Chevy Suburbans? That's so last old guy stuff. I want armored BMWs.
Facts.
Have we really been paying attention to how outwardly crazy this guy is, and how he's destroyed any kind of accountability within this organization? Because there was those reports about how, you know, FBI professionals that are in there aren't really enjoying this.
The issue inside, and this goes to your first question, Katie, the issue is that inside the FBI, agents and operatives are growing increasingly frustrated.
And who paid for those vehicles? Taxpayers too? I gotta rewind that. Wait a minute. What?
And how he's destroyed any kind of accountability within crazy this guy.
Nationally, there is no precedent for an FBI director to have an armored BMW, much less a fleet of them.
But have you thought about Carol Leonnig? Have you thought about it? It is useful. I mean, you can impress your girlfriend and her friends with your armored fleet of BMWs. What's with Chevy Suburbans? That's so last old guy stuff. I want armored BMWs. Have we really been paying attention to how outwardly crazy this guy is? And how he's destroyed any kind of accountability within this organization? Because there was those reports about how, you know, FBI personnel, professionals that are in there aren't really enjoying this.
The issue inside, and this goes to your first question, Katie, the issue is that inside the FBI, agents and operatives are growing increasingly frustrated and frankly disdainful of how the director is choosing to use the jet. Whether it's for personal or for business reasons, his choices of where to fly, when, is having an impact, in their view, on the actual mission. And now Senator Dick Durbin has released a letter, which we obtained a copy of today, in which he's asking the Inspector General for the Department of Justice and the Government Accountability Office to begin to investigate his use of the jet.
Walls just might begin to close in on this guy too. But again, this is all they can do at this point. Investigations, calling for people to come testify. So again, the FBI is upset about this. They know how they're getting hamstrung behind their actual work that they could possibly do. All the way to the point of this. I'm not sure if you guys remember this too. Look, check this out. This was probably one of my favorite descriptions of what KASH Patel has been doing. It's where he got the nickname. So remember that massive 155-page report on the FBI, this is late last year in December, leaked to the New York Post, finds that the FBI under KASH Patel is, quote, a rudderless ship and an all effed up situation. Here's some details. The day after Kirk was assassinated, Patel flew to Provo, Utah on the FBI jet, but
this is where I'm telling y'all about the Utah situation. Listen, this is what I was just talking about. There's about 475 in the building. Listen what happened in regards to Utah. Please hit subscribe. Please hit subscribe and turn on the notification. There's about 471 in the building.
Quote, would not disembark from the plane without an FBI raid jacket. Remember that? You guys remember that?
Told y'all.
Apparently did not have his own FBI raid jacket with him and refused to step off of that plane without wearing one. FBI special agents at the Salt Lake City field office, busy working on the Kirk case, had to stop and ask around to find an FBI raid jacket, a medium one.
Told y'all.
A medium FBI jacket for Patches Plains Patel to make sure it would fit him. When a jacket belonging to a female agent was delivered to Patel on the plane, he complained that two areas on the upper sleeves did not have Velcro patches attached to them.
Y'all thought I was kidding. This is really what he did in regards to the Utah situation after Charlie Kirk had passed. Remember, him and Charlie Kirk were supposed to be friends. You're worried about a jacket and allegedly your friend was taken out? Where'd they do that at? I'm going to rewind it. So concerning. Your friend is no longer here and you're worried about a jacket and patches. I'm going to rewind it. I told y'all.
Ship and an all effed up situation. Here's some details. The day after Kirk was assassinated, Patel flew to Provo, Utah on the FBI jet, but, quote, would disembark from the plane without an FBI raid jacket. Remember that? You guys remember that? Patel apparently did not have his own FBI raid jacket with him and refused to step off of that plane without wearing one. FBI special agents at the Salt Lake City field office, busy working on the Kirk case, had to stop and ask around to find an FBI raid jacket, a medium one. A medium.
And why is this the day after? If you got a jet, why didn't he go out there the same day? Why is he out there the next day seeking a jacket and patches? You got a jet. Your homeboy was taken out. Why are you not there? Why are you not at the hospital? Why are you not questioning people the same day? Everybody's dispersed now. What the heck? Let's continue.
FBI jacket for Patches Plains Patel to make sure it would fit him. When a jacket belonging to a female agent was delivered to Patel on the plane, he complained that two areas on the upper sleeves did not have Velcro patches attached to them. Damn it, Patches. Damn it. Should we consider him to be a cross-dresser now? Because, he put on a woman's jacket. A female agent's jacket that he had to take is the only one they could find that could fit his little ass. So since they did, he got his patches, he got his jacket, he delayed the process even further because he's into the image of him stepping off and looking like some powerful...
Why would he not have his own equipment? Where were you coming from where you don't have your FBI jacket with you? Shouldn't that be something he carries with him at all time in the back of a vehicle with him as he travels? He never knows when a situation's going to happen. Shouldn't you have your own material equipment to do your job? But you got to ask for a woman's jacket and it doesn't have proper patches. It doesn't have proper patches. Why don't he have his own stuff? You're not prepared when something happens. And then, like I said, they went out the day after. Why? If you have a jet, why didn't you go that same day? Evaluate the scene. What happened? What happened? What transpired? How was the college? Remember this too. How is the college able to change the scene where Charlie Kirk passed? They changed the grounding and they remodeled it. How are they able to do that? That whole situation wasn't taped off immediately. When you look at the videos in regards to Charlie Kirk and what happened, it wasn't taped off immediately. Who are you? Are you trying to throw shade at me? Are you crazy? Don't be rude to me. Go on your own page and talk ish. Do y'all remember when the man took the information out of the camera? He took the SD card out of the camera. Do y'all remember that? He shouldn't have been able to touch anything. When that whole situation happened, in regards to what happened that day, taping off the scene, allegedly they did not put Charlie Kirk in an ambulance. Allegedly, his security people drove him to the ambulance. Why wasn't there not an ambulance on scene, on site, for anybody or any situation that happened? That's interesting. Go back and look at how the guy with the white shirt and glasses, his security guy or friend, go back and look at the video how he's talking about how they had to put him in the vehicle, and allegedly when the ambulance did come, they passed the ambulance. Did y'all know that? They didn't even put him, once the ambulance passed them, allegedly they're saying they didn't even put him in the ambulance. They didn't allegedly stop the car and put him in the ambulance. They let the ambulance pass. What? That whole situation is weird. There's about 522 in the building. Please hit subscribe. If all 522 subscribe, that'll be great. Let's continue. This whole situation is not making sense. Why would they go the next day? Why would they not? And mind you, reporters were still out there. Students were still out there. He could have talked to people, got information of what they saw, how much video they had, what they heard. Was the noise close or far away? It's better to get information the same day, not the next day. People are gone, home, in shock. It would have been better for him to be there while the news is reporting on what people saw.
FBI director. That is, who gives a damn about the investigators coming to check out the scene, who gives a damn about the investigative and the special team units that are supposed to go up to Brown University to check that out, as there was a days-long manhunt for someone that they couldn't figure out who he was, because no one was there to actually do the job that FBI agents normally are there to do, because Patches was to impress his girlfriend.
Crazy work.
Do you know how much your transfer credits could?
Crazy work. Crazy work. Like the video as you guys come in. I don't know what's going to happen to KASH, but we're wishing him well, because there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. KASH needs to do better. He's in a position, he threw so much shade at prior FBI agents. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Like the video. He's scared. Whatever he's looking at, it tells a lot.
Agents with the FBI's elite evidence response team. Who could have guessed that KASH Patel leaving his...
Thanks for the gifted. I appreciate you. Thanks for the gifted. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's continue. So concerning.
As director of the...
This whole administration. There's a lot going on, y'all. Let's continue. Fair use.
The FBI to go party with the U.S. men's hockey team would actually be the least damaging scandal he'd contend with this week. According to some explosive new reporting from MS Now, formerly MSNBC, Senator Dick Durbin has obtained a whistleblower's account sent to the Government Accountability Office and the Justice Department's Inspector General, explaining how, quote, agents with the FBI's elite evidence response team were delayed in reaching the scene of a mass shooting at Brown University in December because there was no FBI plane available to take them to Rhode Island, according to 3 sources and a whistleblower's account newly provided to Congress. FBI Director KASH Patel was in South Florida at the time with one of the FBI's 2 available jets and had given an order to hold the other for another team that would not normally respond to the scene, according to the whistleblower and the sources. The evidence response team instead had to drive through the night amid a snowstorm to reach the university in Providence, Rhode Island by 9 o'clock the next morning, according to the whistleblower's account. The reporting goes on to say, quote, Patel had been flown in on one of the FBI's 2 jets to South Florida and was there on December 13th, the day of the shooting, and didn't fly back until the afternoon of December 14th, according to sources who spoke to MS Now confidentially in order to speak candidly and avoid potential retribution. According to the whistleblower's account, Patel ordered that the hostage rescue team be put on standby after learning of the shooting, which froze the use of the second plane by any other FBI team. FBI officials were confused by his order, as numerous SWAT team agents in the nearest local field offices, in this case Boston and New York, would ordinarily be called upon to provide immediate support rather than the Quantico, Virginia-based hostage rescue team. And why was KASH Patel freezing up all of the FBI's assets that should have been deployed?
Facts.
Because, according to this reporting, he was visiting his parents. I'll tell you what, I can only hope that one day I have a job that is so lax, so casual, so breezy that I can find time to visit my family, fly out to my girlfriend performing, and pop over to Milan to party with the Olympic athletes. I mean, for fuck's sake, I am a YouTuber and somehow have less vacation time than the literal director of the FBI, which I should note used to be a thing that a certain somebody took issue with.
Fair, and I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. So now we're finding out he was with his parents. We get family time is important, but when there's things happening in the world, you have to be the first one on site. You have to react. How is this? This is not okay.
I'm just saying Chris Wray...
Find time to visit my family, fly out to my girlfriend performing, and pop over to Milan to party with the Olympic athletes. For fuck's sake, I am a YouTuber and somehow have less vacation time than the literal director of the FBI, which I should note used to be a thing that a certain somebody took issue with.
Fair, and I'm not saying take all their funding. I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd. We are...
Like the video, like the video. Fair use reaction clip. There's 489 people in the building. Please hit the subscribe button, you guys. Please hit the subscribe button. It's free to hit subscribe. It's free to hit the like button. It only takes a few seconds. The like should match the views. Please, please, please. And thank you. Good morning, everyone. Let's continue. We're trying to hit 50K by next month. I was hoping to meet it this month. We're about 3,000 to 4,000 away from meeting that goal.
Yeah, just a thought. I should also note that that interview was apparently the gift that keeps on giving, considering it was the same day.
I'm not the defund everything guy. I'm just saying Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd.
Yeah, just a thought. I should also note that that interview was apparently the gift that keeps on giving, considering it was the same day that KASH Patel also dropped this gem that aged about as well as milk in the August sun.
Who has Jeffrey Epstein's
Black Book?
Black Book?
FBI.
But who? That is, I mean, there's...
that's under direct control of the director of the FBI.
The Black Book, it's not just sitting, I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the Black Book.
See?
And not just that. On day one, roll out all of the text messaging communications we were told were deleted.
Yeah, if only someone could get...
Now, is he doing that? He's not even following his own advice of what the previous FBI agent was supposed to do. KASH is something else.
I mean, that's Hoover power times 10.
And to me, that's a thing I think President Trump should run on. On day one, roll out the Black Book. And not just that. On day one, roll out all of the text messaging communications we were told were deleted.
Yeah, if only someone could get that guy in front of the director of the FBI. Too bad that'll never happen, huh? And in fact, that right there is why Patel's brand is in the toilet. Not just because his tenure as FBI director is a disaster, marred by him using government resources as his personal playground, but expressly because he built his brand off of complaining about exactly this kind of abuse. And now he's suffering the consequences of it.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the file.
That's crazy. Are you not reading? That's crazy work.
For the information that we have.
In the file.
You don't have to be the director of the FBI to see that this guy's trafficking women. He's trafficking underage women. You don't have to be So, KASH Patel's a liar. He's a big, fat liar. He's a liar, and he should resign and step down because he's lying. Why is he lying? Why would he tell such a fib? That is a lie. It is a lie, and he's bad at it. He's terrible at it. And we knew it was a lie when he said it. And now it's such a lie, it's actually funny. So the files that they looked at, the redacted files that were unredacted, quote unquote, right? You ready? The unredacted version, those files were still redacted. Like 70% of those were redacted. They just weren't redacted by the DOJ. So showed to the Congress people were files that were unredacted from the DOJ's redactions. The FBI got in there first. This administration's FBI, the administration that said that they were going to release the Epstein files. The Trump guy who said, I'm campaigning on releasing the Epstein files, right, and draining the swamp. The guy who specifically appointed two people who built their entire identity almost around exposing the Epstein files and justice for the victims. Those two people, KASH, Patel, and Dan Bongino, who then went on podcasts and different platforms and said, there's nothing there. If there was something there, don't you think I would show you? Yeah. Well, if there's nothing there, why are their names redacted?
Yep, turns out people don't like to be bullshitted. How about that? Now, going back to the story at hand, it's worth noting that the FBI pushed back on this. Spokesperson Ben Williamson said that the Boston field office had agents on scene within 2 hours. He added that it wasn't immediately a federal case, that it was a state-led investigation, and the FBI was in an assisting role. He even said that Patel, quote, offered the plane if needed and that it wasn't needed. Let's take that at face value for a second. Even in the best case scenario, even if you believe every single word of the FBI's pushback, you still have the FBI director sitting on a government jet in Florida while his agents are driving through a blizzard to a mass shooting. And that is somehow the defense. That's what they're going with.
They had to drive through a blizzard? Why couldn't they take different type of transportation to get to that location? Probably because they didn't want to use the taxpayer money, but he's telling them, hold that. And then they have to drive through a blizzard? Unacceptable. You know, they were calling him saying, this is what we're going to have to do if you don't release that other jet. Why was that other jet even on hold? Crazy work. Delays, distractions. Delays and distractions. Even with this Nancy Guthrie case, Savannah Guthrie's mother, so many delays, so many distractions. Disgusting. How is it that they don't know where this lady is? Who took her? More video cameras from neighbors, cameras that caught the people down the street. So concerning. How is it that they don't have proper information of who took that lady from her home? So much technology. And allegedly, even look it up, allegedly, even in regards to the Charlie Kirk situation, remember how he said he was going to look into all the conspiracy theories? Then I think I recently heard that he's allowing them to take the lead on that. What? If Charlie Kirk was your friend, why are you going to allow them to take the lead and you're not going to take the lead? So concerning. So, and think about it. The sheriff department where Nancy lived, those people in that community need to take note that the sheriffs, there's delays and concern, and it's concerning. People can't ignore what's happening. Like the video. So concerning. Delays and distractions. So concerning.
But all of that notwithstanding, the real question here is this. What does it tell you about a person that they spent years building a political brand around criticizing the weaponization of government power, government waste, the deep state misusing taxpayer resources, only to immediately, upon taking office, use a government jet like their own personal Uber? What does it tell you that this same person, when an FBI director before him did the exact same thing, went on cable news to say that we should ground the plane? It tells you it was never about principle, it was never about accountability, it was about power. And once they have that power, the accountability theater gets packed up and put away, and suddenly $15,000 every time it takes off is completely fine, actually. And in the meantime, agents are driving through snowstorms. And that's just going to be how it is with guys like KASH Patel in charge.
Crazy work. This is him at the, and don't get me wrong, he should be able to have fun, but don't take the plane. That's him with the U.S. team. That's him with the U.S. team. He should be able to have fun, but not on the taxpayer dime. Press 1 if you're new where you're watching from. Press 1 if you're new where you're watching from. Press 2 if you've been here before where you're watching from. Thanks for being here. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. I'm going to rewind some of it. Like the video as y'all come in. Some people are just now coming in.
First, this administration's FBI, the administration that said that they were going to release the Epstein files, the Trump guy who said, I'm campaigning on releasing the Epstein files, right, and draining the swamp, the guy who specifically...
Hello, good morning, Illinois, Missouri.
...appointed two people who built their entire identity almost around exposing the Epstein...
Thanks for subscribing, Richard, and hitting the like button. Thank you.
...files and justice for the victims. Those two people, KASH Patel and Dan Bongino, who...
Good morning, NC. Good morning.
...then went on podcast
podcasts and different platforms and said, there's nothing there. If there was something there, don't you think I would show you?
Yeah.
Well, if there's nothing there, why are their names redacted?
Yep, turns out people don't like to be bullshitted. How about that? Now, going back to the story at hand, it's worth noting that the FBI pushed back on this. Spokesperson Ben Williamson said that...
All right. Hello, Mississippi. Welcome, welcome. Welcome, Mississippi. Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thanks for being here. Good morning, good morning.
The Boston field office had agents on scene within 2 hours. He added that it wasn't immediately a federal case, that it was a state-led investigation, and the FBI was in an assist...
Good morning, Netherlands. Good morning, Mississippi. Another Mississippi, or is that the same one? Another Mississippi? All right, Mississippi.
Role. He even said that Patel, quote, offered the plane if needed and that it wasn't needed. Let's take that at face value for a second. Even in the best case scenario, even if you believe every single word of the FBI...
Good morning, Finland. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome. If you guys are new, press 1. If you've been here before, press 2. If you new, press 1. If you've been here before, press 2. Good morning, everyone. Please hit the subscribe button, you guys. Please hit the subscribe button. Thank you.
Assembling your
Hold
new
on,
washable plush rug. Step 1.
Yes, we're trying to hit 50K, so please hit subscribe and thank you. Let's continue. Good morning, Oregon.
That was our FBI director celebrating with the U.S. hockey team. I mean, great for the U.S. hockey team. Why is our FBI director there? Like, what is that? So while KASH Patel could have been in the U.S. to, investigate an incident involving a would-be assassin breaching the perimeter of Mar-a-Lago, the FBI director decided to...
We forgot about that. The Nancy situation, the thing at Mar-a-Lago.
Instead, I'm going to live it up with the U.S. men's hockey team in Milan. Now, don't get me wrong. If I had to choose between the two, I'd be partying with the U.S. men's hockey team in Milan. I mean, what could be better? But I didn't sign up to be FBI director. He did.
Facts.
And by the way, that was all paid for by us, the U.S. taxpayers. So look, this isn't the first time that Patel has used government jets for personal travel, personal use. There's going to be a lie in the context of this story where it's like, no, it was actually for official business. We'll get to that. But some lawmakers, like Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, would like government watchdogs to look into Patel's use of taxpayer-funded resources for his own personal enjoyment and amusement. He's seemingly engaged in what amounts to irresponsible joyriding, says Senator Dick Durbin, on Justice Department and FBI-operated aircraft at the expense of the American taxpayer and to the detriment of ongoing bureau operations. So Durbin's letter mentions multiple whistleblower disclosures that allege Patel's jet-setting ways are draining the FBI's pool of available pilots and planes, which is like a little bit of a problem. Like, these things exist for an actual purpose, not simply to help you travel to other countries to have fun.
Right.
So, a whistleblower told Democrats on the Senate Judiciary Committee, for instance, that...
Good morning, NC. Good morning, everyone. If you already hit subscribe, press 1. Please hit subscribe and turn on your notification. We're almost at our goal for today. I need all 376 to hit the subscribe and thank you. It's free to hit subscribe. It's free to hit the like. Super chats are welcome. $2, $5. Thanks for being here.
FBI agents had to drive through a winter storm overnight from Quantico, Virginia to Providence, Rhode Island.
Crazy.
To process evidence at a mass shooting scene because Director KASH Patel's personal travel had left the Bureau without an available plane.
Crazy.
That sounds bad, right? Like, that sounds pretty bad. I think the plane should be used for the investigations. In another account, a whistleblower told Durbin's staff that the FBI shooting reconstruction team was delayed in responding to the Utah University where conservative activist Charlie Kirk was assassinated in September because of a pilot shortage caused by Patel's personal travel. These people look at our government and they don't see it as an opportunity to serve the people as a public servant. They just see it as like a fun game where they get to enrich themselves, use public property meant to serve the people for their own personal enjoyment. Okay, so pilots had to complete a mandatory rest period before flying the team of investigators tasked with analyzing and reconstructing shooting scenes to Utah. Who cares about investigations? Do you guys remember when KASH Patel said under oath in front of Congress that the reason why we're not hearing much about Thomas Matthew Crooks, the first would-be Trump assassin, is because there's an ongoing trial? He was shot and killed on the scene. So that's our FBI director.
at Brown University, a separate whistleblower. We've got another whistleblower. A separate whistleblower alleged Patel compounded the problem by ordering the hostage rescue team, the Bureau's elite counterterrorism unit, placed on standby after a December shooting on campus, freezing aircraft for other FBI units. And the FBI, of course, is, denying these allegations, denying what the whistleblowers are telling our lawmakers. For instance, you've got spokesman Brian Williamson. He called the Brown allegation false and a ridiculous story to begin with, saying the Boston field office's evidence response team arrived within 2 hours of the shooting. Is that good? I don't know. I don't know what the average time is, but I don't know if 2 hours is good. 2 hours of the shooting. He noted that the case began as a state-led homicide investigation with the FBI in an assisting role. So on the Kirk allegation, which I think is an important allegation to focus on, Williamson did weigh in on that. And he said that Patel was in Washington on September 10th and in New York the next day for September 11th commemorations, not personal travel, calling that claim even more egregious. Okay. I disagree, but I'm curious what you all think. And the thing that really got to me was the lie about his trip to Italy, because Williamson stated that Patel was apparently in Italy on official business, except Patel's schedule was released. And based on his schedule, there wasn't really much official business happening. Actually, it looks like Homeboy just wanted to go to Milan and he wanted to have a good time. Actually, we have Andrew Schultz. Let's go to that, and then I'll pull up what Patel's schedule actually said. Take a look.
The KASH Patel thing is so annoying because it's just, can you just let them have a victory? The second it's so selfish. Like the second you insert yourself in the room, it becomes culture war. Yeah. And it's like, let America have this great victory. These guys played their asses off. It's a dream win for the men's and the women's team. If you're in the locker room drinking beers because you're a big hockey fan, it's this completely selfish endeavor that puts these guys under the microscope, right? Like instead of being somebody we could all celebrate, if they're treating KASH as if he's like one of the guys, everybody just goes, look at these pieces, not judging KASH Patel for being there and all the things that he's been supporting. It's just like, just stay the out of it.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. There's about 339 in the building. If you already hit subscribe, thank you. Please hit subscribe and turn on your notifications.
Just stop using public resources for your own enjoyment. You already suck at your job. Why would you compound your own enjoyment? You already...
Hold on, let me rewind it a little bit.
Guys under the microscope, right? Like instead of being somebody we could all celebrate, if they're treating KASH as if he's like one of the guys, now everybody just goes, look at these pieces, not judging KASH Patel for being there and all the things that he's been supporting. It's just like, just stay the out of it.
Just stop using public resources for your own enjoyment. You already suck at your job. Why would you compound that situation by traveling to Milan to party, and then you lie to us about why you were actually in Milan? So his schedule for Saturday lists one 20-minute briefing with the Olympic security team, along with a half-hour tour of the Joint Security Operations Center, capped by a private lunch with an unspecified guest. That's your official business? The period between 2 p.m. and 6:30 p.m. was reserved for what was listed as personal time / cultural activities, followed by a private dinner with unspecified companions, probably his girlfriend. Mr. Patel's Sunday schedule listed only 2 events: the gold medal game between United States and Canada, followed by a 7 p.m. flight back to the East Coast, a more than 4,000-mile trip that would typically cost tens of thousands of dollars. So no, he wasn't there for official business. He wanted to party with the U.S. men's hockey team because he's not a serious person. By the way, I don't have a problem with him doing that as a private citizen, as someone who isn't the FBI director, as someone who isn't using public resources for private amusement. But the other thing I wanted to bring up is this isn't his first rodeo. This is the first time that Patel has done this. So what about his Scottish golfing trip? What about the overnight trip to see his girlfriend perform in Pennsylvania? He used public resources for that. Or his trips to... I don't even know what Boondoggle Ranch is. That must be a story I missed. But yeah, what about Boondoggle Ranch, bro? But according to the FBI director, directors are barred from flying commercial aircrafts because they need to have access to secure communications in the event of an emergency. Okay, that's fine. But can we just not be so generous with allowing these resources to continuously be used for KASH Patel's fun and games? Because that's what it appears like. He's been an awful FBI. I mean, do you guys remember the Brown University shooting? And how long it took to...
No, he's not married. He's dating a musician, and he's traveled to go see her events a few times. Yes, he's not married. He's dating a musician. He's traveled to see her a few times, and he's been called out for that as well.
Find the perpetrator. He's so bad. The only thing that gives me solace is listening to Tim Dillon make fun of him. I mean, Tim Dillon roasts the crap out of Kash Patel. It's like just delicious. It's so good. And he deserves it because he's maybe the worst FBI director we've ever had. Totally incompetent, total loser, and wastes U.S. taxpayer money. Which is relevant to keep in mind because Patel himself previously had a lot to say about former FBI Director Christopher Wray and his use.
So now he's going to shade the previous FBI agent, and he's doing the same thing.
Of jet. Let's take a look.
Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd. Don't take their money. Chris Wray doesn't need a private jet. We're not the guys running around on private jets. And somebody, maybe in Congress, should ask for how many flights on a private jet Director Comey took, or my predecessor Director Wray took, and how many personal trips they took.
Crazy work.
These people are total.
This is what.
It's relevant to keep in mind because Patel himself previously had a lot to say about former FBI Director Christopher Wray and his use of the jet. Let's take a look.
Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd. Don't take their money. Chris Wray doesn't need a private jet. We're not the guys running around on private jets. And somebody, maybe in Congress, should ask for how many flights on a private jet Director Comey took, or my predecessor.
You guys, please hit the subscribe button. We're about 50 away from the quota for today. Please hit the subscribe button. We're about 50 people, only 50 people away from hitting the quota for today. There's about 243. If all 243 can hit that subscribe, thank you. If all 248 can hit that subscribe, that will be my quota for today and tomorrow. Please hit subscribe. If you already hit subscribe, thank you. If you already hit like, thank you. Let's continue. Crazy work.
Oh, hey, how's your accident case going?
Hold on, let's let the commercial go past. Crazy work. He had so much shade to throw to the previous FBI agent. Now he's doing the exact same thing and worse. And worse.
I have been looking forward to talking to you about this in particular because...
Yeah, he's actually doing worse. Like the videos you guys come in. Hold on 1 second. He's actually doing worse than the previous FBI agent. Hold on 1 second. Like the videos you guys come in. Like the videos you guys come in. Yeah, he's throwing shade at him, but he's doing the exact same thing.
U.S. taxpayer money. Which is relevant to keep in mind because Patel himself previously had a lot to say about former FBI Director Christopher Wray and his use of the jet. Let's take a look.
Chris Wray doesn't need a government-funded G5 jet to go to vacation. Maybe we ground that plane. $15,000 every time it takes off. This is odd. Don't take their money. Chris Wray doesn't need a private jet. We're not the guys running around on private jets. And somebody, maybe in Congress, should ask for how many flights on a private jet Director Comey took, or my predecessor Director Wray took, and how many personal trips they took.
Crazy work.
These people are total charlatans. Total charlatans. It's amazing. So there you have it. Kash Patel doing real important work over in Milan. You know what? Yeah, that's the ticket. Me too. Hey, Kate, I got to be out next week. I've got official TYT business to do in Milan. Okay? Give me Jenk's credit card. I'll charge the flight on his card. Pathetic.
Crazy work. Okay, you guys, let's go to Hot Topics, Trending Topics. Thanks for being here. It is being reported that Savannah Guthrie may not be returning to the Today Show. It's being reported that her mother, it's sad, is still missing. Kash Patel, can you get on that real quick? Okay, so let's go ahead and cover the Nancy Guthrie case and what's going on. It's being reported that there were people there yesterday, investigators looking into the home. So we're going to get to that. Hold on 1 second. Let me pull that clip. Let's get to this in regards to what's going on. Let's see. What's today's date? So it's day 26. She's been missing for 26 days. Let's get to that in regards to what's going on with Nancy. Let's do a general update. I know who to exactly go to. Hold on 1 second. Ashley, hold on.
Coming on to do this podcast.
Okay, like the video.
First, just a quick hit subscribe if you would. It's super, super helpful to me, and I really appreciate when you do. I also really appreciate the members who have joined. We've had some really great Q&As. We're going to have more, but thank you so much for your subscription. Thank you for your support. I do appreciate it. This was a hell of a day. Out in front of Nancy Guthrie's home, there was more activity than they have seen combined for a week.
Exactly.
And I remind you, we are into week 4. We are well into week 4 of this investigation, and still no sign of Nancy, no word about a suspect that they know of. They've seen him. No word of a suspect car. So today, when all of a sudden several unmarked white vehicles rolled up on Nancy's driveway, I described them as unmarked white pickup trucks, one of them actually with a hard shell type enclosure on the back, the kind that, CSI investigators typically use. But again, no markings on it. Those vehicles rolled up onto her driveway. At least one person, according to Brian Enton, got out and walked around the back of the house. Then several SUVs, black SUVs, about a half hour later, rolled up on the property as well. It was like a convoy. It was described as a convoy of black SUVs. And in the middle was one that had darkened out windows. Several people got out of those SUVs wearing blue suits with white shirts. They looked like FBI agents, but nobody knew if they were or if they weren't. There were no insignia anywhere. Some people guessed, are they FBI? Are they attorneys? Turns out a lot of that's true. I'm going to tell you exactly who these people all ended up being, because it took the whole day to get confirmation on who they were from different agencies, okay? Multiple different agencies. But in the middle of the convoy was one SUV with blacked out windows, and it turned into Nancy Guthrie's garage. The garage door went up, vehicle went in, garage door went down. It was in there for about an hour before garage door went back up. SUV came out and made a very quick exit. So a lot of people are guessing, well, who would that have been? Nobody could see for sure, and no one's confirming who it was for sure. It more than likely could have been a family member who needed the privacy. It could have been an authority who wanted privacy.
Possibly. There's about 230 in the building. We're about 40 to 30 away from meeting the goals for today. Please subscribe. We're about 30 or 40 away from meeting the goal for today. Please subscribe and thank you. Let's continue with the update in regards to what's going on with Savannah Guthrie's mother, who is still missing, day 26.
Privacy, didn't want the media seeing who was going into the home. I can tell you that there were multiple people in the home. Fox at one point got a picture of a guy who was standing at the window at Nancy Guthrie's front door, right where that doorbell cam had been affixed to the door frame, and he was sort of looking out the window. So multiple people were in the house. Brian Enton even saw at least one of these people, again, no uniforms, but one of them at least had gloves, was wearing gloves, which, by the way, in a moment you will find out.
Remember, several days ago, Nancy's family put up a reward for $1 million. Now all hands on deck. Remember, the family just put out a reward for $1 million for the return of the mother. And we're wishing and hoping that she's still with us. You know what I'm saying? Some pages are a little different than me. We're wishing and hoping that the mother is still with us. Please show proof of life. So concerning. Who takes an 84-year-old mother out of the home? So concerning. Let's continue a fair use reaction clip.
If that is normal for this kind of a visit, because Matt Murphy, who is a homicide.
What is the purpose of you? I'm a channel that cover hot topics, trending topics, just like the title says. If you don't like what I do, go on your own page and talk your ish. My channel has grown immensely for the last several months. We went from 3,000 to 4,000 subscribers to now almost 50K. If you don't like it, go on your page, do your ish. We're right now covering what is going on with Nancy. Praying for a safe return for Savannah Guthrie's mother to be returned to her family. Let's continue. Hot topics, trending topics.
Prosecutor from California has a very unique perspective on this, because in his jurisdiction, the prosecutors are on the crime scene often. That the tape is still up.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for being here, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Thanks for tuning in. Let's continue with hot topics, trending topics.
The prosecutors are on the crime scene often.
This is what was going on yesterday. We're just trying to get an update in regards to Savannah Guthrie, return of her mother.
The tape is still up. Often just hours after the crime. I mean, they are there with the investigators, with the detectives. And so Matt is looking at this from a different perspective, through a different lens, because not every jurisdiction does that. Very, very critical of some of the things that have gone on, as many of us have been. But you're going to hear what his perspective is on this phalanx of, non-uniformed but blue-suited official-looking folks that have shown up, and some confirmations as well. And I will tell you what I can confirm. So Brian Enton confirmed from his sources that a Pima County homicide detective was at least among this group, okay? this group also went into the guest house. They went in and out of the guest house on Nancy Guthrie's property, as well as in the...
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for the gifted. I was looking something up. Thank you for the gifted. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I love flowers. Thank you. Thank you.
In-house as well.
Good morning. Good morning.
Fox Digital confirmed fairly quickly during the day that federal prosecutors visited Nancy Guthrie's property Wednesday to assist the FBI with a, quote, routine legal process. The United States Attorney's Office for the District of Arizona confirmed to Fox News Digital. So that was pretty key. What's also interesting is those black SUVs that arrived today. Those SUVs actually came up driving the wrong way on a one-way street. And it's only a one-way street since the Pima County Sheriff's Office decided to make it a one-way street. There's just been a flurry of reporters and activity all along that street for the last 3.5 weeks. And so a couple of days ago, they changed it to a one-way.
Yeah.
They forbade parking on one side of the street. And on this particular day, those SUVs came up the wrong way on the now new one-way street. Also, late today, there was like a big parking restriction put in place. That wouldn't be big news.
So now there's supposed to be parking restriction for the people that are filming there, recording there, being in front of the house. They're going to have a parking restriction. I did hear about that yesterday. So they had put up the things over the weekend. So then it became one way. Now there's a parking restriction. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
But the way this happened kind of is because there are, hundreds of reporters who have been lined up along Nancy Guthrie Street doing this reporting, many of them with live shots, monitoring the activity in the neighborhood and at the house. And now they're not allowed to park anywhere along that street and a few other streets as well, which basically means you can park your vehicle and hump all your gear and stand in the hot climate, but you cannot park. It just makes it more...
What do you mean YouTube won't let you talk about it? Megyn Kelly's talking about it. News Nation's talking about it. We cover at least once or twice a week. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
Difficult for reporters to do their jobs. Basically, that's what this is. Many of the people who live in that community have said to the reporters, Brian Enton has said this, that he has been approached by several of the neighbors who say, look, it's a pain that you guys are all here, but we're appreciative.
Yeah.
We like the fact that you're doing this work because it keeps the focus on this case. It keeps the tips coming in. It keeps the story alive because when you guys leave, the story leaves. The headlines go away.
And when the reporters leave, bet money, they're going to be concerned. Having the reporters out there, that means their safety. That's 24-hour security. So there is even a reporter that's there at night. So don't you think those neighbors feel safer because all the reporters are out there and they don't have to be worried about what's going to happen to me? What's going to happen to me? You know what I'm saying? With all those reporters out there, there's even a reporter out there at night. So I would imagine the neighbors have felt comfortable with all the reporters out there. Probably feel safer. That's 24-hour security without them even having to pay for it.
And the tips go away. So I can just tell you from what neighbors have said on the street, sure, why wouldn't they be pissed off that there are all these reporters there? But at the same time, they've said this to those reporters. And now the sheriff's making it harder for the reporters to even be there.
Yep.
He's been at the brunt of a lot of their reporting, right? It has been, it's been a shit show. Let's be frank.
Well, there's YouTubers out there. There's bloggers out there. There's podcasters out there. I would say that JR from Investigates, he had some days he had gotten 1 million views. He's covering it. He's asking local neighbors what's going on. He's following the people that are going throughout the neighborhoods looking. There's a lot of people that are trying to do really good in regards to covering this. Because think about it. Think about it. You wouldn't want this to be any family member of yours. An 84-year-old mother missing in the middle of the night. It's a blessing that these people are covering this. They're taken away from their own lives, their own families. If they have wives or children, they're covering this. Can you imagine the expense that they have to have a hotel? They have to cover their own food. This has to be expensive. Brian Enton, I think that's his name. Yeah, he's been there for almost 4 weeks. YouTubers, reporters, these people have been out there for almost 4 weeks. Hotel each night are almost what? $90 to $150, $90 to $200 a night, depending on where you stay. Yeah, it's their job, and I bet it's expensive too. When you need to eat, go to the restroom. My goodness. If think about it, if somebody's mother is missing, wouldn't you want somebody to cover the case like people are trying to cover the case in regards to how things have been fumbled, distractions, delays, the mix-ups? You know what I'm saying? How did she get taken and nobody knew? This is the other thing. Sometimes when you have a Ring camera or a Blink, don't you get a notification if somebody's at your door? I think it was Blink or something in regards to a security camera. You see the notification on your phone. So how is it that her family didn't get notification that a person was in her yard? I don't get that. A lot of times, don't it notify you on your phone? So who was supposed to get the notification that somebody was at her door? Did that notification go to Nancy's phone? Did that notification go to the daughter phone? Did that notification go to Nancy and the children's phone? I don't understand. I just saw a video. I think it's called Blink. And a young lady was like, "Hi, oh, you're here? Okay, I'm coming to unlock the door." So I'm trying to figure out how the Ring camera, how she didn't have a subscription, who got the notification that people were in her yard. You know what I'm saying? And why did it take the group that she was supposed to go to the next day? Why did they have to notify the family? The family isn't calling her, "Good morning, Mom. How are you? Are you getting ready to go to church?" How is it that they're not in communication with their mom? That's weird. There's so many delays, so much confusion. How did they get in? How does your mom not have a subscription? Is there no cameras inside her home? Was there no ADT alarm also, or is just the Ring camera? So no alarm system, just the Ring camera? It's so Savannah has money. Now they're putting up $1 million for information in regards to the mother. And allegedly, this person was in her yard allegedly twice. How is it that nobody noticed that? Hey, Mom, did you notice somebody on the yard? Because wouldn't that notify them if they were at that location days before? Hello? She's 84. What is going on about the Ring camera, the Blink? Who was supposed to get the notification that somebody was at her front door that night? Who was supposed to get that's the one thing I need to know. And like I said, that house should have been taped off all 4 weeks. Nobody should have been able to go nearby. It should have been taped off. Even when they said they released the house back to the family should have made sure it was taped off. Nobody should be able to deliver pizza, get packages. If there's spots in front of the door where alleged there was spots on near the door, and then they're stating that was her spots. I kind of watch what I say, but that was the red spots in front of the door. It's just all concerning. People, take care of your family members. If they're 84, they can't defend for themselves. You got to have more safety measures. Like I told you, I'm going to say this again. There was a young lady that was talking about, she lived out of state from her dad. She could see that the dad fell. I don't know what he pressed or whatever. She saw that he fell. She was like, "Oh my goodness, Dad, I'm calling the ambulance right now." Then she was able to travel to that city because, of course, the ambulance came. They got him to the hospital. She was able to travel to that city to get her dad help. Could you imagine if she didn't have that camera in her dad's home? How long he could have been on that floor? You got to have safety measures for 84-year-old people. Was their alarm system just the Ring door camera? How did they get in? No notifications went out to anybody? It's so concerning. Yes, there's $1 million reward now, but people are saying, why now? Why wasn't there $1 million up front in the beginning, week 1? But many people are saying it's happening now. You could tell that they were following the instruction from the sheriff and the FBI agents. But I'm sure the Guthries are saying, we have no strong leads. Why? Everybody's side-eyeing the case. And that's why so many people are covering it. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Many people are just wondering. And the stuff is just, it's questionable. The sheriff department, the home, how they got into the home. Was the door locked? Did they get in when the garage door went down? There's just a lot of non questions that's not answered. Not a lot of press conferences, and we get it. We get why. And then he was doing personal interviews and not press conferences, which was kind of interesting. People have talked about the sheriff and his past, his team in the past. It's a lot going on. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Prayers for Nancy for a safe return home. Prayers for Nancy and a safe return home. Because that's somebody's mama. Even though Savannah's kind of like, even if she's no longer with us and she's gone to be with God, we just want her home so we can give her proper service. No, you got to speak life. Bring my mama home. Proof of life. Bring her home safely. Different cultures are different. They think different. They act different. Stop playing with me. Bring my mama home. If you injure her, if you do something to her, you better believe you're going to pay. And mind you, remember how last week, or was the week before, Donald Trump said, if we find out who you are and she's not brought home safely, you will pay. He even said that. People are different, and we get. Santa looks exhausted. She looks tired. She's been following the lead of the sheriff and the FBI department, what to say, how to say it, and we get it. But other cultures are kind of different. Prayers for Nancy for a safe return. And from week one, there wasn't immediate letters in regards to. There wasn't immediate in regards to rewards. Some of that took time. But even then, proof of life, ask her this, ask her that. Last outfit, last time we went out, what she had, questions. And I guess there's a guideline and there's procedures, I guess, that they need to follow. But there has to be a better checklist of things they need to do. That should not have been released back to the family days after. Tape should have been up. Nobody should have been able to pull into the driveway. People should not have been able. Reporters had access to the house. They shouldn't have had access to the house. How is the reporters having access to the house the week of? It should have been taped off. So concerning. Let's continue.
I don't think this is a secret, and he's been angry. He even said to Brian Enton, I've got questions for you, as Brian Enton walked in for his interview. So that's what happened outside the house today. And then Arizona Family, which I have explained a few times in past episodes, that is the brand name for a company that owns several television stations in the Phoenix area. And one of the reporters under the Arizona Family brand, her name is Brianna Whitney. She's been doing some really good reporting. She tweeted this out today, and this is a big deal. She said, multiple people have asked me what the status is.
Yeah, I think they said she might have had, I can't confirm or deny, if she had a home health aide person. One of the young ladies that works at a local pharmacy, I'm not going to give the pharmacy name, one of the alleged local pharmacies said, allegedly she had a person outside of a family member helping her go get prescriptions. So she might have had a health aide person, maybe not on the weekends though. But maybe there should have been a live-in person that lived with her. But, when a person get older, they don't want to live with their kids and the husband and the grandchildren. They don't want to do that. They want their peace. So maybe she wanted to live alone. But you got to have security measures. A gate. People shouldn't have been able to just drive up to the mama house and get her. A gate. Alarm system. Windows locked. They said allegedly she was taken, I don't know if it's Uber or Lyft. I don't know if she got Uber or Lyft to the daughter's house, and then the family brought her back that night. Strangers knowing where your mama lives, she shouldn't be taking Uber Lyft. The daughter should pick her up, or the caregiver should be driving her to and from. Strangers should not know where your 84-year-old mama live. And I get it. When Savannah works at the Today Show, she was focusing on trying to go to the Winter Olympics. She didn't go, of course, because this happened, but you got to have security measures. People are watching and listening. And then if you don't know, people are wondering. People are side-eyeing this whole case. And it's a concern because think about it. When she got taken, her family did not know she was gone. Think about it. She got taken that night. And no reports on it hit until like 11, 12, 1. Could you imagine how that older lady felt? My family don't even know I'm gone from my home right now. That's crazy work. Could you imagine how Nancy felt that if she was hearing anything and they were telling her stuff? Could you imagine Nancy knew that her family didn't even know she was gone? It to be the person at the church event that called the family saying, hey, your mom's normally here. Where's she at? She not here. And then the family had to be notified by an event she was supposed to be at, a church event or a group. How is it that y'all don't know your mama gone? It's not making sense. She 84. Anything could happen within a matter of minutes. Anything could happen in a matter of seconds, minutes. Whatever transpired, it was between 1 and almost 2:50, 2:55. That's an hour, and y'all not knowing something's happening, and y'all don't know till the next morning, several hours later. So 2, 3, 4, let's see, 3, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Almost 9 to 10 hours, and the family don't know nothing. You don't know nothing, 9 or 10 hours. Could you imagine how Nancy felt? My children don't know something's going on. The fear she must have felt. And then after 11, 12, 1, there's reports, from the news, missing person. It's not a dementia situation. She's as smart as a whip. You know what I'm saying? So they had to put that out there. And normally, sometimes they'll wait 24 hours. So you got to keep an eye on your parents. Sometimes missing people, they don't do a lot until allegedly 24 hours. So you got to know what's going on with your parents. Every second. Cameras inside, cameras outside, somebody getting the notification that somebody's at her door, at her window. Where was the alarm system, and why didn't that go off and alarm and scare somebody? Gotta have an alarm system. She lived alone. 84. Smart as a whip, but have a hard time, they said, walking. If your parent can't defend themselves, you gotta have a camera inside their home. Good morning, good night, how are you? If you can have a camera in a child's nursery, you can have a camera in your mom's crib. She lived alone. And then if Uber, Lyft, whatever it was, taking her to and from, that's a lot of strangers realizing she's living alone. And then if the caregiver's not with her, as she gets into the Uber, Lyft, they realize, well, you can't have her doing stuff where people are strangers are going to her crib, asking her questions. You know what I'm saying? Well, they said that there was the Ring camera at the door. Allegedly, that person removed that Ring camera. So we don't know if there was audio after they removed it and if they destroyed it. But see, if she didn't have a subscription, it's not going to stay live. It's not going to give the information. So devastating. She had to have a subscription. And maybe the family didn't know that. You know what I mean? But whoever set it up should have known, And then the area is so dark where she lives. It's so dark out there. And then remember how we showed when we talked about the video of the on the porch, the light on the porch, I don't think was working. The light on the porch, when you look at the video, when the guy gets to the porch, I don't think the light above was even working. I don't know if they could have that working, but the light on the porch did not light up when he got on that porch. Y'all know there's motion lights. There's motion lights. Somebody should have got a notification that somebody was at the door, period. There's a lot. I look at stuff, I hear stuff, and it's like, okay, finally, taping off, and then they're trying to make it hard for the reporters to be on the street. We get it. But I'm sure the neighbors feel safer that the reporters have been there, So let's continue with the news. Prayers for a safe return for Nancy to be returned back to her family. Other pages are saying different things, but I'm different. I'm wishing for a safe return back to her family. If we hear different, we hear different. But I ain't going to be the one that's going to say, well, even though her daughter even said it. I'm not doing that. Safe return for the mother. Let's continue. Fair use.
On Nancy Guthrie's car after it was taken for processing in the case. Remember, I reported on Tuesday.
Yeah, people should be able to live safely in the country. I don't know. She had a husband. The husband passed when Savannah was in high school or something. But she's probably lived alone. She probably lived in that area for a very long time. She did not have a dog, so the dog wouldn't, there's no dog that's going to bark. You got to have something that's going to scare or alarm a person that's trying to break into your home. You got to have something. And I haven't heard the sheriff talk about alarm. I haven't heard them say how they got in. Through a door, through an unlocked door, they haven't said much. In regards to a broken window, they haven't said much. Like the video. Prayers for a safe return. You guys, make sure you have a proper alarm system, proper window covering. You live alone, make sure your family can say good morning, good night. Like I said, when that older man fell, his daughter seen that he fell, and she was able to call the ambulance for her dad. And then she was able to get into the city he lived, and she went to the hospital where he was at. Kind of concerning. I mean, I don't know. Gotta have protective measures. Let's continue.
After the Sunday that Mrs. Guthrie disappeared, that the sheriff's department, they had their focus. They were focusing on the family, and they towed Annie's car. And then a few days later, the sheriff confirmed that, saying...
And I don't know if the sheriff department spoke about how often the caregiver, if she had a caregiver, I can't confirm or deny that, how often the caregiver or anybody that assisted, maybe it was a friend that was going to help her get her subscriptions. I don't know, taking her to go get groceries. I don't think they've even said whether she had assistance or help. You know what I'm saying? But the daughter did live close by. Less than 15 minutes. The daughter did live close by. Let's continue. Well wishes for Nancy. Safe return to her family.
The car was towed under a warrant and is being processed. And now Brianna Whitney is posting about, well, what about that car that was towed? Because, you've cleared the family and, spouses as well. So she's asking, the sheriff's department, what about the car that you towed? And this is what she writes. I asked the Pima County Sheriff's Department today, and I just received this response, quote, all we can say at this time, Sheriff's Department, the vehicle is still part of the investigation, end quote. Again, all we can say at this time, the vehicle is still part of the investigation from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. That's kind of weird. I mean, full-throated clearing, but you towed a car under a warrant and told the reporters it was under processing.
Like the video. Fair use. People care. Don't be rude. Don't be rude in the comments. Don't be rude. Go on your own page. We've already talked about KASH Patel. I don't know if I'll cover Trump today. So this is somebody's mama. And somebody that's older may be listening, and they may say, oh, I got to get the ring. Oh, I got to get the subscription. Oh, I got to get Blink, because Blink will give somebody notification that somebody's at my house. Who got the notification that somebody was at Nancy's house? Did they even have a notification set up?
For the sheriff, because
please hit subscribe. If you already hit subscribe, thank you. We're almost at our goal. More people, you guys. 20 more people. We're almost at our goal. Please hit the subscribe button. Get us at our goal for today and keep us at our goal. We've had about 4,000 people here, and all people should have already subscribed. Real talk. We've had about 3,000 to 4,000 people here. Please hit subscribe and thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Hollywood Reporter came out with an interview of Heather Lappin, who was the Republican candidate who lost the Pima County Sheriff's seat to Chris Nanos back in 2024. She says that he sidelined top homicide detectives who backed her in her race and is now, quote, bungling the Nancy Guthrie kidnapping case. And this is the quote that she gave that outlet. This is Heather Lappin speaking.
Thank you for subbing. This is going to be a worker that worked with the sheriff, that's a sheriff now. She's going to tell her story. So concerning. I heard that in the car the other day. And how the sheriff acts and moves. So concerning.
Quote, he is a tyrant. He tries to be super charming, like when he did his quote at the press conference. I'm not used to people hanging on my every word and trying to hold me accountable. And then Heather Lappin continues to say he tried to put his hands on his hips because he was trying to be cute. Nobody thinks you're cute. You're a 72-year-old man. Nobody thinks you're cute. Again, this is Heather Lappin saying this to the Hollywood Reporter about Sheriff Nanos. She continues to say that she was the target of 13 internal affairs investigations in just 6 months.
Crazy.
Each of them allegedly an effort for Nanos to discredit her as a political opponent. She says Nanos also attempted to, quote, intimidate her at campaign events. She says, quote, he sent his 2 female captains to my campaign events to try to intimidate me. He's like a mafioso. That's what he's like, end quote. So again, scathing words from her political opponent in the 2024 race. Also, on top of that, Matt Finn from Fox News Channel brought us this. The Pima County Sheriff's Office says it has no pressers planned, and now it will be limiting its updates to media about the Guthrie case. These have come in the form of an email, and they do provide us with new information, Matt Finn says. But here's the quote from the Pima County Sheriff's Department. The Pima County Sheriff's Department PIO team has been distributing updates to the media on an almost daily basis. At this time, we will limit further updates to instances when new information warrants release. Weirdly, there was a lot that went on at that.
Confusion and delays. Confusion and delays. Let's continue.
House today, at Nancy Guthrie's house today. But the Pima County Sheriff's Department is not commenting, not giving us a release, not giving us information. And in fact, I can't believe this is true, but Matt Finn from Fox News reported early today when they were trying to figure out who was who among all these blue suits. He did say that the movement on the property includes FBI. And then he capped, off the tweet today by saying the Pima County Sheriff's Department reports no activity. All I can say to that is no activity. There's a lot of activity. We are all looking at it happening live in front of us. So just another, messy kind of messaging from the Sheriff's Department when there is clearly activity. And one of them, actually, according to Brian Ensign, was one of the homicide detectives from the Pima County Sheriff, right? So this is like, we just don't go a day without some total botched messaging from the Sheriff's Department. Okay. Also, Matt Finn reports that the FBI says it's now received 1,500 tips since Savannah's video yesterday.
1,500 tips because of the $1 million reward. $1,500 tips because she's offering now $1 million is crazy work. Like the video. Please, 15 more people hit subscribe and thank you. 15 more people hit subscribe and thank you.
Offering the $1 million reward. And this neighbor, this is according to Michael Ruiz of Fox Digital, this neighbor of Nancy Guthrie's says that she saw a man who, quote, didn't fit in the community walking near Nancy Guthrie's home back in January.
See?
This is the quote. He didn't have your typical walking gear on, and he had his hat pulled really far over his eyes, the neighbor told Fox Digital. She lives in the Catalina foothills now for about 30 years. Another longtime resident of the foothills area said that investigators came to her house a total of 5 times. And in particular, they asked for home security video from January 11th. We've talked a lot about January 11th, right? Ever since the news broke, not from the sheriff, but from multiple media, almost all the media outlets.
And within a community, you got to have a community chat. Hey, you guys, there's a weird person lurking around our neighborhood. Make sure your alarm system's working. Make sure your ring camera or your blinks are working. Hello, you guys. There's something going on. Be alert. Allegedly, didn't they say there was a white van? I don't know if it was in the January month or February month, but didn't they say that there was also a white van? Let's continue. Fair use. 1,500 tips. That's a lot. And then, of course, they have to figure out those tips are legit. That's a lot of work. Let's continue. Fair use.
Stream media and digital and my sources as well said that the video and the photo images that show the man with the backpack and without the backpack at Nancy Guthrie's front door that was captured on doorbell camera are from different nights. Sheriff says, well, any mention of that is speculation. However, sources for almost everybody have confirmed it. So it is very interesting that the January 11th date gets a lot of traction. 5 visits from the feds. This longtime resident of the Catalina foothills says, maybe not the feds. She said investigators. It might have been locals and investigators, but said specifically they asked for January 11th video. As you all know, the sheriff expanded it to January 1 to February 1. We're looking for your video. But this person says they specifically asked for January 11th. So that is just an interesting aspect to all of this. So I called Matt Murphy because today was just so big and bold. And I wanted to know what it meant that all these folks in blue suits are walking around the perimeter of Nancy Guthrie's house on day 25. Here's my conversation with Matt. And remember, Matt is not only a homicide prosecutor, but he has decades in the world of solving crimes and prosecuting crimes. And he literally wrote the book. It's called The Book of Murder. I encourage you to get it. It is a fascinating read. But here's my conversation with Matt Murphy.
Together, we are strong. Corewell Health. We can.
Welcome to the Undertone Podcast.
Like the video, fair use, reaction clip. Like the videos, you guys come in. Thanks for being here.
Here's my conversation with Matt Murphy. Quick note from my sponsor, being on camera means that having the right makeup to keep my skin happy is really important. I've always hated when it feels cakey.
Let's go past her commercial. She's got to do what she got to do. Like the videos, you guys. Come in. Hold on.
Butt heads with somebody in the U.S. Attorney's Office who might have an interest in your case. And I've
sponsor Jones Road Beauty.
FBI agent.
Okay.
Basically, it's the best lab in the world. The UK has some really good forensic scientists over there, but Quantico is kind of the gold standard. They're not using Quantico. They're using a crime lab in Florida, which is a big head scratcher to me.
Have heard it's great, though. Have heard they're amazing. The DNA International and Turkey Beach has solved
I hope
lots
they are.
of whole cases.
But I also just heard that there was some struggle over a DNA mixture. I think that was misreported because DNA mixtures happen all the time. I prosecuted personally. I did a double homicide where we had triple genetic mixtures and everything, and there's nothing unusual about that. So
that by the way, may have been the sheriff misspeaking, and I'll only say this: the lab in Florida is not talking. The sheriff is talking for everybody, and he said something like they're struggling with the mixture, and it wasn't long before the reporting came out. I think it was 24 hours, and the report came out. No, it's a partial sample, meaning they didn't get enough for a CODIS sample. Maybe it was maybe it was a mixture, maybe that happened, but the issue was it was two different things.
In the forensic world, actually, that is night and day, apples and oranges. And when you say that the sheriff misspoke, I think we have to say the sheriff misspoke again. And I guarantee in that lab, if they're a properly accredited lab, the director of that lab was probably pulling his hair out or her hair out when they heard that. They weren't struggling with a mixture because they deal with mixtures in every sexual assault case. You have a mixture. In even the purest ones, you're going to get the epithelial cells from your victim mixed with the sperm fraction DNA of your bad guy over and over and over again. So if that is a lab that is even halfway professional, and I have no reason to doubt that they're anything but.
And we've heard great things.
They were losing their minds because somebody was speaking for them who clearly doesn't understand the science.
Entirely possible. Let me ask you this about these people who've arrived today. Like, you're right. Fox Digital did report that they had a confirmation from the U.S. Attorney's Office in the District of Arizona that federal prosecutors visited Nancy's property to assist the FBI with a, quote, routine legal process. Is that moving the case forward from where they are? Is it possible that it's something that I just learned the term today, a clean team? Now, I don't know if you've heard that before, but I had to look it up, and it means basically fresh eyes. Fresh eyes coming in and starting over and looking at this maybe with a new group.
That brings me to the second thing you deal with if you do homicides long enough. You will, in addition to the feds being awesome on the street level, you will eventually butt heads with somebody in the U.S. Attorney's Office who might have an interest in your case. And I've fought wars and won them all against eager U.S. attorneys who wanted to come in and do some of the murders we were working on in Orange County. And you fight that fight. It's known as dual jurisdiction, where you have a state jurisdictional venue, I guess we could say, or the state jurisdiction to prosecute a case, and there might be a dual federal thing. Like I had a big battle with the local guys, and they were fine except for this one guy that I was butting heads with. But that was
by the way, like Luigi Mangione.
Right, not dissimilar at all, but that was one where the murder happened on a federal military base within Orange County, so we both had jurisdiction. So look, under 99.9% of the cases, Ashley, I got to tell you, like, state prosecutors are almost always going to be the better option because they have a lot of experience in murder cases. Like almost every murder case is a state case. There are some cases that can be federal, but they're few and far between. What U.S. attorneys or federal prosecutors are very good at, they're good at RICO stuff, going after organized crime, and also white collar crime, which is a huge bulk of what they do. In fact, a lot of people don't know this. They recruit FBI agents straight out of law school. I was recruited by the FBI out of law school, almost did it. So when it comes to street crime, which this would be considered, this is like you're in the gristle, bloody murder.
And I will say that too. I'm not certain if they notice, unless, let's just break this down. So say, for instance, she gets pills and it's a 30-day supply. We can't confirm or deny if she was even able to take her medication with her or she had to leave it. We don't know. A lot of times people aren't going to care, or, they're just going to do whatever. So say, for instance, she had just picked up, let's just say this, today's the 26th. So say, for instance, she just picked up her medicine on the 25th. Hey, we noticed her pill bottle had the same amount of what she picked up. So she might have taken her medicine on the 25th. There's still 29 pills there. So that means allegedly she didn't take none of her pills. I don't even think we've heard that. If her medication was missing, if some of the pills were missing, I don't even think we know anything about what was taken. And this is the other thing too. I don't think they've talked about the family saying, well, this is normally there, that was gone. This was normally there, that was gone. We normally kept a certain amount of cash nearby. I don't even think they mentioned anything missing other than her. And remember, Savannah was the one that said that my mom was taken in the middle of the night. Savannah said that. I'm going to play the video of what Savannah said for you guys, but it's so concerning. And we get why they're keeping certain things close to the chest, but they're also telling us that they don't have nothing. So whoever took her is like, they know y'all don't have nothing. They know the DNA information. They don't have nothing. Realize we took her. Y'all didn't get notification until what, 11, 12? Somebody else had to tell y'all your mama was gone. These kidnappers are probably like, wow. And other people that may allegedly be thinking about it, it's like, how did they get away with X, Y, and Z? Why didn't somebody get notification that somebody was on her porch? Why didn't somebody get notification that somebody was on her porch the day before or a few days before? Why didn't somebody get notification of who's that white van? So nobody's pulled up who that white van was. No camera caught the license plate that white van was. So concerning. All of us are in a city where you see cameras everywhere at the light. You see cameras everywhere at a light. So how is it that no one caught the camera that was near her area? There's got to be select few that's going in and out of that complex at that time. Why didn't anybody catch the cameras on that around that time frame? So concerning. Let's continue. And they would know normal people that's working a midnight shift, a late shift. Those people would be going in and out around the same time every night. Something's not right. Something's not right. A lot of areas have cameras everywhere. Everywhere. You know, you drive, you pass a light, there's cameras. You know, I guess they're now trying to say certain cameras might be trying to send y'all tickets in the mail if you break the law. So how is it that nothing was caught? No neighbor caught anything on their cameras either? What's going on?
Prosecutors are almost always more experienced, better. Now, I hope, Ashley, that these were federal prosecutors who are coming in, that they have a federal theory on how the feds can assert jurisdiction, because in my opinion here, and I want to be fair,
yeah, they wanted to get her out of there, but you have to realize too, I don't think we've heard about anything being taken out of the house. Because if she had spots on the porch, there might have been an issue or a struggle. Y'all got to realize I can't say certain things. There's spots on the porch. They may not have let her grab anything. I'm just saying that's something we didn't hear. She had just got her prescription. There was only several pills taken. We don't even know she was able to take. We know that her Apple Watch wasn't with her. That's to monitor her, because of course, if she would have had her Apple Watch, they could have traced where she was, possibly from the Apple Watch. So of course, the Apple Watch was left there, and her phone was left there, and her car was left there. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot that we don't know, and we get why, but it's just so interesting. 84-year-old living by herself.
Police officers now have a soft spot for cops. They have a very, very difficult job. I've stood on that stage before with 25 cameras in front of us, you know, as watching my elected DA or our elected sheriff try to field questions on big cases. It's a really tough job. That said, in my opinion, just my opinion, this is a clown show in Pima County. The DA should have been there from day one.
Yes.
These are the first prosecutors that have been to that scene. That's shameful. When you have a case like this, it's not just about figuring out the mystery. It's about holding the person who did it accountable. You have to prepare the prosecution long before you even get a suspect. And also all these times where this guy's rolling out, he's having his SWAT team go out and put handcuffs on people. If that's true, and I have no inside knowledge other than what I've read, but that first, the Uber Eats guy, apparently they cuffed him, they detained him. Look, that's really heavy-handed. It looks, maybe there's a good reason, and I'm prepared to be wrong. It looks performative to me by the sheriff. I was in the homicide unit for 17 years.
And remember there was different people detained and released. What tip did you get to detain those people and released? Both those situations, people going to the house, people getting pulled over, Another situation, people at the house, people getting detained at a restaurant. Remember that? People were detained and then released. People were hopeful when those people got detained, but they were released. And I'm sure the first person I think is going to sue. I think, don't quote me on that, but I think that first person is talking about suing. Let's continue.
133 jury trials, Ashley. I can't recall a single time that we needed a SWAT team to arrest a murder suspect. And I dealt with Russian mafia and gang members. It's like, I don't know what they're doing. And the person who can put the brakes on that is the prosecutor who's going to be responsible for that. And that's you going heavy-handed like that, that's a good way to get your department sued, in my opinion. And it also it ultimately looks bad in front of a jury. You have to treat the case from day one like you're going to catch the guy, and you got to hold him accountable for the Guthrie family. And you need a prosecutor to be working hand in glove with the investigators, and not even directing it, but just kind of a different set of eyes with different considerations, somebody that has prosecuted murders before and can anticipate defense motions so the case doesn't get screwed up by overzealous detectives or cops that want to kick in doors. This is amateur hour in Pima County. The DA there is a woman named Laura Conover, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe they've been really active behind the scenes and we haven't seen her. But if those were the first prosecutors that have been inside that house, the voters, in my opinion, of Pima County need to clear out their law enforcement leadership and elect people that are more responsible. Because all I've seen is a failure, and in my opinion here, a failure of the sheriff and a failure of the law enforcement leadership of Pima County to bring justice to this family. And it's maddening to me. I just stopped watching this about a week ago because it was so frustrating.
Well, I don't think you're the only one. We're tracking what's going on basically in the Twitterverse and online, and that's where a huge conversation, has been really going after this sheriff for the things that have happened.
Can I add something there? I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but
no worries.
Do you mind? No, it's you have to anticipate that when you go to the media, when you ask for the public's help, you are going to get a deluge of people that, well-meaning people that want to help.
Right.
But part of that also is you have to be prepared to answer legitimate questions from the media, and you have to be prepared to get some heat. Now, I always hated it, okay, when a talking head would come in and criticize my cops or criticize me about something that we were doing on a high-profile case, so I get it. However, I was on your former colleague's show, our mutual friend Elizabeth Vargas, and she's a pro, and I'm in the green room. This is last week, and this is after the gloves were found down the road, right? We talked about that a little bit on your show. So you're going to get DNA out those gloves. And one of the questions that she had, and she interviewed the sheriff. He stopped doing press conferences, but he started doing individual interviews.
Cherry-picked, yeah.
Yeah, whatever, good. But Elizabeth Vargas is
told you he started doing individual interviews.
Real journalist. She's a pro.
Yes.
And she asked the question. She's like, okay, so you got those gloves. Or Mrs. Guthrie's DNA were they found on the gloves? And this is like 3 days after that story broke that they found the gloves.
Yep.
And not only did he appear not to know the answer to that question, he pushed back on her and said, you guys in the media. And it's like, you guys in the media, what are you talking about, dude? You called the media. It's like, you have to expect questions like that. How can you not know the answer? I have no problem at all, please understand, with a law enforcement professional going, active investigation, I'm afraid I can't answer that question.
Facts.
Or I don't want to say, but scratching your head going, well, I have to ask my people or something like that. I mean, it's just, it undermines the integrity of law enforcement, and it certainly undermines the public confidence in law enforcement.
Yeah, because he should have notes in front of him of what's going on with the case day to day.
A lot of this stuff, if they catch this guy tonight, whoever he is, or whoever they are.
My name is Laura, and I'm from Brighton, Michigan. The content I create is a little glimpse into my life. It's very cozy. It's very
like the video, fair use, reaction, clip.
Tonight.
Please continue to hit the subscribe button, you guys. Thank you for getting me over the quota. Let's try and make another quota. Please hit subscribe. Continue to hit the like button. Thank you.
Whoever he is, or whoever they are, and this prosecution starts, I guarantee that the defense already has mistakes in their tool belt that they're going to be able to use against the prosecutors because of some of the things that we've been seeing.
Yeah.
And look, another thing, in fairness, a lot of these cases take months, years sometimes. I prosecuted cases from the 1970s, my Rodney Alcala case. So sometimes it takes a while, but nobody should be arguing with the FBI. There shouldn't be a feud between locals and feds that are there to help. So very long answer to your question. I hope it's the feds. I hope they've got an angle, and I hope they're taking everything over, because That's the only way, in my view, that this can be solved. And that is not a criticism one bit of the fine, hardworking police officers working for Pima County Sheriff's Department. I've dealt with them before, and I've dealt with Pima County. I did it on a very high-profile case out of Newport Beach, and they were top-notch, absolutely amazing law enforcement.
That's what we're hearing, Matt. We're hearing that the guys on the ground are working their asses off, and they are working day and night, you know, getting very little sleep. And many of them are pissed off themselves. I mean, I think Brian Enton had a report 2 weeks ago saying he's talking to these guys, and many of them don't know who's in charge, which was shocking as well.
They're being failed by their leadership, and that includes Laura Conover, the DA. Sorry.
But let's also say, you know, and props to the good men and women who are working this case on the ground, because they are working really hard. But one of the things that also Brian Enton reported was that he knew today, amongst the confirmation that these are federal prosecutors at Nancy's house today, Brian also knew that local Pima homicide was there, at least one member. So if that is the case, if the federal prosecutors are there assisting the FBI with a quote routine legal process, and a Pima homicide investigator is there, and let me just be really clear, we don't know that Nancy Guthrie has been murdered. We don't know that yet. Everybody has their opinions and theories on what's happened, and it is, you know, 4 weeks in at this point, but we don't know that to be fact. It's just that these investigations have to happen. So a local Pima County homicide detective is there with the federal prosecutors and the FBI. Now you've got 3 agencies. Tell me what that tells you.
Well, okay, it should be working that way. And let's not forget, Border Patrol was there on that stage, I think, the very first day. So look, when you have a case like this, that's what you do. You go all hands on deck. You reach out. Hopefully the FBI will help you, because their resources and their agents are fantastic. And you bring what's happening. There's almost 2 different tracks here, Ashley. Having been in that room so many times, you've got your political class, and you've got all of that stuff, sheriff, elected DA, you've got all those people, and on the ground you've got dedicated, hardworking professionals, some of whom I guarantee have probably not slept more than 4 hours a night since this thing started. You got your rank and file, hard-nosed gumshoe cops, and they, I guarantee, are grateful for the FBI agents. They're grateful for the resources that are available to them. So you've got that, and they have bonded now. There should be a prosecutor in that room, and again, I want to be wrong. I want to be fair to Laura Conover. I want to be fair to the sheriff, but I've reached a point where personally, my heart breaks for this family. I've done a million of these, and this is not how you do it. And so I feel bad for the hardworking women and men in law enforcement and the CSI professionals as well.
What were they doing today? What do you think specifically? They were inside, and they were outside walking the perimeter in suits. What do you think was actually happening?
Well, I think if that's the first time federal prosecutors have seen
Good question. Like the video, fair use reaction clip.
Remember, we've got those blood drops outside. I have always believed that there's a very telling scene regarding the blood inside the home, which we have not seen yet.
Matt, I'll tell you what, I had a break earlier this week from a very well-informed source connected to this investigation, law enforcement source, who said the blood droplets outside the home, outside on Nancy's front entryway on the tiles, it is the similar pattern inside the home. Blood droplets, but not, as it was described to me, not a footsteps to...
I didn't know there was any inside. Like the video, use reaction clip.
The blood, not a sign of a struggle, just those blood droplets inside the home as well. And I was not able to get from that source where exactly.
Yeah. Well, remember that going back to the very first day, and again, I have a hard time trusting anything that the sheriff has said personally. But he did say that first day, one of the things I don't think he walked back, because he keeps saying one thing and then he'll come back and walk it back later.
So there was some evidence inside the home that was concerning enough to get the homicide detectives out.
Right. And also they said she was abducted from her bed. Remember that?
And then he walked that back. And then Savannah yesterday released an Instagram that literally said the words, "In the dark of night, taken from her bed." Those were Savannah's words, and she's a journalist, and she knows her words. I don't know if she's speaking literally or figuratively. And that's now twice we've heard that.
And my heart just breaks for her and any family member that is suffering as a result of this thing. You know, this is the most apoplectic thing a person can experience. It's absolutely horrific. But no, the first thing that you want to look at if you're a prosecutor is there's an entire forensic discipline known as blood spatter evidence. A lot of people mispronounce it, say splatter with an L. It's spatter, S-P-A-T-T-E-R, where essentially you closely examine, and blood is a very viscous material, as we all know. We're all familiar with blood, but it's like you can tell directionally. You know, a lot of times if somebody was stabbed or beaten, you have a thing called cast off that can be on the ceiling. There are so many different aspects of that. The way the blood falls, you can get directions out of it. You can learn a lot of information just as, you know, trying to understand it. So if there's blood in her bed, that tells you a ton, right?
They haven't said that.
Like the video, fair use reaction clip. I know they said front door. I don't know what they said about the house. Like the video.
No, they haven't said that. I'm
Yeah.
saying, and no, they haven't said it. I'm saying if they knew that she was taken from her bed and they keep repeating that, that's very different than somebody knocking on the door and her going to answer and getting snatched from her doorstep.
And very different, Matt, than say her potentially hearing a noise and coming out of her bedroom and startling a burglar who was only there to steal. To that, we've also learned from the New York Times, who interviewed a friend of Nancy's, that she had recently started wearing powerful hearing aids, which means you take them out at night, which means it would be hard to maybe hear something going on in the home. This episode is sponsored by Cowboy Colostrum, and if you have been trying to fix your gut health, this might be something you want to look into.
So that's interesting that if she is wearing hearing aids, she might not have heard an intruder at her front door. That's the first time I'm hearing that as well. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
When she was alive. So you can get a tremendous amount of really good evidence from looking at the blood. And I don't know, I'm guessing that's the first thing I would ask to see if I was the prosecutor. But of course, if I was the prosecutor or any of the prosecutors in Orange County, LA County, or anywhere else that handles these things professionally, you'd have a prosecutor there that night before the blood is even coagulated. That's the way it should work. That way you've got another mind who is experienced and can anticipate, like I said, what is going to come at you from the defense. And the DA, from what I've seen, maybe working really hard behind the scenes, but she's been a ghost, at least publicly. And maybe that just means she's way more professional than the sheriff. I don't know. I'm not familiar with Arizona politics. I don't know who the good guys are, the bad guys. I have nothing to do with that. That is my objective opinion based on what we've been seeing and that's been widely reported.
Which brings me to the next round of vehicles that arrived after the white, about a half hour after the white vehicles arrived, about several black SUVs, a convoy, it's been described as. A convoy of black SUVs arrived. One of them that was in the middle had all the windows darkened, and it ended up pulling into the garage. The door of the garage came down, and apparently whomever was in there was inside the house for about an hour before the garage door came back up, and that vehicle sped out quickly. I have my theories on what that could be, possibly the family coming to the home, but if it is still a crime, at least if it's still a scene where they want to see where the crime happened, because it's not officially a crime scene anymore, would the family have gone into the home if the blood were still on the floor?
Yeah, there's 100 different reasons why that might have been family. I mean, they drove right into the garage. There was a heavily tinted window, so it was clearly somebody that didn't want to be seen by the media. So I wouldn't at all be surprised. And that could also be family just wanting to get belongings in the house that have nothing to do with the investigation, just wanted to recover them. And these people have huge hearts, like those FBI agents, and I guarantee those homicide detectives. And anything you can do that doesn't compromise the integrity of a crime scene, you want to do if it can alleviate just a little bit of the grief for the family. So that could be something personal that they just wanted to go in and get, something they might want to look for, or it could be they wanted to perhaps access to something. Maybe a combo to a safe wasn't working. There's 100 different reasons why that could be a family member, or maybe somebody else. That could be the DA herself finally showing up.
Right.
4 weeks into this.
Right.
Which I hope not. That would be. And look, maybe she was there the first night. Nobody saw. I don't know. But it could be anything. And again, we're trying to read tea leaves because the information that's been provided has been schizophrenic, if I can use a term, right? It's like we were told one thing one day, then another. The family, nobody's ruled out. The family's ruled out. The family's not ruled out. We're keeping the car.
I have news on that.
I'm getting whiplash listening.
I have news on that. So obviously, my source early on said that the focus right from the jump on day one was the brother-in-law. And the sheriff tore into me and didn't say my name, but said, absolutely not, but we're not ruling out family. And then the sheriff came out and said, they're all cleared, including spouses. And now Arizona Family, which is, of course, that consortium that owns 2 TV stations in northern Arizona, Brianna Whitney reports this. This is her tweet. Multiple people have asked me what the status is on Annie Guthrie's car after it was taken for processing in the case. And then she says, I asked the Pima County Sheriff's Department today, and I just received this response, quote, all we can say at this time, the vehicle is still part of the investigation. But if they've cleared the family members and their spouses, why would they keep the vehicle for part of the investigation?
Okay, so number one, all right, I don't even know where to start with this. One of the things that you learn is that you have to keep an open mind at all times. Okay, and when you have a mystery like this, you start with your list of suspects with the population of the Earth. Okay, and I cannot tell you, Ashley, how many times I thought a case was one thing, and then there's a radical change, like a piece of evidence is discovered that turns the whole thing upside down. And my detectives, like on my Daniel Wozniak case, you remember, like the killer murdered a young man, war hero, because he wanted to get out his $65,000 in his bank account, and he figured out what his PIN was. So he murders him, takes his ATM card, cuts off his head, but wants a reason why
Suicide's
part of his plan.
Trigger warning, sorry. Fair use reaction clip. Trigger warning.
He's going to lure another mutual friend to his murder victim's apartment, and he killed him. That's the one on the military base. Kills him someplace else. So he lures this poor young woman named Julie Kibuishi, totally innocent, murders her, and stages the entire crime scene to make it look like Sam, his first victim, killed her. Utterly diabolical. And this is embarrassing to admit, but I went into that scene and I bought it. I'm like, okay, well, clearly this is some sort of lover's quarrel between the two of them. And the parents were insistent that they weren't dating, but what do parents know, right? And my detectives, to their credit, were saying, no, that's not, this is weird. That's not it. And they were right. And all of a sudden we learned that this was one of the first witnesses. It was, who would ever believe that somebody would come up with a scheme that diabolical? So
Brendan Banfield did. Brendan Banfield and his nanny, they did.
Yeah, so when you rule it out, you rule people out when you have a suspect and you figure out the case. No, and by the way, the sheriff doesn't get to rule people out. He doesn't have charging authority. That is a prosecutorial agency that makes that call, not the sheriff. That's a TV thing. The idea that that the cops are ruling somebody out, that means nothing, because they don't have the ability to file charges. They can request charges from the DA. They can book people. That's very different than the formal criminal charging process in the United States. So, and I've had case after case where I think a thing, and I had a case with a guy who we believe that it was he was very wealthy, lived in Newport Coast, murdered his wife, and they were in the process of a divorce, and there was a lot of money at stake in the divorce. And so I file what's known as a special circ for financial gain. So it's a murder, strangled her to death, dumped her in a trash can in San Diego County, comes back, and I firmly believed that obviously this has got to be it. Well, then we get into the computers. The computers come back. Turns out what was actually happening, turns out she had a ton of money and her family had a lot of money. His family had a lot of money. Their big dispute was he kept going and trying to think of a polite way to say this, engaging in the services of sex workers without using proper protection and giving his wife STDs. And that's what they were fighting about. So I've already charged him, believing that money is at least part of the motive to do this. And then I had to go and dismiss that enhancement the same day. As soon as I subjectively became aware, that's what they're fighting about, I can no longer have faith in the charges. And ethically, as a prosecutor, you got to dump it. So you have to have an open mind through the end of the trial on these things. So the idea that the sheriff is making a call and saying, we are eliminating this person as a suspect or that person as a suspect, how do you know until you've figured out the case? And clearly they haven't done that. This could be somebody else who did it, but you just don't know. So, and everybody's presumed innocent, and I'm throwing zero shade or accusations at anybody. Right. But I'm saying that the process of a sheriff going, I've eliminated that person, dude, until you have a suspect in custody who gives you a story that you believe, or that you're able to piece it together with their phone records or their computer records, and you have a near complete picture of how this happened, the entire world is a suspect.
No BO, no BS, just natural man.
Facts. Fair use reaction clip. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the subscribe button. Yeah, many people were surprised that the family was cleared because they're still building the case. Like the video, fair use reaction clip.
Suspect.
Seems to have done it very quickly as well, because like my source said, and I still believe it based on the actions of the police, the source said that right away the Pima County Sheriff's Department zeroed in on that family member, and they towed the car. They returned the scene right away. They said they called the search off within 24 hours of Mrs. Guthrie disappearing, and said the words, there's no threat to the...
And allegedly, it is alleged that the family has to do questioning, alleged lie detector. So maybe he's speaking towards that. And just to give maybe the family some relief, because who knows if the family's out and about and people are looking at them weird and they were having pressure and people are side-eyeing them, maybe he wanted to just give relief to the family. Who knows why he said what he said.
Public. There's no reason for anybody in the public to be concerned. And then showed up at night, photographing in that home, the family member's home, for 3 hours. And so the actions certainly seemed to speak to the reporting that I had, which was that was their focus. And so very, very quickly, suddenly, he's saying everyone's cleared, and yet won't return the vehicle that they towed under warrant.
Well, not only that, but that's just another of the hundred statements from the sheriff that at first I was sympathetic, and I'm really not anymore. I saw that video, and look, I'm a man, okay, and I've had FBI firearms training. I've been threatened a million times. That video is terrifying to me. Guy in a balaclava showing up in the middle of the night. How do you announce to the public that they are not at risk when that guy, and he's still on the loose?
To be fair, when he made the statement, they hadn't yet seen that video.
Right.
They hadn't yet, but it sure was scary. 24 hours afterwards, 24 hours after the announcement that she's missing, the announcement is, you're all fine.
Yeah, everybody's cool. And then what, a week or two later, we get those images. not so cool anymore. Like that guy's friggin' scary. Imagine if you're the same demographic as that poor Nancy Guthrie, right? Like if you're an elderly person living in Pima County, how secure do you feel with the assurances of a sheriff who says everybody's good, nobody's at risk? And
Facts. I was saying the same thing. The community, they have to be scared right now.
A few days later, the boogeyman turns up on a video, and again, that's just amateurish, poor leadership, poor law enforcement leadership.
Once bitten, twice shy. I recall in the days after the Idaho 4 were murdered in their beds, we were all told, oh, there's nothing to be concerned about. There's no risk out there. This was a targeted attack. There's no risk to the community. Well, there was 6 weeks worth of the worst risk to the community. And he was walking about the cabin and sitting next to associates at Washington State University. And Brian Koberger was out there, and we were told otherwise. And so now I'm concerned because it feels like a bit of a repeat. We're told, nope, there's no risk to the community, when in fact, there is a risk to the community. It just makes me wonder where his focus was and where his department's focus was on that day.
Well, and can I tell you the difference? And I'm with you 100% on that. On Koberger, which we both covered, right? Like you had me on your show a bunch on that. And that, look, the difference between the Brian Koberger case and this one is you had really good leadership on their investigative team, which is I was super impressed by because that's a very small area, right? The person who let everybody down, in my view, again, just my opinion, was the prosecutor who came off the death penalty. That's another story. But the difference is they had Koberger pretty much ID'd very quickly, and they were following him. You know, that whole drive, the video that we saw where they pull him over twice in like a couple hours, they were onto him, and they were monitoring him, they were watching him. So I'm a little more comfortable there because they figured out very early who did it as the investigation was proceeding, and as
they lied to us. But they lied to us. And I will tell you this, that to me, again, once bitten, twice shy as a reporter, I watched the police chief. He filmed a video and posted it on the Moscow police website saying, we have no suspects. There is no one. And it was the day before that they'd identified him with ID, with his DNA. It was the day before that they identified him with his DNA and knew exactly who they were after, and then recorded and posted, we have no suspects. So I have been lied to before, and I get it. I get it. It is the purview of the police. It's not illegal to lie to the press or the public. But as a reporter, my boss is the truth.
Sure, and I get that, and I don't disagree at all. But if you're gonna, I have less of a problem with that if you've got the guy ID'd and you want to put him at ease so you can effectuate a safe arrest. Like if that means a little BS to the press because you got the guy, I have much less of a problem with that than announcing in a case like this, no danger to the public, and when this guy is obviously incredibly dangerous and he is out there right now. And I mean, look, those images, and they released another one today. Actually, that it was being reported that maybe it was on a different night. Another guy in a balaclava. It looks like the same guy.
Again, the mess here. I mean, they released them all. Many of us in the true crime community said, well, wait, the image, he's not wearing a backpack or a gun. Is it the same guy? What's going on? And, a couple weeks later, we're then, it's confirmed through every source that every outlet has, other than the sheriff, that it is a different night. And the sheriff saying, well, that's all speculative. But the sources that every other media outlet has said, no, that is confirmed. It is a different night. So we had the pictures, but weeks later, we find out they're a different night.
Yeah, I mean, when you go to the public and ask for help,
right?
You got to expect the heat, and you got to expect a lot of people.
Scrutiny.
Yeah, and look, when you do that, this is a part of the deal. Like, act like you've been in the end zone before, dude. As I say in the NFL, right? Like, be professional about it. Understand what that means. And I have no problem appealing to the public. I've done that before on cases in conjunction with the FBI and local police. But it's something you map out, you strategize, and you're prepared. You've got a phone bank waiting to accept the calls. And the vast majority of people, you can break them down into 3 groups, right? You got people that really want to help.
Right.
And that's going to be the vast majority of them. And I saw a weird guy walking down the street in September, and they're people that they mean well. You got to chase all those things down. It consumes a tremendous amount of resources, but it's a part of that. And every once in a while you get lucky and you hit a home run. Most of them are, I heard noises, but it might've been the raccoons. I heard somebody screaming, but my neighbor's wife yells at them a lot. Like, most of them the vast majority go nowhere. The second group is you got your Looney Tunes that come out and say I know it's aliens that abducted or blah, blah, blah. And those come out, and that's just a part of the modern world. And then also, and I think we talked about this before, you got your scammers. All of those friggin' letters all of that stuff none of those are real. None of those are from this guy. They're all scams. And even the back and forth, I've in my private practice, I've a few times I've been brought in to try to help people as almost like a fixer. These people that get scammed, the people that actually do call that, and you're dealing. Last one I dealt with was in the Philippines, and that the language, the back and forth, like, well, you don't trust me, so now I'm only going to do it this way. That is exactly how they sound. They try to personalize it. It's all bullshit. It is all bullshit. Those parasites are, so you got well-meaning people, you got your crazies, and now we have parasites in the modern era that attempt to cash in on the absolutely horrific grief of this poor family. And for me, I don't think there's any fate bad enough for those people who try to profit from something like this. I mean, you call them parasites. There's many more adjectives I could add to that. They seem to be abating, but I will say this. The FBI, it's now being reported, has received 1,500 tips, Matt, since Savannah put out her messaging yesterday.
1,500 tips. Now they have to follow all those leads. 1,500 tips? That's a lot of tips.
And I just wondered, is that because it's now $1 million reward and suddenly people have a conscience, or is that because...
Like the video. Please hit subscribe. There's about 200 in the building. Continue to hit the like button. The like should match the views. Please continue to hit the like button. The like should match the views. Let's let the commercial go past. Thanks for being here, everyone. I appreciate you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having an amazing morning. Let's continue.
That was a big story and it made a lot of press.
I mean, again, I want to give the benefit of the doubt to anybody who call in and think that I think that it got, the $1 million, maybe got another news cycle out of it and reminded people like, hey, we're still looking, maybe get some help. So I want to interpret that the best way. But I think anybody with actual information that's willing to share it would have revealed it a lot earlier. I mean,
by now.
Or is it possible, because I've spoken with people about this before, some folks that were willing to turn them in were too terrified about their own security and could not afford to move their families or secure themselves. And now with $1 million, they can. Yeah, maybe. I'm skeptical on that one. Really? Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to have to worry about this guy if the FBI gets him.
Right.
He's over and out if they can put together a good enough case. So no, I don't think so. I'm skeptical about it. Maybe. I mean, look, you never know. Every one of these cases is different. And I pray to God that I'm wrong about everything and this poor woman is still alive. And somehow they managed to keep her alive and she'll be freed. But look, I mean, I've been on record on your show before. I think she was dead inside the house. That's always been my thought. But I see these cases through a very jaded lens of 21 years of homicide and sexual assault. So. Yeah, well, you've seen a lot. There's to the tipsters who, like you mentioned, they're well-meaning. They want to help. Matt Ruiz from Fox News reported from Fox Digital that a neighbor of Nancy Guthrie said that she saw a man who, quote unquote, didn't fit in the community walking near the missing woman's home in January, a couple weeks before, and said he didn't have your typical walking gear on. He had his hat pulled really far over his eyes. If that was a tip and you were looking at it, what's your lens? That's probably some well-meaning, very nice person who wants to help, and that's the best they got. And when that is the latest tip that's getting reported, we're officially at the bottom of the barrel. But look, I've had cases again on my Nairi case that you remember. We had nothing, and my cops were doing a canvass. This is a kidnapping with a man who was sexually mutilated in the desert. He's a marijuana dispensary owner. Horrific case, and a canvas is kind of it sounds like desperate when trigger warnings. Let's continue. Please hit the subscribe button. There's 327 in the building. Please hit subscribe, everyone. Please hit subscribe. If you already hit subscribe, press 1. If you already hit subscribe, press 1 and thank you. Please hit the subscribe button. Please hit the like button. It's free. Thank you. Super chats are welcome. $1, $2. Thank you for all the gifted earlier today. Let's continue. Fair use. Thanks for being here, everyone. Hello. Press the subscribe button. We've probably had about 6,000 people in here. Please subscribe, everyone. We're trying to hit 50K. So you just send Explorer scouts and police officers, usually the young ones, out to knock on every neighbor's door and just hope you get something. And that when they knocked on a woman's door who's like, I mean, she's a hero, so I don't want to belittle her by the comparison. But I just think of Mrs. Kravitz from Bewitched, the lady that's always looking out her window. We had one of those. This woman was absolutely awesome, and the cops are like, "Hey, did you happen to see anything?" And she said, "As a matter of fact, I did. I saw a white truck, 3 boys in workman's gear that didn't look like it had ever been used." And they're like, "Please tell us, you can give us a description of the truck." And she's like, "Well, I've got the license plate. Would that help?" And it broke our case wide open. Wow. So you never know. Every once in a while you'll get that tip, and you hit the home run. Case gets solved. Bad guys get arrested, and but again, the arrest isn't the end of this. They have to be prosecuted, and the prosecution has to withstand appellate scrutiny. And that means that decisions now need to be correct. They need to conform to the sacrosanct constitutional rights of whoever this person is going to be. And one day this case is going to be solved. Okay, hopefully it's tomorrow, and maybe in a year, maybe it's in 5 years. One day this case is going to be solved. And decisions have to be made today, in fact, starting 4 weeks ago, that don't screw up the prosecution so that that person is held accountable, there's justice for the family, and they're never given the opportunity ever again to hurt anybody else. And that depends on the integrity of the prosecution.
Facts.
To that end, I should also tell you that Fox is reporting today that the Pima County Sheriff's Department reported no activity at the house today. And yet, our very eyes, we're seeing, a half dozen people in blue suits, and also Enton telling us that one of the people who was there was actually a Pima County homicide detective. So after that, Pima County Sheriff's Office said that it had no press conferences planned. It will now be limiting its updates to media about the Guthrie case.
Wow.
And here's the quote: daily updates. The Pima County Sheriff's Department PIO team has been distributing updates to the media on an almost daily basis. At this time, we will limit further updates to instances when new information warrants release. So now suddenly we're not even going to get the printed statements anymore.
No, it's like that old statement, believe me and not your damn lying eyes, right? And by the way, Brian's a friend of mine. Brian's reporting on this, I think, has been absolutely stellar.
Yeah.
But the problems on this one, and I've had cases where I butted heads with the media, and now I kind of work in the media, I guess. The problems in this case have never been the media. The problem in this case is the leadership. And look, in fairness, these cases can be very difficult. They can be difficult to solve, and they can take a long time. When reporters are saying we've had the most activity ever, you got feds rolling in their suits, you got somebody in the garage, everybody's outside doing that, and the same day you get yet another contradictory statement from the sheriff's department saying
no activity.
Nothing happened today. It's like, dude, we know stuff happened, and just every time they do it, that's an unforced error, and every day it seems like we got something else. It is, and I don't want to be too harsh again, I really don't, but it is amateur hour with the sheriff's department. And that doesn't mean if we had a real pro in there that they would have made an arrest, but it sure would increase public confidence in the integrity of this investigation, which is critical for public confidence in the integrity eventually of a prosecution. Because if you lose that, you're going to lose the case, and then this guy gets out and does it to somebody else. This is a public safety issue, and of course he's not doing any more press conferences because he doesn't want to be grilled anymore on going to football games 5 days after this poor woman goes missing, or whatever other questions. Or I guess you'd have to read the DNA report to answer questions about whether or not this poor woman's DNA is on those gloves. And by the way, I that's about the time that I hung it up and I couldn't watch anymore, Ashley. So there are people who definitely know the details of this thing more than me, but all that hullabaloo about those gloves, and it turned out that was nothing. And you and I talked about this. And I told you that every time you do a canvas, always find gloves, always. There's gardening gloves, there's biker's gloves, there's Central Park right now is filled with frozen gloves, one glove. That's just the nature of the beast on these things. And I guarantee they found gloves in the neighbors' yards, and, gloves that gardeners have used and workmen have, roofer gloves. There's all kinds of gloves out there in the world. Every one of them, you're going to get DNA in them. And virtually none of them are probably going to have anything to do with this case.
Today, Brian Enton said,
at Michigan Auto Law, we put
like the video. There's about 177 in the building. Thanks for being here, everyone. Good afternoon. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip.
Brian Enton said that at least one person who was on the property today with that big group of folks that all showed up, the FBI, the U.S. Attorney's Office, and the sheriff's homicide detective, one of them was seen wearing gloves. Does that sound normal to you, that if they're just doing this canvas, they would have gloves on?
Yes. Okay. Every time this is this is kind of funny. I don't know if I'm supposed to say this on air, but HBO optioned my book, right? So in working with the writer who's trying to develop a screenplay, and hopefully they buy the rights, fingers crossed for me, but
opinion.
Great writer, and he wants.
What is that? Let me see. Opinion. Okay, so if you want to subscribe, that's fine. Be kind in the comments. Go on your own page and be disrespectful to yourself. Be kind in the comments. Fair use reaction clip.
I want to know what actually happens when you go to a murder scene, and you go to the yellow tape, you sign in so they can keep track of everybody,
right? And
then you put on nitrile is what we would use, nitrile gloves. Everything, so your DNA doesn't wind up on anything that you touch inside.
Facts.
You also put little paper booties over your shoes.
Facts.
to ensure that, number one, you're not tracking anything from the outside into a crime scene. But number two, some of those crime scenes with viscera and blood, you don't want any of that stuff in your own kitchen. So
facts. And we don't know if they released the home back to the family, if other people that went in after they allegedly said they did everything they were supposed to do, day 3 or 4, those reporters never should have been in that house. Period. We get why Savannah and her family allegedly hired a private investigator, because there was things that was happening and the family's so emotional. Nobody should have been able to ever go into that house, on the yard, in the vicinity. People shouldn't be able to go up to the door, try and deliver packages, try and deliver pizza. So many concerning things have happened in this case. That tape never should have been removed. The driveway should have been taped off and stayed taped off. Period. Let's continue.
Yes, it's totally normal. Those gloves would be on. And then depending on the sensitivity of the case, sometimes we would mask up. Sometimes you put on the little hat thing just to make sure, and if you're a police officer or prosecutor doing homicide cases, you have to submit your DNA for CODIS so that it can be eliminated, if you breathe. And some people are what are known as shedders, actually, where they just seem to leave a lot of DNA.
Yeah.
Some people aren't. Yeah. We had a CSI guy in Irvine, a great guy, real professional, but just whatever it was about his body, we thought we had a serial killer as DNA was coming up, because we kept getting unknown male DNA at a bunch of different scenes, but it made no sense, because one was like a 7-Eleven robbery, another was a domestic murder where we had a confession from the husband. Like, it didn't make any sense that we had unknown male DNA until somebody was like, wait a minute. And we tested him, and it was, I'll leave his name out, but it was his DNA, and he would mask up. He was aware of it. After that became an issue, his DNA still kept turning up. It's just one of those things.
Wow.
Some people shed, and they call them shedders, just a ton of DNA. And other people.
And that could be because they're scratching their hair, they're scratching their beard, they're itching their nose. Who's to say why he's such a shedder? But that's what you got to be careful in regards to a situation when there's a scene. I got to be careful what I say. Fair use reaction clip.
Just don't. That's a quirk of organic chemistry.
Matt, as we've been recording, this is just in, according to Fox, from the Pima County Attorney's Office. Quote, veteran prosecutors from the Pima County Attorney's Office continue to work with the Pima County Sheriff's Department, the FBI, and the U.S. Attorney's Office regarding the investigation into the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. I think this is a response from rumors that maybe the county attorney was on scene today.
Or she's watching your show, actually, and wanted to respond to the heat. Look, the comments about, she said that they can't comment, they have ethical provisions against commenting regarding the details of the case. That is true, and they have to be very careful not to do that, once again, in order to preserve the integrity. However, we're 4 weeks into this, and I hope, again, I don't know what's been going on behind the scenes. I hope that the local prosecutors who were involved, the experienced homicide prosecutors from that county, should have been involved that night, and I hope that's the case.
Facts.
I have no information that it is. So it looks like the people that showed up today were in fact feds. That's been confirmed. I don't know one way or another. But it looks like they're denying that those were the local prosecutors. I don't know.
Or maybe there was somebody there from the county attorney, because she's not confirming or denying either.
They need to take an active role in this. And like I said, hopefully that's been happening behind the scenes, but we just haven't heard or seen anything indicating that. So hopefully, maybe it's like a duck, all calm on the surface and under the water, the part we can't see. Maybe her office has been working really hard.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Otherwise, the Guthrie family has been disserviced, in my opinion. You need vertical prosecution on a case like this. I mean, you need prosecutors assigned to that case on the ground from the very beginning. And this is the first peep I have heard from this DA a month into this. So, hopefully she's been quietly working behind the scenes. I hope so. But I wouldn't be surprised by anything from Pima County officials at this point.
I learn so much every time I talk to you, and oftentimes it's something like this that I didn't expect. Matt, thank you so much for your time and
thanks for having me. Thank you for letting me vent. I'm just frustrated.
Yeah, this is coming from Drop Dead Serious. She's been doing a great job updating everyone, whether it's at night or in the morning. I think a lot of her videos are at night. She'll give like a general update. So when this case unfolds, maybe one day I'll do a bunch of her videos, so that way we'll know day to day. But she did an amazing job in regards to Drop Dead Serious. She's done an amazing job updating at night of everything that's been transpiring. So even the family probably listens to her. Okay, this is everything that's been said. She's one source that's giving. And Brian Brian. He's been doing a great job too. JR Investigates, he's been on the scene every day. There's a lot of people that's been on the scene, just trying to update people on what's going on. Prayers for Nancy and a safe return.
This case, so I hope I didn't offend anybody. Again, all just my opinion, not throwing shade on anybody or casting suspicions or aspersions on anybody except maybe the sheriff.
You're not alone.
Yeah.
I know you're not alone.
Yeah, he's not alone. There's just a lot of stuff we don't understand. It's just well wishes to the people in that area. So concerning. Let's see if there's anything else I wanted to talk about. Fair use reaction clip. Fair use reaction clip. I ain't gonna talk about her.
That we really don't. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't know what to do about it. People are asking me, please, 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 Mr. President, we're winning too much. We can't take it anymore. We're not used to winning in our country. Until you came along, we're just always losing, but now we're winning too much. Our country is winning again. In fact, we're winning so much that we really don't.
Let's continue. Of course, that was him in regards to the State of the Union address. Did y'all watch? Let me know in the comments. Is there anything else I want to cover? That's Kevin Hart? I need to put my glasses on. I don't know why he flexing. He's been doing great. Day 24.
Nancy Guthrie is still missing, but Savannah Guthrie has just announced a $1 million reward. I will go into her video more in depth on today's podcast, so be sure to tune into that. We'll get into it more. It seems like Savannah is now addressing a lot of the speculation, or at least questions that many of us, myself included, have had about the Guthrie family and kind of just their lack of involvement or participation in this investigation. One being, the biggest one being, they haven't offered a single penny towards the investigation, and now 24 days.
Now they have, but this is the biggest thing. If the sheriff department is allegedly fumbling things, how do we not know that the family has been following him? What to do, what to say? You know what I'm saying? They probably entrusted a lot in him, and we're side-eyeing him. So that might be the reason why a lot of people are side-eyeing the family, because they're following the sheriff. And people are questioning the sheriff.
Day 24, in the disappearance of Nancy Ramsey, Nancy Guthrie is still missing, but Savannah Guthrie has just announced a $1 million reward. I will go into her video more in depth on today's podcast, so be sure to tune into that. We'll get into it more. It seems like Savannah is now addressing a lot of the speculation, or at least questions that many of us, myself included, have had about the Guthrie family and kind of just their lack of involvement or participation in this investigation. One being, the biggest one being, they haven't offered a single penny towards the investigation, and now 24 days in, they're offering a $1 million reward for any sort of tips that could lead to the more information about the
Now, his opinion is not the opinion of Let's Talk About It Media 21. He's just giving his opinion. He does have his own YouTube page or podcast. People just like his general breakdown of things that's been happening. He's also giving a breakdown every day. Every day, this was what the updates are. I do listen. I just started listening to him, I say 3 weeks ago. So we'll listen, but his opinion is his opinion. We're just delaying how people are feeling.
Offered a single penny towards the investigation, and now 24 days in, they're offering a $1 million reward for any sort of tips that could lead to the more information about the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie. They've also donated $500,000 to help find missing children, to help go towards the funds of other people who have missing loved ones that are still at large, which I thought was, really, really a big of the Guthrie family. They're finally addressing the public and thanking them for their support and for their prayers. Savannah is also acknowledging that, it's possible that their mother may have passed on at this point. Again, these are a lot of questions and talking points, or just at least, bullet points that myself and others have hit on in previous videos. So that's why it just feels a little, I don't want to say too little too late, because I still, hope that there is some conclusion. I do want Nancy Guthrie to be returned to her family. tend to agree with Savannah here. I think it's very, very likely 24 days in that Nancy Guthrie has passed on at this point. I don't think that that's an unrealistic reality to kind of face.
But that's not what my page is saying. I'm praying for safe recovery for the mother, period. Safe recovery, safe return, somebody sending proof of life, and hopefully she's coming home. That's what I'm hoping. Many people can say different things. That's their opinion. But for me, I'm praying for safe return. This is somebody's mama. Even the daughter has her way of feeling. But for me, I'm just different. Praying for a safe return, safe recovery, send proof of life. Prayers.
I really think a $1 million reward is going to change anything. Listen, my heart breaks for the Guthrie family. I've said that repeatedly. I know I've tried to bring as much humor and levity and light to this very, very dark story. My heart breaks for the Guthrie family. Again, we're 24 days. We're nearly a month into this. There's absolutely no answers, no clarity. Still tons of speculation. Sheriff Nano still seems to be gatekeeping all of the information. The latest is that there's potentially 2 people that were spotted in the security footage, but even Nanos didn't seem to confirm that in his latest statement. He's like, oh, that's speculation, but like I haven't confirmed that, and the FBI hasn't confirmed that, and we don't know anything about anything. I don't know. I'm losing faith. I don't know. I'll break it. We'll go into it further on today's podcast, but those are just my initial thoughts. But be sure to listen to No Filter, or be sure to watch No Filter with Zach Peter today. And I guess let's discuss. I don't know how I'm feeling about this, Nancy.
Hold on. Let's see what he said towards the end.
Be sure to watch No Filter with Zach Peter today. And I guess let's discuss. I don't know how I'm feeling about this, Nancy. Where's Nancy? Day 24 in the disappearance.
Okay, so there's that. Okay, let's see if there's any other hot topics, trending topics I want to cover. Thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for being patient. And thanks for subscribing. Don't know what that is. Not going to show that. I cover it because I don't know if there's certain things I want to talk about. What is he saying? Like the video.
Is back. Bigger, better, rich. Our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
He said we're in a golden era with a roaring economy. That would be news to the 10 million Americans who are losing their health care coverage because of his big ugly bill. It'd be news to hardworking American families who are paying $2,000 extra on average every year because of his tariffs and other policies. He gave not one single concrete proposal tonight to address those very real issues that Americans are dealing with. He's living in a fantasy land, a golden fantasy land.
Our nation is back. Bigger, better, richer, and stronger than ever before. We're going to do better and better and better. This is the golden age of America.
He said we're in a golden era with a roaring economy. That would be news to the 10 million Americans who are losing their health care coverage because of his big ugly bill. It'd be news to hardworking American families who are paying $2,000 extra on average every year because of his tariffs and other policies. He gave not one single concrete proposal tonight to address those very real issues that Americans are dealing with. He's living in a fantasy land, a golden fantasy land.
Okay, let's continue with the news. Fair use reaction clip. Like I said, we cover a lot, so please subscribe. There's about 187 in the building. Please subscribe. We've had about 5,000, 6,000 people in the building. We cover a lot, so please subscribe. We're trying to hit 50K by next month. Let's see what else I want to cover. Not going to talk about him. That's kind of sad. That's really sad. Prayers up to her son who's passed away. I told y'all, reality shows, it's sad. It's sad in regards to his passing. Fair use reaction clip. Let's see if there's anything else I'll cover. Shannon Sharpe is interviewing him. You can go check out the interview. I'm not going to play this clip, but Shannon Sharpe is interviewing Tiana Taylor's ex. He must have gotten emotional, his father passing. Okay, the father, in regards to fatherhood, in regards to marriage. Whenever a family member passes, it's not easy.
terrifies me more than nothing. Remember the last Charlie's life could have been the Truman Show. That terrifies me more than nothing in your life is real.
I don't know why his shirt is open.
Like, we're all getting the old band back together, and it's going to be me and Shrub, and I'm going to have the FBI help me investigate this, and we're going to figure out what happened to my friend. And it was like, Candace is the enemy for asking questions. Was Charlie Kirk's life real is what I think I cried the hardest about, because how are you not fighting for him? Charlie's life could have been the Truman Show. That terrifies me more than nothing.
And don't he have his own concerns and lawsuits that's going on? We're surprised of the people she interviewed. We're surprised of the people she interviewed. Now, recently, Candace has been trending about her documentary or something she put out regards to Erica Kirk. Go look it up. Candace Owens trending. People are mad at Candace for putting that out. It's just clips of what she's been talking about over the last 5 months, basically. She just reiterating what she's talked about over the last 4 to 5 months. People like her, people don't like her. I've already talked about her, who she married, the family she married into. Go look up. She got married and how she got married, how she met the guy. That's interesting. So people talk about handlers. People talk about handlers. Go look up the family she married into and the history of her husband's father. Go look it up. People were just recently talking about companies she's been attached to. You got to remember, Candace was a part of TPSU Turning Point for the longest. Her and Charlie had their whatever situationships, talking, not talking, following, not following. But go look up how she talked about her relationship with Charlie. Interesting. How she talked about Erica. How she is under an NDA, allegedly. How she was contracted, allegedly. Go look it up. She was a part of that organization. Look at how she's talking about the organization now that she's not. Are you guys still here? It's still live. It was buffering. One if you guys can still hear me. Press 1 if you guys can still hear me. So people are side-eyeing her because she was a part of it, not a part of it. How Charlie wanted her to speak at one of the events. And people were like, yeah, that's good for now, up until, you know what I'm saying? Thanks for letting me know you can still hear me. Yeah, this Candace Owen thing is almost like, look over here, don't look over here. You are a part of that organization up to a year and a half prior to, or a year prior to. You know what I'm saying? And this is the biggest thing. Why is a grown man debating college students? Why do you need to debate college students? Help them, guide them, but you don't have to force your belief on college students. They're doing that on purpose, you guys. So if your college student is at a college, please be careful. Make sure they're following proper people. Who is Charlie to force his beliefs on college students? And remember how Erica made a statement? Oh, to get through college. This Erica Kirk allegedly said this. Go look it up. Erica Kirk allegedly said, college students, you want to get through the college students, you got to get through me. What? Who are you? Why do you need to? These college students have parents. They have parents. Their parents should be instilling what they need to instill on these college students. But they're doing that for a reason. College students are able to allegedly vote at a certain age. So they want the votes of the college students. So what do? You try and force your narrative down their throat. Give the college students guidance and assistance, but you should never be forcing your beliefs and trying to get their vote to believe what you believe. The shade that they would throw at these college students, how they would drag them, how they would disregard them, how they would overtalk them. It's unacceptable. And Candace was a part of that. Going to different schools, shading students that are trying to get an education. They should have been more so if they're Christians. Think about this. Y'all know I don't care for Candace. How she's with this person, then 2 years later she's not. How she's a part of this organization, then she's not. Some of the programs she's been a part of, side eye. Some of the people she's interviewed, side eye. Some of the people she supports, side eye. But she is getting millions of views though. I agree with her investigating what happened to Charlie. I agree with that. Because Turning Point should be doing the same thing she's doing. That's why she's getting the views. But in regards to how she handling it, she can handle it however she wants to handle it because that was her friend. I question her being a part of Turning Point, the programs and things she's been a part of, the family she married into. Like I said, it's almost like look over here, don't look over there. Don't look over there. Don't look over there. And I told y'all, she does a shuck and a jive. And I think she tries to make her husband family proud. Real talk. The people she's interviewed, go back. This is the other thing. Go back and check out the interview Candace did with Baron Coleman. Go look at the interview Candace did with Baron Coleman. The things she's talked about, the people at Turning Point, that was a very interesting interview. So she's trying to interview with different people. I didn't watch the interview she had with the twins, whether it's the podcast of the twins or YouTube page of the twins. She did a very interesting interview with Byron Coleman and the twins recently. Because she's trying to gather support because there's alleged TikTok pages that's dragging her. There's TikTok pages that's dragging Erica. People have did deep dives in regards to Candace and Erica. All interesting. She can do whatever she wants. But look into who she's married to. There are people that do, I sometimes watch them like once a month. Interesting of what they found in regards to things regarding Candace. Interesting. It is what it is. What happened to Charlie is crazy. And if he had concerns, I wish he would have never went on that campus. I found out some information yesterday, jaw-dropping. I'll tell you another person to listen to. Yesterday, I was listening to, and this is my biggest thing. Some of these pages I tell y'all go check out, I'm listening for content. I don't agree with a lot of the beliefs. I don't agree with a lot of things they talk about on their page. But let me tell you, Dee with a podcast, baby, last night was interesting. Dee with the podcast, jaw-dropping information from last night. I even think he was surprised at certain things he heard because he had listened to Candace. He pulls up his own research. He does his own research. He does an amazing job. Dee got a podcast. That was jaw-dropping yesterday in regards to the information he found out. So here nor there, I get why Candace is investigating. The FBI should be investigating what happened to Charlie. Some of those students are now under a gag order. They can't speak. They can't show a lot of videos. Some people's videos were taken down of that day. People have done investigation on what, how. So much is going on regarding that case. So much is going on regarding that case. People have done deep dives in regards to Erica, messages she sent, people she was involved in. We get it. A lot's going on in regards to Turning Point. Really. So I don't blame Candace. We're looking into it. I got to be careful what I show y'all. Oh my goodness. I got to be really careful.
Was raised by a strong, independent, entrepreneurial, single mother who taught her how to be a good Christian, a devout Catholic mother. She's been married 4 times that I can see. We'll talk about that more down the line. More importantly, though, you will recall that Erica sat down for an in-person interview with the New York Times days after Charlie was publicly assassinated, and she confirmed to them that the least traumatizing part about Charlie's assassination was the prospect of her now having to raise her children alone because she had seen the example set for her by her mother growing up. The only problem is that it's just not true. Erica's father, Kent Ronsvay, by the way, he's Kenneth Ronsvay, but he goes by Kent, was always in her life.
And like I said, all comments are alleged. I can't confirm or deny what Candace is saying. It's true or false.
A good Christian, a devout Catholic mother. She's been married 4 times that I can see. We'll talk about that more down the line. More importantly, though, you will recall that Erica sat down for an in-person interview with the New York Times days after Charlie was publicly assassinated, and she confirmed to them that the least traumatizing part about Charlie's assassination was the prospect of her now having to raise her children alone because she had seen the example set for her by her mother growing up. The only problem is that it's just not true. Erica's father, Kent Bronsvay, by the way, he's Kenneth Bronsvay, but he goes by Kent, was always in her life. So much so that for entire years of her childhood, Kent was actually a stay-at-home dad.
My dad was a stay-at-home dad for a few years, and I gotta say it was really sweet and really special. I was 4, but
to be clear, Erica was 10 years old when her parents divorced in 1998. So her father was very much a part of her.
So like her, don't like her, it's up to you. You can make your own opinions, judgments. But before this, she was talking about something else in regards to people from another country. And I'm not going to go into that. She had thoughts and feelings about that. I'm not going to go into that. But after this whole Charlie Kirk thing, what will she cover? She's getting millions of views, and she can say a lot that other pages, smaller pages, can't say. She can say a lot, and her page won't be demonetized or taken down. Some of us don't get that same luxury, but she's definitely getting the views because people want to know. And it's a great thing she's covering it. We're seeing people we should side-eye. We're seeing agencies we should side-eye. We're seeing family members or friends or spouses we should side-eye. So I get it. I get it. I totally get it. But, you know, she was a part of that organization. So she's taken down an organization she was a part of. When you think about it.
In the collage, I confirmed with classmates Larry and...
Like the video, like the video. Let me see if there was anything else I want to talk about. Floyd Mayweather's trending along with, what's her name? Miss Jackson. Okay, go look this up because y'all, I forgot about this. Didn't Miss Jackson file a complaint about against Floyd years ago? Look it up. Miss Jackson filed a complaint against Floyd. So I can't confirm or deny if they're dating again or this is just media trending type stuff. But go look it up. I had forgot that she had filed a complaint against Floyd. I can't confirm or deny if they're dating, if she's going to go to the next fight with him. Floyd may be going through some financial concerns. They're talking about whether he's going to retire. Then he may not retire. He may be scheduling another fight. I think he wants to fight Pacquiao after he fights Mike Tyson. So some people are saying Floyd is having some financial. So Miss Jackson might want to be trending with him, but she also trended regarding him in regards to an alleged complaint years ago. That's interesting because I had totally forgot about that. So like I said, we're just doing hot topics, trending topics.
Drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement. Took prescription drugs, a very big part of healthcare, from the highest price in the entire world to the lowest. That's a big achievement.
Okay, so that's him talking about the prices. Let's see. This happened over the weekend, or was that 2 weekends ago? This was a concerning thing. Like the video, like I said, we're just doing rapid topics now.
And I'm going to walk you through this, so you don't even have to have my background on YouTube to understand why this number is impossible. First and foremost, you can just do this test. What do we have? Right now, we have 95,000 people that are watching this show.
Wow.
As soon as this show concludes, I want you to see how many views YouTube is going to instantly give it right away. It's probably going to be something like 200,000 to 300,000 views right away as it continues to tabulate. This is a screenshot of their viewership after 6 million people tuned in concurrently at the exact same time. So that was 6 million people watching, like we have 95,000 people watching right now on YouTube. As soon as they finished, look at that 5,839 views with 175 comments. That is an impossible metric, but 667,000 likes.
Yeah, we had talked about that. Like 2 weeks ago, where Turning Point had a halftime
I'm
show.
I'm going to walk you through this, so you don't even have to have my background on YouTube. Like we have 95,000 people watching right now on YouTube.
It won't
expand. As soon as they finish, look at that 5,000 conservative firebrand Candace Owens is being...
All right, it's going.
Okay.
And I'm going to walk you through this, so you don't even have to have my background on YouTube to understand why it concludes. I want you to see how many views YouTube is going to instantly give it right away. It's probably going to be something like 200,000 to 300,000 views right away as it continues to tabulate. This is a screenshot of their viewership after 6 million people tuned in concurrently at the exact same time. So that was 6 million people watching, like we have 95,000 people watching right now on YouTube. As soon as they finished, look at that 5,839 views with 175 comments. That is an impossible metric, but 667,000 likes. And I'm going to walk you through this so you don't even have to have my background on.
Yeah, so they were saying Turning Point might have not have the exact views that they were saying, allegedly. This was an interesting case. Mother allegedly vanished at 24 and then they found her alive. Y'all heard about that? Very interesting. We're just doing rapid topics, hot topics right now. King and 50 Cent been going in because 50 Cent showed a picture of Tiny. That was interesting, of the picture 50 Cent showed about Tiny. But see, this younger generation, King hasn't been playing with 50 Cent. Let me tell you something that people may not be talking about. 50 Cent may be going into a project with Tyler Perry. 50 Cent is in a project with Eva Longoria. Let me show y'all that. Hold on one second. So they may be telling 50, hold on, I'm gonna show you. I saved it. They may be telling 50, chill out. Because if he's a part of projects, they want him to chill out. They don't want his projects to be affected. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. I saved it. Hold on. Yeah, covered it. Hold on. I saved it. Hold on. Yeah, 50 Cent has been trending in regards to stuff. Where is it? Yeah, 50 Cent is a part of a lot of projects. Maybe it's above. Hold on, like the videos, y'all come in. Yeah, so 50 Cent is supposed to be collaborating with, there we go. He's going to allegedly be working with Tyler Perry. Possibly. And it's basically saying, herefore, 50 Cent links up with Tyler Perry. So he may need to chill out on what he's doing online because Tyler Perry may be like, focus on the work. Focus on the work. Focus on the work, 50. Don't focus on anything else. And then he's also doing a project with Eva Longoria. So there's that. Okay, let me go back. To hot topics, trending topics. But yeah, y'all can let me know how y'all think about that in comments. Let's continue. Hot topics, trending topics. Okay.
To spend any time. Well, Jeffrey, in retrospect, I was foolish to spend any time with him.
The Journal previously reported on Gates's ties to Jeffrey Epstein, including that Epstein threatened Gates over an affair he had. The two met a few times, Gates says, to discuss philanthropy. Do you think, looking back at that moment, that you were being played?
Well, Jeffrey, in retrospect, I was foolish to spend any time with him, and he sort of, got time with various people by spending time with other people. So yes, I think I was quite stupid. I thought it would help me with global health philanthropy. In fact, it failed to do that, and it was just a huge mistake.
Has it made you more wary of connections?
Definitely. Yeah. Are you kidding? Well, Jeffrey.
Bill Gates is something else. He made a decision. Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Right now, we're just doing hot topics, trending topics. Like the videos, you guys come in. Like the video. I told y'all, T.I. and King have been going back and forth. I'm not going to show a lot of clips, messages. You can go look it up. This has been going on for several weeks. Now, King is not playing about his mama. T.I. is not playing about his wife. And 50 may need to chill out. King has brought up different lawsuits. King has brought up different beefs he's had. King has brought up different pictures. King is not playing with 50. I think he met his match when it comes to 50. I'll be general. Let me see. How can I protect them? Okay, so it's being reported that Khloe Kardashian reveals her kids don't have access to the internet. Well, her children are young. True is probably under 10. So North is 12. So Khloe continues to want to trend. She says her children don't have access. We believe you, Chloe, because they would find out about Tristan. They would find out that they have an alleged brother out there that Tristan's not sitting there supporting. At some point, they're going to find out that you and Tristan let a child grow up without a father figure. We believe that the children have internet access, Chloe. Yes, we believe that. Let me pull this up a little higher. Yeah, we believe that the children don't have access to the internet, Chloe, because they may see and hear in regards to how the Kardashians are looked at. So let's continue. Yeah. Once they find out they have a brother that's out there that you're not assisting, Tristan's not assisting, they will side-eye, allege. But children are different. They're going to say if parents made a decision, they made a decision. They may see that Chloe might have been copying off. Where is Marley Nichols? Why aren't y'all being supportive of Marley Nichols? The Kardashians are something else. Stop playing in people's faces. Kim wants North to grow up too fast. Chloe's trying to, okay, they talking about Ice Spice. They saying she's lost a lot of weight. They saying Ice Spice has lost a lot of weight. We're just doing rapid topics right now. This is Savannah a few days ago.
Coming on to... Hi there.
Hi there.
Coming on to say it is day 24 since our mom was taken in the dark of night from her bed. And every hour and minute and second and every long night has been agony since then.
Prayers for Savannah. I couldn't imagine.
Worrying about her, and fearing for her, aching for her, and most of all, just missing her. Just missing her. We know that millions of you have been praying. So many people have been praying of every faith and no faith at all, praying for her return, and we feel those prayers. Please keep praying without ceasing. We still believe. We still believe in a miracle. We still believe that she can come home. Hope against hope. As my sister says, we are blowing on the embers of hope. We also know that she may be lost. She may already be gone. She may have already gone home to the Lord that she loves and is dancing in heaven with her mom and her dad and with her beloved brother Pierce and with our daddy. If this is what is to be, then we will accept it. But we need to know where she is. We need her to come home. For that reason, we are offering a family reward of up to $1 million for any information that leads us to her recovery. All of the information about this reward and the details is in the caption below. You can call the 1-800 tip line. You can be anonymous if you want. Someone out there knows something that can bring her home. Somebody knows. And we are begging you to please come forward now. We also know that we are not alone in our loss. We know there are millions of families that have suffered with this kind of uncertainty. And for that reason today, we also are donating $500,000 to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for their work in helping families who are coping with loss and actively looking for those who are lost. We are hoping that the attention that has been given to our mom and our family will extend to all the families like ours who are in need and need prayers and need support. So please, if you hear this message,
If you've been waiting and you haven't been sure, let this be your sign to please come forward, tell what you know, and help us bring our beloved mom home so that we can either celebrate a glorious, miraculous homecoming or celebrate the beautiful, brave, and courageous and noble life that she has lived. Please be the light in the dark. Thank you.
Really sad. Really sad. Prayers go out to the Guthrie family. Prayers for a safe return home, for her mom to be returned home. That's what we're hoping for. She may say what she wants to say, but nobody wants their mom to be missing. Nobody wants to be planning a service. You know what I'm saying? It's sad. It's really sad. Okay, so it's being reported. We're just doing rapid hot topics, trending topics. Cardi B wins 3 NAACP Image Awards. Congratulations to her. Like I said, we're just doing some rapid hot topics, trending topics. Candy's going through a divorce with Todd. She's saying she stay busy. She keeps busy. So once she's on one project, she's moving on to the next. I'm not going there with that. Can't talk about that. So they're saying that Ice Spice has lost a lot of weight. You know, they're saying that she's lost a lot of weight. So let's continue. Let's continue. Not going there. Not going there. That was Tyra years ago, talking about the show. Many people are throwing a lot of shade in regards to American Next Top Model. Many of the contestants are speaking out. Some stuff happened in regards to Benzino. This young lady, you can go over to the shade room. You can kind of hear what happened, allegedly what happened to Benzino. I don't get into a lot of celebrity ratchet news, but Benzino likes to trend. There's a lot going on there.
Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy, actually. Speak to him a lot. Bad policy, but nice guy. Just said they want people to shovel snow. They got hit hard. Wants them to shovel snow, but if you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a social security card. Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good. And even the new communist mayor of New York City, I think he's a nice guy.
Let's continue. Fair use reaction clip. Like the videos, you guys come in. Like I said, T.I. and King have been going in on 50, showing old pictures, talking about his life. Like the video right now. We're just doing hot topics, trending topics. This was day 25.
Here is your Nancy Benet Ramsey update. So, for starters, we have a no parking zone around Nancy's house because, you know, that's not suspicious at all. We want to make sure that nobody can come near Nancy's house anymore. We want to start to shuffle the press out. And of course, you know, if they're investigating this, we don't want them to get any more details about this case. So that's not suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Also interesting that the neighbors have not complained about this because that was my first thought. But according to Brian Enton, the neighbors just want to find Nancy and there doesn't appear to be any sort of traffic jam. So why are we shuffling people out? We had some fancy ladies in some fancy suits appear at Nancy's house today. Seems they're with the FBI, which is great because it's about time the FBI takes over this investigation instead of Sheriff Nanos. Because every time I hear from Sheriff Nanos, my blood pressure raises. Tired of it. And then we have one of Tommaso's band members who's on his falsely accused press tour at the moment. And listen, I do feel bad for the dude because the internet obviously was trying to help figure out who may have been in that security surveillance footage, right? And obviously the sheriff's department asked people to help identify the person on the porch. So the internet was trying to identify the person on the porch, and being that they did nothing to diffuse the speculation surrounding Tommaso, Annie's husband, so the son-in-law of Nancy Guthrie, being that there was nothing to diffuse any of that, and being that they continued to show up at Annie's house, and, you know, being that Tommaso was the last person to see Nancy alive, wasn't a far fetch, right? And listen, people were looking at the eyebrows, and one of the band members had a rap sheet, so it seemed a little sus. But so now he's trying to reclaim the narrative, and listen, do you, boo? I at this point, I feel like I might tap out. But the real crime here is whoever made him pose like this, because what are we doing, school pictures? And then It appears the family may have gone by today. There were like large SUVs that were coming in and out, presumably.
We can't confirm or deny if that's the family.
Trying to, get more information about the case. And there was one that went into the garage of Nancy Guthrie's home and left the garage afterwards. So presumably that may have been the family. We don't know that for certain. But with all the new detectives on site, it's possible that someone from the family may have went by to maybe identify something. Who knows? But we still haven't found Nancy. So there you go. There's your update of the day. No Nancy. Where's Nancy? Nobody knows.
He's been doing a great job trying to cover what's going on with Nancy, give general updates. He's been doing a great job. In regards to the video we just played, I just gave the page name. She's been doing a great job covering it. Brian has been doing a great job. JR Investigate's been live almost every day since this. At one point, a few times, JR Investigate got like 1 million views. A few times. Whether it was last week, the week before, and one day he had almost got like 1 million views. People were just watching a camera, listening to him talk about what's going on with Nancy. So let's continue. We're just talking hot topics, trending topics. Many people talked about this documentary that Candace has been talking about. I can't play that clip. Like the videos, you guys come in. Like the videos, you guys come in. Halle Berry is talking to women about enjoyment time with your spouse or your boyfriend. Halle's been trending a little bit. I didn't even know she had a project out, but she actually did a movie recently that a friend of mine actually saw. How many days was that? That was 15 hours ago.
3 News. That's this update that this woman has shown up and she is singing for Nancy Guthrie.
Oh, I did see that.
Right now. What an amazing time, right? I just imagine her singing Celine Dion. Yeah.
So that was about 15 hours ago. He was talking about a person at the home singing at Nancy's home in the front yard. Like the videos, you guys come in. Like the videos, you guys come in. Prayers for Nancy for a safe return home. I'm sure her family is worried and praying for proof of life. I'm going to keep saying it. I just can't have myself say that. Praying for a safe return, show proof of life. If those people want that $1 million reward, bring her home safely to her family. I could not even imagine. Her daughter is even saying different things. I'm not going to play this clip. I'm going to show y'all where to go. Look at this. I had told y'all we were going to do a Naomi Campbell. Told you my page is a little different. If I can't cover it, if I can't fully talk about it, I'll show you where to go look up stuff. Naomi Campbell is being talked about. Y'all see the page that is being talked about. I got to watch what I show. Yeah, go look that up. Night and day. They posted that February 14th. So I had said we'll talk about it, but I haven't been able to get into it. But yeah, that's where to go look that up.
That was some crazy speech. An hour and 45, 50 minutes of just grievance. Donald Trump used most of that time, most of it, to try to further divide us as a nation. It was angry. It wasn't what I expect of a president. I mean, we've had 250 years of people that have held this office, a long line of great Americans of both parties who often use that opportunity to bring the country together. And, Donald Trump just chose to do the opposite. There were some moments, I really, the honoring of veterans and service members, I think was one of the positive parts of this, especially the 2 Medal of Honor winners. But other than that, I think this was a incredibly disappointing and low point, if there can be one, in this president's time in office. Hey, just walked out of the State of the...
So many people have talked about the State of the Union address that Donald Trump did. They said it was extremely long. Some people looked like they were asleep. Some people were shouting at him. A lot happened that day. Did you watch it? Press 1. Did you watch it? Press 1. Did you enjoy what he was saying? Press 2. Or did you not care and didn't watch? Press 3. Like the video, like the videos. You guys come in right now. We're just doing hot topics, trending topics, rapid hot topics. Sometimes I'll do rapid hot topics, trending topics every blue moon. Because if there's a lot going on, it's just easier for me to do rapid and trending. And then that way you can kind of... This is Erica at the State of the Union. People are saying, what is she wiping away? Her makeup's look, but yeah, many people feel a way about how she's been a mourning wife. Many people have questioned who she dated, the man alleged concern on the tattoo on his lip. Many people are wondering if Charlie was finding out things. She inherited a lot of money. A man that was taken out in a way that's undescribable. But many people have been questioning things that she said. Many people have debunked things, caught her in a lie. Many people have looked into Turning Point's finances. I'll tell you where to go. Wolf of Finance. His last 2 videos, very interesting. The last 3 videos Wolf of Finance has done, very interesting. Erica Kirk has sent cease and desist to Wolf of Finance and Candace Owens. Wolf of Finance has done deep dives in regards to Turning Point's financials. Great videos. The last video was very interesting. Remember how I told you guys Dee with the podcast? Go subscribe over there. Dee with the podcast has done great videos in regards to what Wolf of Finance has talked about. So Wolf of Finance has did deep dives in regards to Turning Point finances. Okay, so let's continue. Like I said, my page is a little different. I'll tell you guys where to find stuff, things I've saw. So please subscribe. I'm a little different, but that's okay. J. Emanuel's biggest regrets. Well, yeah, Tyra had producers. The producers made decisions how America Top Model went. And this is the one thing I'll say. Tyra Banks often talks about how beautiful her mom took care of her, looked out for her, covered her, protected her for different modeling events, go-sees. Her mom looked out for her and loved on her. Why couldn't Tyra do the same thing for those young girls? Why did they have to dig into their biggest fears and show that on TV? So concerning. And then you have Sherry Shepherd saying, you guys don't understand when you're a boss and you have to have employees. Sherry Shepherd, please sit down. Because some of those women, what they went through on that television show was so concerning. They found out their deepest fears, deepest, scariest moments, and some of the videos show that. You saw deep emotion in regards to some of the photo shoots. So for the producers, Tyra, J. Emanuel, a lot of us stopped watching because we didn't like what was happening to the models on the TV screen. We didn't like it. Okay, Tyra can keep her long hair, but then you want to cut somebody's hair off, basically, that had gorgeous hair. And some of the people's hair didn't get cut. And I remember one beautiful girl, light-skinned beautiful girl with beautiful eyes. I said, if Tyra cut her hair, I'm going to have a fit. But remember how Tyra loved her long, beautiful hair? Why couldn't some of the women have a say-so in whether they wanted their hair cut? You could easily change a person's style. You don't have to cut all their hair off. Yes, hair grows back. Yes. In some cultures, it takes a while for hair to grow back. But how they treated the women have spoke out. America Next Top Model people. Some of the girls have spoke out in regards to teeth being pulled out, winning. Some of the girls have spoke out. So concerning. Press 1 if you watch the Netflix special. Press 1 if you watch the Netflix special. Press 2 if you did not watch it. Press 3 if you think Tyra and the producers show the women respect. Press 3 if you think Tyra and the producers show women respect. Some people didn't really care for how they treated the contestants. So, yeah, they can't play innocent because they were a part of it. And then I guess I'm being told that they may have a new season coming out. Some of the women did well. But out of all those women that were on that show, we should have success stories about 300 or 400 women. Success stories, there's maybe 100 girls that did well. If that, maybe 50 that did well after the show. Maybe 50. We should have success stories about 300 or 400 women. It's not that. Maybe under 100 that's done well. Eva. That's the only one I can think about. And the one full figure girl. But more so, Tyra had admitted she wished she would have had one a contestant more than she did. And she won. Like the video. I have lotion on my hands. That's why I have to keep clearing the screen. Okay, this is him talking to... That's him talking to Epstein brother.
Like, as the brother of perhaps the most notorious person in America.
Well, my life is fine. I'm just getting a lot more calls from journalists and ask for, these kind of interviews. And I've told people I only talk about Jeffrey's death because I found that when I answer questions about anything else in the files, whatever I say gets misconstrued to fit somebody's agenda. So I no longer answer questions about the things in the files, which I really, to be honest, don't care about. I wasn't part of any of that.
He should care if he knew his brother was a weirdo.
And if anyone's in the files or something that's supposed to be getting into trouble for something, I have nothing to do with that. That's their problem, not mine. I don't want to be cold about it, but I have my own life. Look, trust me, it would have been a lot easier for me if I thought Jeffrey committed suicide. Mourn my brother and went on with my life. But instead, I'm
but when you say, yeah, sure. But when you say you don't care about the files, I mean, I presume you mean because you're not directly accused of wrongdoing in them, which is completely correct, and you shouldn't have to justify something that doesn't involve you. However,
why not
your
help the
brother is
victims get
obviously,
justice?
there's so much stuff in these files which exposes him as an appalling human being. My question for you would be, how much of this is new to you? I mean, do you even...
Okay, so go on this page and finish listening to it, because I got to watch certain words. So let's continue. Go on that page and listen to what the brother said. Why isn't he not wanting to get justice for the victims? We're already talking about this. We're doing rapid topics, hot topics. So if it gives you something to do later on, Shannon Sharp is interviewing Tiana Taylor's ex. He's talking family, father passing, marriage, and children. So like that video, fair use reaction clip. Like the video. This is interesting.
Elizabeth Lane had tweeted this. We need to talk about this tweet that Candace is reading. Elizabeth Lane had tweeted this, basically explaining how Erica Kirk may be a psychopath. And honestly,
allegedly,
based on what she says, it really makes so much sense.
I believe she may be a psychopath. What stands out immediately is the reaction that she provokes in other people. People turn off interviews because the presentation feels artificial to the point of being unbearable. Research in psychology shows that humans are highly sensitive to emotional incongruence. The effect appears simulated rather than genuine. The brain registers it as a threat. This activates discomfort and avoidance. Studies on psychopathy describe traits such as a rehearsed emotional display and shallow affect. These traits can create what observers experience as an uncanny interpersonal dynamic. The discomfort arises, and people want to shut it off because most people rarely encounter extreme affective mimicry in everyday life. Erica is attractive enough, and she had every tool in her possession to sell this organically, except for one thing: emotion. The entire story of what happened could have helped her sell this fully. She really would have been the last person on earth to be a suspect, if not for the FBI's terrible mistakes, Turning Point USA's lies, and her very fake performance. Extreme disconnect between the presentation that she puts out and the perceived authenticity. Erica is not the archetype of a model actress seeking money and fame and then settling into a quiet life with a wealthy, good-looking husband. She is the wolf type, who wants to be in the place of that husband. Looking at her previous partners, I would say that Charlie probably was not her type visually, but he was exactly what she was looking for in a man: potential to be a great power. What Erica was looking for is the same thing Hillary Clinton was looking for when she met Bill. She recognized that Bill Clinton was her ticket to power, the power that she could control, and she was right. She realized that she could create a great brand out of him and herself, and they still are a brand, the Clintons. No one in this world can say that those two love each other. Erica saw a brand with Charlie. She also saw that Charlie could one day become president of the United States if he wanted to. Charlie had the ear of the most powerful segment of any society, students. What is striking is how completely her public identity reshapes itself after that relationship begins. The aesthetic, the tone, the values, the presentation all change. Overnight, the persona shifts into the role that best suits Charlie's world. Devoted Christian, modest, a supportive housewife. That kind of rapid adaptation is quite impressive for a usual person, but not psychopath. In my head, the story goes like this. For a moment, it works. She becomes the wife of a rising political figure with access to donors, institutions, and national platforms. At that point, the ceiling isn't social media influence. It's empire building, foundations, global reach, a legacy, a brand, the Kirks. It's obvious that Charlie listens to her, whether it's about donors or the trajectory at Turning Point USA. The most influential figure in any mentally healthy man's life is going to be his wife. And everything was going well until Charlie began making decisions based on conscience rather than expansion and money. He turns down money. I'm assuming someone like Erica, who married into this because she had a vision for this brand, would not be very happy about that. Now Charlie refusing to accept the money that can make him a global power. A supporting role instead of center stage is not her thing. Her husband died a few days ago, and she walks onto the stage as if she was born there. It comes naturally to her. She knows it and she wants it. Just days after her husband's death, she was already laying out ambitious plans for the company over Zoom. It makes the screen unbearable. It's not grief. It's the absence of emotional continuity. But emotion cannot be improvised or mimicked if you've never experienced it.
And the biggest thing is, if he would have became president, okay, go look at his videos for the last 3 months. He was giving a lot of information. He was telling a lot. He was talking about the Epstein files. We needed a younger, even though I didn't agree with how he was talking to campus students, I'm just wondering if he would have been more relatable than what we have now. Many people are side-eyeing the whole Turning Point organization, how they're looked at this way, how they treat their employees, trying to be a Christian-based organization, but then things that's happening, people that's at the organization, some of them have questionable traits. Some of them have documents on them. So what Candace has to say, can't confirm or deny. How she feels about Erica, I can't say she's a psycho. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I have to be careful what my page covers. That's why I'm careful about what I say, y'all, because all comments are alleged in our opinion. That's why sometimes I'll show you where to go look up things. I'm going to show you where to go look this up. I'm sorry. That's why sometimes I'll tell you to go look up things. So what Candace has to say about Erica Kirk is her opinion. I can't confirm or deny what happened. I can't confirm if she had him taken out. Many people are questioning the whole organization. Many people are questioning that whole day. Many people are questioning the week before. Many people are questioning his team. Many people are questioning, why isn't KASH Patel looking more so into this and what happened? Why are they having a blind eye to what happened? Why would the campus students be under a gag order? Why are some people's videos that they posted about that day, talked about that day, being taken down? Why? Any other situation, if this would have been any other ethnicity, they would be looked at. But since it's her and she has ties to the man in office, that might be why things are not more so looked into deeply. You know what I'm saying? Employees working hours and hours to help this event. And then her calling the event of a lifetime. Your husband passing is an event of the lifetime? What? Things that she said, how she's reacted. I don't know. If any other culture or race was acting like this, they would be being investigated. They'd be looked at. They'd be called out. But since it's her, y'all, something don't seem right. But you know what? He's not going to be in office always. He's not going to be in office always. So, how Candace is handling it is how Candace is handling it. This is Savannah. Many people are saying, wow, Savannah. Wow. I couldn't imagine. Yeah. I don't know how Savannah is handling it. That's how she feels she can handle it.
We're announcing today that we have decided to temporarily halt certain amounts of Medicaid funding that are going to the state of Minnesota in order to ensure that the state of Minnesota takes its obligations seriously to be good stewards of the American people's tax money. Now, what is this going to mean? What this means is that, first of all, the providers on the ground in Minnesota have actually already been paid. The state has paid those providers the money. What we're doing is we are stopping the federal payments that will go to the state government until the state government takes its obligations seriously to stop the fraud that's being perpetrated against the American tax.
So that's what JD Vance has to say. Like the video, agree, disagree, that's fine. We're just doing hot topics, training topics, rapid topics. Like I said, 50 Cent and T.I.'s been going back and forth.
All right. Usually I don't
His clip has been
try to
trending.
justify anything I said, but I got time.
Okay, so go look at Eric Benet's clips. He's been talking about the industry.
How much research do you have to do to publicly say that raping, torturing, and killing children is bad? How much research you got to do to say genocide is bad? How much research you got to do to say that if the government is trying to take away our First Amendment right of free speech on this platform or any other, or being able to protest in the street, or being able to safely protest in the street without having to worry about being murdered, then that's bad. See, I think one of the reasons why we are in such a jam in this country and in the world right now is because too many people are too easily manipulated by a select few who claim to be godly but are funded by the satanic.
Boom.
I'm
gonna play the next clip.
How much research do you have? Look, Jesus gave you an open book test on what it means to follow him. Shelter the homeless, feed the hungry, and love thy neighbor. Okay. All that other does that align? Does that align with those teachings? Then it's not political. It's you being a good Christian to speak out against that shit. Man,
He been speaking out a lot.
Jesus gave you.
I have to be careful of the first clip, but I already listened to those clips. So go look and listen to Eric Benet. He's been speaking out about everything that's been going on. We're just doing hot topics, trending topics. Oh, Tiny. Oh, Tiny. And I think that's a picture she posted, or T.I. was live and he showed a picture of Tiny. If I'm remembering right, either that was T.I. live and he showed that picture of Tiny. There's just a lot going on. 50 Cent need to chill out. He has a lot of beef with people. He has a lot of beef. Okay, so Nene allegedly spotted with a new man. I'm going to show another picture. Nene spotted with a new man. Hold on, I'm going to show another picture. Like the videos, y'all come in. Nene spotted with a new man. Hold on. Prayers for Savannah and the family. This is the picture of the house. That's the front door. This is the guy that we were talking about. And like I said, I don't think that there was a light above. And I don't think, yeah, see, there's music playing. They're just talking about how people were at the house the other day. So let's go ahead and show the other picture. Lamar is talking about his situationship. I'm not going to show everything he's talking about, but Lamar's trending. Another unhealthy relationship. I just showed y'all that 50 Cent is talking about working with Tyler Perry. And 50 Cent is also talking about working with Eva Longoria. So we'll see how this project goes in regards to him working with, and see, I told y'all, this is a picture that 50 Cent posted. And like I said, I could be wrong whether she posted the picture or T.I. was live and showed this picture and she was giving T.I. the look. But yeah, okay, let's continue. Okay, so I'm not going to show the full outfit, but TMZ posted a picture of Kanye's wife. A lot of times they like to throw shade at Kanye. They like to throw shade at Bianca, but they like to promote the Kardashians. So go look that up. Cardi B and Stephon Diggs broke up. A lot going on in regards to Cardi B, Stephon Diggs. Let's see. Modern day history. These trailblazers have made their mark on history. Whether you agree or not, that's fine. Many people have talked about Kamala Harris, wishing that she didn't have word salad and wishing that she could have did better in regards to being the next in line. But many people were wondering, what did you do in those 4 years? If we would have saw something, maybe people would have voted for. But many people questioned her debates, the conversations, the interviews. People were like, dang, Kamala, everyday people speak better than you, sweetie. We covered it. So we can show pictures in regards to what, and then you can kind of look at this on the Shade Room. You could agree, disagree. It is Black History Month. So you can go and look some of this up. You can agree or disagree and what some of these people have done for the community. Yeah, you could agree or disagree, but that's over on the Shade Room. Like the video, fair use reaction clip. I'm almost, let's see. Okay, so this is Nene and her new man. Y'all let me know how y'all feel about Nene. So I guess she's done. We'll generally talk. We'll do a little kiki. I guess she's generally done with the suit guy. And now she's dating somebody new. She looks happy. She deserves to be happy. Nene has experienced a lot. She's been through a lot. Family stuff. She was married to Greg. R.I.P. to Greg. Her husband passed years ago. And she was on Bravo. Real Housewives of Atlanta show. And then I guess she did a project with Bravo recently, but Nene tried to sue them several years ago. Sometimes she's on her YouTube page. I don't think she has a podcast. Allegedly has a new man. I'm wondering how he's going to handle the limelight. Because Nene is a big figure. When she trends, she trends. Not a lot of women trend like Nene, baby. And she's a good kiki. She's funny. She's witty. The girls wish they had the wit that Nene has. She has a big personality, but she can also be funny. You know what I mean? So, well wishes to Nene. That's the picture of her. I have lotion on my hands. Hold on. So, yeah, we just did some hot topics, trending topics, rapid topics. So, sometimes I'll do a show like this. I've been live for 4 hours. How? I don't know. I hope y'all subscribe. I haven't looked at it in a while. There's 98 people still in the building. Even if all 98 subscribe, that's an amazing day for me. I was talking about being live for an hour. I've been live for 4. I hope y'all subscribe. I was talking about being live for 1 hour. I've been live for 4. We covered a lot. So I hope and pray that I got over 200 people to subscribe today. I hope. I'm wondering though. The numbers I'm looking at, yeah, I did meet my quota. But please subscribe. We've been live for 4 hours. 4 hours and 24 minutes. We covered a lot. We talked KASH Patel. We talked Donald Trump. We talked Nancy and Savannah. Prayer for Nancy and a safe return. So there's 80 people still in here. I hope I got at least 200 people to subscribe. We had some gifted, not one super chat. Crazy work. Not one super chat. I keep saying I got to change how I do stuff. Y'all grabbing this tea, taking this tea. Everybody got to do their part, but it's all good. Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comments, news reporting, teaching, scholarships, and research. Fair use is use permitted by a copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. All comments are alleged, in our opinion, and for entertainment purposes only. If you already subscribed, thank you. Welcome. If you already hit the like button, thank you. I appreciate you. We had a great show, though. I hope I gave y'all a lot of information, what to look out for, who to look up information on, what clips, what page, what podcast. I gave a lot of information. We debunk things over here as well. So I hope you enjoyed the show. I did. Like I said, this 4 hours went by really fast. I don't know how I did 4 hours. I don't know how I just did 4 hours. I just looked up and it was 4 hours. So I hope the whole, there's 79 people in here, 79, 78. Please hit the subscribe button and thank you. You guys have a great day. Be blessed. Have a great day. Goodbye. Have a great day. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.